Day 1 on the island. I watched these business elites brawl over luxury watches and Hermes bags until their heads bled, and I nearly laughed out loud. In my eyes, a Rolex worth $500,000 was just scrap metal that couldn't even crack a walnut, and a priceless Patek wasn't worth a single bottle of water. I didn't fight, didn't grab. I kept my mouth shut and got rich quietly. The fresh water, the canned food, the only tactical fixed-blade knife on the entire island. All of it ended up in my hands. A few days later, when the 108-degree heat dragged the fear of death out of everyone, those proud CEOs, celebrities, and managers would all be lining up at my door, begging for a sip of water. The story has to start with that company party. Lin Fan, what are you standing around for? The voice was shrill and arrogant. It was Zhao Na, the top closer in the sales department. As an intern, I had no business being on this yacht. She told her supervisor she wanted to bring along a workhorse to run errands, and that's how I got squeezed aboard. I walked over. She was sprawled on a lounge chair by the pool, and she tossed a bottle of sunscreen oil worth several thousand onto a tray. Rub it in evenly, don't waste it. It's only because you're so obedient that a poor little nobody like you gets this kind of perk. The moment I started, she flinched in disgust. Gently, why are your hands like sandpaper? Nothing but calluses. A few male co-workers nearby watched out of the corners of their eyes, their words barbed. Getting paid to cop a feel, this kid. Well, he's the personal errand boy, isn't he? Work like that's beneath us. I didn't respond, just kept my head down and finished. 3 years of interning had numbed me to this kind of humiliation long ago. My eyes drifted, almost against my will, toward the VIP area at the stern. That was where the real heavyweights on this ship were seated. Su Qingxue, the female president of Shengtang Group, in sunglasses, her aura cold as ice, and the A-list star Lu Feifei, holding up her phone to take selfies. What are you looking at? You think that's something you get to look at? My supervisor Wang Chong slapped me across the back of the head, leaving my ears ringing. A toad lusting after swan meat. You think you're worthy? Having cursed me out, he immediately put on a smile and trotted over to fawn on the VIPs. Su Qingxiu didn't even lift her head, and Lu Feifei gave him a professional little smile, and that alone turned his bones to jelly. When he came back, he kicked me in the shin. Get down to the hold and haul liquor. Quit cluttering up my view. I stumbled a few steps, then turned toward the dim stairwell. That was when the sunlight suddenly vanished. The sky darkened in an instant to an eerie leaden gray. The sea wind stopped, and even the sound of the waves disappeared. The whole world went terrifyingly silent. Why'd it get dark? Someone took off their sunglasses and gazed up at the sky, bewildered. I instinctively turned back toward the horizon, and every hair on my body stood on end. That wasn't a cloud. It was a white line spanning heaven and earth. A wave hundreds of feet high, like a wall of water joining sky to sea, was bearing down on us in total silence. Tsunami. The alarm from the bridge shrieked to life. The captain's voice cracked over the loudspeaker. Hold on. Everyone hold on to something fixed. The deck erupted. Screams and wails blended into chaos. The elites who'd been clinking glasses elegantly a moment ago now scrambled around like startled cockroaches. One male co-worker kicked his own date over to grab a life ring. Move. Get out of my way. Su Qingxue didn't run blindly. She gripped the railing for dear life. In the panic, she actually met my eyes for a single second, and for the first time that gaze held nothing of looking down on me, only pure despair. Lu Feifei collapsed to the floor, capable of nothing but screaming. Wang Chong crawled and scrambled like a stray dog. Only me, because I'd been sent to haul liquor. I happened to be standing right beside the load-bearing steel column at the stairwell, the sturdiest spot on the whole ship. I clamped both arms around the pillar and locked my legs tight. A massive shadow swallowed everything. Boom! The yacht, tens of thousands of tons, capsized in an instant. Seawater poured in, the world flipped upside down. I slammed hard against the steel plating, my organs feeling like they'd shifted out of place, seawater rushing into my nose, and everything went black. Pain. My whole body hurt like it had been wrenched apart. I forced my eyes open, the blinding sunlight stabbing my pupils. I coughed up a few mouthfuls of bitter, salty seawater. Beneath me was scorching sand. Not dead. I struggled to sit up. The beach was a wreck. Everywhere there was yacht debris, broken planks, life jackets, and people sprawled every which way. Suddenly, my gaze fixed on a reef up ahead. A line of small, golden, semi-transparent text was floating above it. Reef. Barnacles attached, edible. Red-shelled crabs behind it, harmless. I rubbed my eyes hard. The text was still there. It even moved as my gaze moved. I turned to look at a snapped coconut tree. Snapped coconut tree. Contains roughly 200 milliliters of fresh water, drinkable as is. Longhorn beetle larvae under the bark, high protein. My heart pounded. This wasn't a hallucination. This was a cheat. As a veteran web novel reader, I understood it in an instant. An omniscient prompt, letting me see the hidden properties of all things. Water. Is there any water? A faint groan came from not far off. It was Zhao Na, utterly disheveled, her hair tangled like dead grass. Seeing me sit up, a flicker of light crossed her eyes. Lin Fan, go find me some water, quick. Even reduced to this state, that commanding tone hadn't changed. I looked at her coldly and didn't move. The sea wind scraped across my wounds, stinging like fire. Lin Fan, are you deaf? I told you to find water. She propped herself up, baring her teeth in pain. My head was clear. To get back alive, I'd still need Su Qingxue, which meant I couldn't fall out with these people yet. Fine, Najia, just wait. I walked over to the coconut tree and picked up a rock. Green coconut. Taps open easily on the back side. About 200 milliliters of fresh water, sweet. A few sharp knocks, and the shell split. Clear liquid welled up along the crack. I leaned in and gulped it down. Sweet, cool, like rain after a long drought. Zhao Na stared, dumbstruck, an unbearable swallowing sound coming from her throat. Water, it's water. She forgot all about cursing and clawed her way over on all fours. Lin Fan, give it to me. Give it here now. I drank most of it before handing over what was left. Slow down, Najia. She snatched it, tipped her head back, and chugged, choking and coughing, her eyes finally softening a little. The goddess who used to order me around like a dog now looked like a begging lapdog. And honestly, the feeling wasn't half bad. Just then, a commotion came from a distance. President Su, watch your step. Wang Chong came stumbling along, supporting Su Qingxue, with several dozen people trailing behind. A few men, more than a dozen women, every one of them injured. Lu Feifei was shivering with cold. Su Qingxue had a twisted ankle and her hair was a mess. But the aura of the Ice Queen executive was as formidable as ever. She pushed Wang Chong away, straightened up, and swept her gaze across everyone. Listen to me, all of you. Crying won't help now, and neither will screaming. We're alive, so we figure out how to stay alive. The crowd quieted. My satellite phone activated an automatic distress signal before it hit the water. She held up the now dark phone without changing her expression. The group's rescue team is on standby 24 hours a day. Once they lock onto our location, a helicopter will be here by midnight tonight at the latest. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was the hope of climbing back from hell to heaven. Really, President Su? We're saved. Wang Chong was so excited he nearly dropped to his knees. Sticking with President Su is always the right call. I never write checks I can't cash. Su Qingxue slipped right back into executive mode. From now on, everyone follows my orders. Men, gather supplies. Fresh water and food are the priority. Women, go collect firewood at the edge of the woods and start a fire. Wang Chong, you take account of the people and the supplies. Yes, President Su. Since rescue was coming tomorrow, every bit of brown-nosing now was political capital for a promotion later. The crowd sprang into action at once. Hey, Lin Fan, President Su told you to work. Who do you think you are, putting on airs? Wang Chong barked at me. I ignored him, just stared at that waterlogged satellite phone in Su Qingxue's hand. A line of golden text that only I could see floated up faintly. Damaged satellite phone. Motherboard corroded, battery short-circuited. No signal sent before submersion. Rescue probability, 0%. It was like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over my head. Under a 100+ degree sun, I couldn't stop myself from shivering. I stiffly raised my head and looked toward the dead silent jungle in the distance. The golden text jumped out again. Current location, edge of the Devil's Triangle. Strong magnetic interference, radio silence. Nearest main shipping lane, 600 nautical miles off course. Rescue probability, 0.0001%. 1 in a million. This was over. I'd been thinking we'd just have to tough it out here for a month before getting picked up, but now, we were probably going to die here. No rescue, no signal, a bunch of helpless modern people. How many days could they last? 3, 5. I stood frozen for a full 5 minutes, until a seabird shrieked overhead and snapped me out of it. I looked at Su Qingxue, directing everyone. She really believed the signal had gone out, really believed a helicopter would carry them all back tonight to that civilized world with air conditioning and red wine. Should I tell them the truth? The thought no sooner rose than I crushed it dead. Absolutely not. Order hadn't collapsed yet, and that was only because everyone still believed there was law, there was rescue. The moment that fig leaf was torn away, the moment they realized this was a place beyond the law, despair would instantly breed the purest kind of evil. By then, for that last mouthful of water, these everyday elites would do things I didn't even dare imagine. On this lonely island, killing a man came with no jail time. I drew a deep breath and forced myself calm. Since we couldn't go back, then I had to survive. In this hellhole, my only asset was these eyes that could see through all things. My vision refocused, and the chaotic beach transformed into something else entirely. Other than me, almost everyone was frantically gathering supplies. A manager who used to boss me around was bent over, ass in the air, dragging a water-bloated Hermes bag out of the rotting seaweed, his face lit with the ecstasy of striking gold. Not far off, 2 elites in haute couture shirts were grappling on the ground, all for a scattered crate of luxury watches glinting temptingly in the sun. I'm rich. I'm really fucking rich this time. A man strapped a diamond-studded Rolex onto his wrist. This one watch is worth $500,000. Bullshit. I saw it first. Another lunged and tried to bite him. In their heads, they'd be home tonight, and whoever grabbed it kept it. Who would bother, at a time like this, to pick up worthless luncheon meat and bottled water? Only me. I turned and walked toward an inconspicuous pile of wreckage. Damaged shipping container. 12 undamaged cans of luncheon meat pinned under the lower right cornered. Plastic bin. A full case of 500 milliliters bottled water hidden under women's clothing. 24 bottles. I nimbly shoved aside the broken planks. The instant my fingertips touched the cold surface of the water bottles, it felt more reassuring than touching gold. I stripped off my wet vest, wrapped up the luncheon meat, and tied it in a tight knot, then hoisted the case of water, planning to find somewhere shady to hide it. Hoarding a pile of junk like it's treasure. Truly a lost cause. Zhao Na had just slipped a diamond ring onto her finger, and seeing me, her face filled with contempt. Oh ho, if it isn't our dear waiter Lin. Wang Chong came swaggering over with 2 of his subordinates, both of them draped in scavenged designer bags and watches like walking display racks. In Wang Chong's hand was an unopened bottle of red wine. Romani Conti, the headline lot at the ship's auction, with an opening bid worth a sports car. He looked at the bottled water and cans in my arms and doubled over laughing. Lin Fan, is your head stuffed with paste? President Su already said we're getting rescued tonight. What are you picking up this garbage for? Taking it home so your dirt-poor mom can stock her corner store. The coworker wearing a stolen gold watch sneered along. Right. Go home and sell these watches and you're worth millions, while you collect a pile of cans. Were you a starving ghost in a past life? The grating laughter echoed across the beach. I looked at this pack of celebrating clowns with no expression, didn't argue, didn't get angry. Once you know the rescue probability is 0.0001%, mockery like this is just the babbling of dying men. I glanced at the wine, then at the gold watch. The golden text surfaced. Romani Conti contains alcohol. Drinking accelerates dehydration. Drinking without fresh water equals slow suicide. Rolex gold watch. Can't be eaten, can't be drunk, completely useless. Might work for cracking walnuts. The corner of my mouth curled up faintly. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Once midnight passes tonight and no propeller sound shows up, when hunger and thirst and cold truly descend, let's see whether you gnaw on the gold watches or drink the wine. By then, these treasures in your hands won't be worth a single mouthful of my water. Done laughing? I said evenly. If you're done, step aside. A good dog doesn't block the road. What did you just say? Wang Chong hadn't expected the usually meek me to talk back, and he raised his hand. What's the arguing over there? How are supplies coming along? Su Qingshue's cool voice carried over from a distance. Wang Chang's face instantly switched to a fawning smile, but he lowered his voice and glared at me viciously. Just you wait. Back at the company, I'll make sure you don't even get to bust tables. Then he hugged the wine and scurried off towards Su Qingxue. President Su, look what I found, to calm your nerves. Calm her nerves? Drink up, drink plenty, die faster. I hoisted the dead-heavy water case onto my shoulder, my eyes locking onto the barren hill behind the beach. Behind the shrubs halfway up the slope, a pale golden prompt box hung in the air. Hidden rock cave, roughly 8 meters deep, a natural shelter from the elements. Entrance screened by vines, interior dry and ventilated. The weather at sea flips like the pages of a book. Blazing sun now, a downpour the next second. I exhaled a heavy breath, adjusted the cans in my arms, and started toward the rubble. As I passed the so-called temporary camp, the jeers buzzed up around me. I didn't stop for a single step. Oh ho, the intern's playing foolish old man moves the mountain in this heat. Wang Chang sat on a reef with his legs crossed, swinging that bottle of Romani Conti, wearing the look of a man watching an idiot. What are you hauling that pile of junk up the mountain for? Building your own grave. A few male co-workers nearby were stacking their scavenged designer bags into a little mountain, and they burst out laughing. Changji, that's what you call vision. What if the helicopter lands on the summit? He gets to grovel before the rescue team first. Zhao Na was touching up her makeup in a broken compact, her face bruised purple and yellow but still stubbornly clinging to her socialite airs. She shot a glance at my sweat-soaked body and pinched her nose. Reeking of sweat, stay away, don't stink up the Hermes we're taking home. I didn't spare her even a glance. Why bother quarreling with a bunch of dead people? Stone-faced, I skirted the crowd and climbed up the rubble slope. Lin Fan. Wait. Hurried footsteps came from behind. I turned. It was Songya, an intern who joined the company in the same batch as me. The hem of her skirt was torn, her knee scraped red and swollen, a button burst off her blouse, and she was drenched in sweat from running. In that sales department where they'd eat you alive, she was the only one who'd secretly slip me a milk tea when I worked overtime, who'd take the heat for me when Wang Chang was cursing. The only odd one out among that pack of cold-blooded elites. What is it? My tone softened a little. She braced her hands on her knees, gasping for air, glanced at Wang Chang and the others still jeering in the distance, and lowered her voice, her eyes rimmed red. Lin Fan, stop hauling that stuff. President Su says the rescue team will definitely come. You're wearing yourself out for nothing, and they're all treating it like a circus act. There was a clear, pure kindness in her eyes, along with concern she couldn't hide. The way she saw it, I'd been scared out of my wits, and that was why I was acting so strange. Whether they laugh or not has nothing to do with whether I live, I said flatly. And don't be too optimistic. If the helicopter doesn't come tonight, find somewhere sheltered to lie low, and don't get too close to those fools. She froze for a moment, not expecting the usually timid me to say something so hard-edged. She bit her lip, then suddenly opened the hand she'd been clenching. A women's wristwatch studded with tiny diamonds lay quietly in her palm. A Patek Philippe. Take this. She pressed it into my hand without giving me a choice. There's definitely going to be a purge back at the company, and that bastard Wang Chang will definitely come after you. This watch is worth at least 300,000. Hide it well, take it back, sell it, move to another city, and start over. Don't take this kind of abuse at Shangtang anymore. I don't want to watch you get bullied. So that was it. She was afraid Wang Chang would destroy me back home, and she wanted to give me getaway money. At this moment when life and death hung in the balance, this watch was the greatest kindness she could think to give me. The golden prompt box popped up mercilessly. Patek Philippe. Value in the current environment is 0. Cannot be eaten, cannot provide warmth, cannot defend you. Hardness is decent, might crack a coconut, but liable to leave your hand numb. 300,000. In civilized society it was wealth, it was status. But here, it was just a slightly harder piece of scrap metal, less useful than a bag of sunflower seeds. Sonia was a good person. But in a place like this, good people tend to die fastest, because their heads are still full of the rules of civilized society. Songya. I didn't take the watch, just looked seriously into her eyes. Do you really think we can get back? President Su already said. Su Qingxue is human, not a god. I cut her off coldly. Wake up. With that, I grabbed the watch, snapped my wrist, and hurled it away with all my strength. Whoosh! The luxury watch traced an arc through the air, flew more than 30 feet, and plopped into the murky seawater. The air went dead silent. Song Ya's smile froze on her face, her whole body rigid. Not far off, Wang Chong and the others bugged out their eyes, spraying the wine right out of their mouths. Holy shit, that was a Patek Philippe. Has this kid lost it? 300 grand, just thrown away. Lin Fan, what are you doing? That was so hard for me to get, for you. Tears spilled from Song Ya's eyes. It's garbage, I cut her off. Here, it isn't even worth a bottle of water. Keeping it will only give you the illusion that you can still go back, and that illusion will get you killed. Looking at her tear-streaked face, in the end I couldn't bring myself to be that heartless, and I added, if you want to live, don't pick up junk like that. Pick up things you can eat and drink. And stay away from Wang Chong and his crew. With that, I shouldered the water case and strode up the mountain, leaving her standing alone in the wind. She watched my retreating back, and an unfamiliar feeling she'd never known welled up inside her. Halfway up the slope, I parted the dense vines, and a damp, cool air rushed out to meet me. A natural cave, the entrance narrow, perfect for defense, the inside spacious, the floor level, practically a natural bunker. I set the water and luncheon meat deep inside. Not enough yet. I had water, I had food, I had shelter. But I was still missing one thing, the core item that would let me establish myself on this island, that would make Wang Chong and his lot speak to me on their knees. A weapon, whether against beasts or against the human heart, which is more terrifying than any beast. Bare hands were a death sentence. I walked out of the cave, switched on my omniscient vision, and let my eyes sweep across the wreckage below. Broken golf club, carbon fiber, might do for beating off a dog, a bit short of killing a man. Half a champagne bottle, brittle, single-used. My gaze kept filtering out the junk. Suddenly, a flash of deep blue light blazed in a crevice between distant rocks. Diver's tactical leg rig, wedged in the rock crevice. The next wave will sweep it away. Contents: 1 SOG tactical fixed-blade knife, cuts through iron like mud. 1 magnesium fire rod. 1 tactical flashlight. My heart raced. This felt better than winning the lottery. Food and water were the bottom line of survival. But this knife was the dignity of survival. With it, on this island I'd be at the top of the food chain. Wang Chong and the others were still on the other end of the beach looking for the watch I'd thrown. I bolted down at once, threw myself beside the rocks, reached into the crevice, my fingers brushing rough nylon. One hard tug, and a heavy blackleg rig came loose. I didn't rush to open it. I tucked it against my chest, wrapped it up, pretended to gather firewood by collecting planks, and slowly retreated to the edge of the woods. Only after confirming no one was watching did I duck behind a large tree and open it. A pitch-black dagger lay inside, the blade long and slender, fitted with a blood groove, the spine serrated. I gripped the handle, and a solid, substantial feeling spread through my whole body. Shing! I drew the blade from its sheath, the cold light keen and biting. A casual swing, and a tree branch as thick as a wrist beside me snapped clean off, the cut smooth as a mirror. A fine blade. With this thing, forget Wang Chong. I'd dare to bleed out a wild boar if one charged me. That magnesium rod was an even more unexpected bonus. In the wild, fire was civilization, hot food, a barrier to drive off beasts. I hid the dagger at the small of my back, covering it with my shirt. For the entire rest of the morning, while everyone else fought and grabbed and flaunted their gold necklaces, I hauled. As the afternoon approached, the temperature pushed past 100 degrees. The crowd on the beach, so excited before, fell quiet, not from exhaustion, but from thirst. Damn it, why is it so hot? Wang Chong yanked off his tie irritably, licked his peeling lips, and lifted his water bottle only to find he'd drained it long ago. The wine he'd been drinking hadn't quenched his thirst at all. The alcohol had dehydrated him, and now his throat was parched dry. Water. Why hasn't anyone found water yet? He kicked his subordinate Zhang Tao. An island this big, and you can't find a single drop? Changji, there really isn't any. Whatever's drinkable got hauled off by that kid ages ago. Wang Chong's eyes nailed onto the slope halfway up the mountain. where I was just then stuffing the last case of water into the rock crevice. Rows of clear plastic bottles in the setting sun turned his eyes green with envy. Isn't there a ready-made supply right up there? That kid hoarded a ton of it. Go grab a few cases. But the way Lin Fan was just now, he didn't seem easy to deal with. Zhang Tao hesitated. Not easy to deal with. Wang Chong slapped him across the back of the head. He's just a low-level intern. I'm the supervisor. Coordinating resources is my authority. He turned to the other one, the bespectacled Li Bin. You two go. Tell him to bring the water down. Say it's for unified distribution and President Su is watching down here. If he dares to hoard it, I'll fire him on the spot when we get back. Thirsty. So thirsty. With the big banner of Wang Chong held up in front of them, greed won out over reason. Come on, let's go get the water. I'd just finished camouflaging the cave mouth with vines when I saw two unwelcome visitors come panting up the slope. Zhang Tao, severely dehydrated, stamina 40%. Combat power, 0.5 Geist. Li Bin, severely dehydrated, mild heat stroke. Combat power, 0.3 Geist. Less than a single goose's worth of combat power between them. Pure trash tier. I sneered coldly. Lin Fan. Zhang Tao planted his hands on his hips, forcing a senior's posture. Changji says bring the water down. Everyone's about to die of thirst, and you're hogging this much for yourself. Don't you have any sense of the collective? Right. Li Bin pushed up his glasses. President Su is still watching down there. If you know what's good for you, bring it down quick, and Changji might even put in a good word for you. In civilized society, I might have played along and stalled. Now I couldn't be bothered to even look at them straight, and I spat out a single word. Scram. The two of them froze in unison. The Lin Fan, who was meek as a mouse at the company, actually dared to tell them to scram? The fuck did you say? Zhang Tao craned his neck and stepped forward. Don't bite the hand that's offering you a way out. Back home, I'll have Changji blacklist you across the whole industry. There's no Changji here and no company. My eyes turned suddenly cold. Want water? Go find it yourself. Take one more step and I'll break your legs. The look forced Zhang Tao back half a step, but on second thought, two of them against one scrawny intern, what was there to be afraid of? Won't drink a toast, then you'll drink the forfeit. I'll get it myself. He shot Li Bin a look, and the two of them reached out from either side to shove me, forcing their way into the cave to grab the water. I didn't budge. The instant Zhang Tao's hand was about to touch my shoulder, I suddenly raised my leg. Thud. A kick landed squarely in his gut. No fancy moves, just pure brute force sending bricks flying. Ag. Zhang Tao screamed like a slaughtered pig, tumbling down the slope and not stopping until he slammed into a tree, where he clutched his stomach and retched violently. Li Bin was scared stiff on the spot, his raised hand frozen in midair. You want to try too? I asked coldly. He let out a strange yelp and went scrambling down the mountain on all fours. At the foot of the mountain, Changji, that kid Lin Fan's gone insane. Li Bin pointed up the mountain with a mournful face. He wouldn't give us the water, and he got physical. He kicked Zhang Tao till he puked. Zhang Tao clutched his stomach and embellished. He said you don't mean shit. He wouldn't give you a single drop of this water, even to feed a dog. He's revolting. The world's turned upside down. Wang Chong shook all over with rage. That pushover, who'd let himself be kneaded like clay, actually dared to ride over his head? Su Qingxue was watching from not far away, and if he lost face here, his promotion would be completely finished. All the men with me. If we don't bring that water back today, I'll write my name backwards. Wang Chong grabbed a thick wooden club. A few of the men who'd been watching saw their leader take the lead, and being truly desperate with thirst, they too grew restless, and the whole pack charged ferociously toward the rubble slope. Supervisor Wang, you can't do this. Songya rushed out to block the path, throwing her arms wide, her eyes rimmed red. That's the supplies Lin Fan worked so hard to find. What right do you have to steal them? President Su said we should all figure this out together, not turn on each other. Get out of the way. Wang Chong was at the peak of his fury, and he shoved her down into the sand. Once I've got the water, I'll come back tonight and teach you your manners. Not far off, Su Qingxue frowned. She'd meant to stop them, but her cracked, parched throat couldn't produce a sound. And looking at my cold, indifferent back, she felt a flicker of displeasure herself. Hoarding the fresh water like this really was going too far. Letting Wang Chong teach me a lesson wouldn't be the worst thing, as long as nobody died. We'll fire him when we get back, she said coldly. Halfway up the slope, I watched the 5 or 6 people charging up at me, and instead of dodging, I drew out the magnesium rod and wiped it nonchalantly on my shirt. Wang Chong charged to within 10 feet and stopped, pointing his club at my nose, spit flying. Lin Fan, you think you're hot stuff now? Daring to hit your coworkers and hoard the supplies? I order you to hand over the water this instant and kowtow to Zhang Tao to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting old ties. I lifted my eyelids. Wang Chong, anger max, IQ -50. The deadwood club in his hand is extremely brittle, will snap under any real force. Threat level, the ace pilot of the trash squadron. And if I don't. Wang Chong laughed in his fury and turned to roar. You all heard him. This kid is digging his own grave. Get him. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Before he'd even finished, he swung the club down at my head with everything he had. A blow like that landing square would crack a skull open on the spot. Lin Fan, look out, screamed Songya, who'd fallen to the ground. I didn't move. In the instant the club was about to land, I leaned slightly to the side. The long-rotted wooden club smashed hard against the rock and cracked clean in two. Wang Chong couldn't check his momentum and lurched forward. Before he could steady himself, my hand had already clamped down hard around his throat. Shing! The tactical knife pressed against his carotid artery. The blade sank into flesh, beads of blood seeping out along the serrations. Wang Chong's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, his arrogant cursing jammed dead in his throat. He could clearly feel the bone-deep chill of the blade. One slight twitch of my wrist, and his artery would spray. The few male co-workers who'd charged up behind him stood dumbstruck, the stones and clubs in their hands clattering to the ground. A knife. A real knife. This wasn't a toy for peeling apples. It was a killing tool with a blood groove, sharp enough to cut through bone. If someone actually died, they wouldn't be able to wash their hands of it back on land either. Steel. I stared at Wang Chong's contorted face. You just said, if something happens, who takes responsibility? Wang Chong trembled all over like a sieve, and a warm stream surged out from his crotch, trickling down his pant leg onto the rock. Literally scared piss out of him. Lin Fan. Killing is against the law. Snot and tears smeared across his face as he begged, not a trace of his swagger left. Let's talk this out. Don't do anything rash. The law. I pressed my wrist down slightly, and the blade cut in another fraction. He let out a cracked, shrieking wail. Ah, stop. Open those dog eyes of yours and look closely. I leaned in by his ear, my voice now belonging to an entirely different man. On this island, this knife is the law. That scene shattered Wang Chong's nerve, and it shattered the civilized filter over everyone at the foot of the mountain. Su Qingxue stood up with a jolt, her beautiful eyes full of shock. That intern who'd always kept his head down at the company, bearing every burden without complaint, was now gripping a knife one-handed with his foot on his supervisor, and it sent a shudder through her she couldn't put into words. The killing intent in those eyes was absolutely not an act. He truly dared to kill. Scram. I suddenly let go and kicked Wang Chong in the ass. Wang Chong scrambled on hands and knees back toward his subordinates, clutching the bloody mark on his neck for dear life, gasping for breath. I sheathed the knife and swept my gaze across the scene from above, my eyes finally landing precisely on Su Qingxue. Our eyes met. This Ice Queen executive who'd always been so high and mighty actually, for the first time, felt a tremor in her chest and instinctively looked away. The sun sank westward, but the temperature didn't drop. Su Qingxue sat in the shade behind a reef, licking her cracked, peeling lips, her throat as if it had swallowed shattered glass. She glanced down at the satellite phone. The screen was still pitch black. There were still a few hours until the midnight she'd promised, but her body was already nearing its limit. Su Qingxue, severe dehydration, mild heat stroke. Stamina, 20%. Inner thoughts, must obtain water or won't last until rescued. I sat in the shade at the cave mouth toying with the dagger, the status of everyone below laid out before me. Su Qingxue braced herself against the reef and stood, adjusted her half-dry swimsuit, and started up toward the mid-slope. President Su, where are you going? It's dangerous up there. That kid really will use the knife. Wang Chong scrambled over. Shut up. Her voice was hoarse, and she didn't spare him a glance. She walked barefoot over the scorching, jagged rocks. Her heels had been lost in the tsunami, and every step was excruciating, but she clenched her teeth and didn't let out a single cry of pain. At the cave mouth, she stopped. I was sitting on an overturned plastic bin, 2 bottles of water by my feet, slowly chewing a freshly cut slice of luncheon meat. The aroma of the meat and the cool scent of fresh water drifted over to her on the breeze. Su Qingshue's throat bobbed uncontrollably, swallowing a mouthful of dry saliva, her eyes fixed on that water bottle. Lin Fan. She struggled to maintain her cool office tone. Give me a bottle of water. I swallowed the meat and lifted my eyes to her. Why? She frowned. At Shengtang Group, she never needed a reason to give an order. 100,000. For 1 bottle of water. Back at the company, I'll have finance wire it straight to your card. That's as much as a whole year of your intern salary. I smiled, said nothing, picked up a bottle by my foot, and twisted off the cap. The water refracted a tempting sheen in the sunlight, and Su Qingshue's breathing turned ragged in an instant. I tilted my head back and took a big gulp, the glug-glug of my swallowing strikingly clear in the silence of the mid-slope. Down on the beach below, Wang Chong and the others stared with red eyes, frantically swallowing saliva that didn't even exist. When I finished, I unhurriedly screwed the cap back on tight, not a drop spilled, and set it back by my foot. 200,000. Su Qingxue drew a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. And I'll arrange for you to come back with me in the first group. I didn't even lift an eyelid. Su Qingxue didn't like that. Lin Fan, don't push your luck. These are extraordinary times. Once the helicopter arrives tonight, the water in your hands won't be worth a cent. Trading it for 200,000 and your life is the best deal you'll ever make. I picked up another slice of luncheon meat and took a bite, not even raising my head. 500,000. Su Qingxue raised her offer again, her voice rasping. 500,000 for 2 bottles of your water, enough for you to pay a full down payment in Jiangqing. That is my bottom line. Status: heart rate too fast, blood sugar low, a negotiating posture held up by sheer force of will. I stopped chewing, stood, and walked over to stand in front of her. Less than half a meter between us, and I could clearly see her cracked, bleeding lips and the cheeks sunken from dehydration. President Su, do you think money can buy anything? That's common sense. She tilted her head up and looked me dead in the eye. That's the common sense of civilized society. I pointed at the ocean, then at the jungle. Here, your money's too stiff even to wipe your ass with. 500,000. Sign over the entire stake in Shengtang to me. And today you still couldn't trade it for a single drop of my water. Su Qingxue froze. What she saw in my eyes wasn't a ploy to make her chase. It was utter, complete indifference. What exactly do you want? She gritted out. I want you to face reality. I retreated to the cave mouth and sat down. This is a deserted island, not the president's office. You want water? Fine, trade equivalent survival supplies for it. No supplies, then trade labor. Go to the shore and gather kelp. Go to the woods and find dry firewood. Don't try to draw me pies with checks you can't cash. Have the dignified 100 billion worth president of Shengtang go pick kelp and gather firewood? Su Qingxue's face went deathly pale. Lin Fan, you'll regret this. She turned to go back down the mountain. Teacher Lin. A coquettish voice came from below. Lu Feifei came panting up, even more disheveled than Su Qingxue. Her lace top torn open in several places by the brush, her fair thighs covered in scratches, limping yet still struggling to maintain her movie star poise. Lu Feifei. Severe dehydration, stamina near total collapse. Combat power, 0.1 geese. Inner thoughts. As long as she can get water, she'll deny everything once she's backed. She walked up to me, swept a hand through her tousled hair, and struck what she clearly thought was the most perfect pitiable pose. Lin Fan. Brother Lin, give me a sip of water, please. I'm really about to die of thirst. I looked at her coldly, unmoved. She gritted her teeth. Just give me 1 bottle of water, and once we're back on land, I can give you my exclusive private contact. Those big bosses spend tens of millions and still can't get a single meal with me. Help me out, and I'll have dinner with you. Just the 2 of us. That's a privilege you wouldn't even dare to dream of. Off to the side, Su Qingxue frowned. She hadn't expected this A-list star with her pure, innocent persona to make a deal like this for a mouthful of water. This woman's face and figure were truly top shelf. A normal man would probably have lost his composure already. But my head was utterly clear. I gave a cold laugh. I have no interest in something packaged by capital like you. I pointed my sheathed knife at her soft, fair hands, now covered in cuts. You can't even crack open a coconut, can't even catch a fish. On this island, apart from wasting air and food, you have no value whatsoever. A bottle of water for a meal with you? Sorry, I'd be taking a huge loss. Lu Feifei's face went through cycles of green and white, choked with shame and rage. Her cherished national celebrity worth was, in the eyes of this bottom-rung working stiff, not worth a cent. Su Qingxue stood to the side, watching my stern profile, and felt a sense of defeat she'd never known before. She dimly sensed I was right. On this island, the halo, the status, the wealth they'd once possessed all seemed to have been zeroed out. If you want water, I already told you the rules. I turned and walked into the cave. Bring dry firewood to trade. Fine. Lin Fan, you've got nerve. Su Qingxue bit down hard on her cracked lips, propping up the last of her pride and biting off each word. Once that helicopter arrives tonight, let's see how arrogant you can be then. Lu Feifei also glared at me with venom, clutching her sunburned chest as she followed behind Su Qingxue, cursing under her breath. I didn't grant either of them a spare glance. Su Qingxue, anger 80%, fear 60%, burning through her last reserves of stamina to maintain her dignity. Recommendation: ignore her. Once tonight passes, she'll naturally cry. Lu Feifei, resentment 90%, extreme thirst. Recommendation: watch out. She may fabricate lies later to land you imprisoned. I turned and went back into the cave to enjoy my luncheon meat. Down on the beach, the temperature pushed toward 108 degrees. Wang Chong and the others huddled in the shadow of the lone reef, so thirsty they were seeing stars. When they saw Su Qingxue and Lu Feifei come back empty-handed, the crowd let out a wail. Conserve your energy. The sun's about to set. Shut your mouths and hold out until midnight. Su Qingxue glanced at the pitch-black satellite phone. Helicopter, rescue team. Those few words gave everyone another shot of adrenaline. By the sandbank 30 feet off, Songya's face was as white as paper. She'd been shoved down by Wang Chong earlier for protecting me, and Wang Chong had simply ordered her isolated, forbidding her from going near the shaded area. Thud, a muffled sound, and Songya collapsed onto the scorching sand. The intense sun exposure plus extreme dehydration had completely drained her. She curled into a ball, her face flushed, her breathing rapid. The few male co-workers around exchanged glances, and not one of them dared step forward. Wang Chong shrunk back in the shade, sneered snidely. What are you playing dead for? Weren't you so capable just now? Human nature, this cold and thin. The golden prompt box flickered above Songya's head. Severe heat stroke. Core body temperature over 104 degrees Fahrenheit, with dehydration and electrolyte imbalance. Will trigger multi-organ failure within 30 minutes. 90% fatality rate. Note: this foolish woman has been baking in the sun this whole time because she took a club blow meant for you. I bolted straight to her side, touched her forehead, burning like a furnace, and scooped her up. So light. This girl had a tiny frame. Time until organ failure, 28 minutes. I carried her in long strides toward the cave. Oh ho! Everyone look, the shameless guy's here. Wang Chong's nerve had swelled again, and he heckled from below. Lin Fan, this is called taking advantage of someone in distress. Back home I'll report you and have you arrested. I let it go in one ear and out the other, and stepped into the cave. The cool air enveloped me in an instant, at least 10 degrees cooler in here than outside. I laid her flat on the rock. First aid plan: physical cooling. Loosen restrictive clothing, maintain ventilation, give small amounts of water frequently. I didn't hesitate. I tore open the soaked outer clothing in the way that was getting in the way, pulling it apart along the slit so she could shed heat. Then I picked up a bottle of water, held a big mouthful myself, pried open her jaw, and transferred it in. She was unconscious, so this force-feeding was the only way. One mouthful, too. The cool water slid down, and the brow knit tight in agony finally eased a few degrees. The rest of the water I poured into my palm, patting it onto her forehead, the sides of her neck, and her underarms to dissipate the heat. After more than 10 minutes of this effort, the prompt box finally changed color. Status: body temperature beginning to drop, dehydration easing, consciousness about to return to. I let out a breath of relief and plopped down beside her, picking up the unfinished luncheon meat and taking a bite. The woman on the rock moaned softly. Sonya slowly opened her eyes, her vision shifting from blurry into focus. First the stalactites hanging overhead, then my profile chewing the meat. Memory came flooding back, the yacht capsizing, the tsunami, Wang Chong's shove. Lin Fan. She tried to sit up, but felt a chill on her body, looked down, and let out a short, startled cry, both hands clutching herself tight. You're awake, so drink some water yourself. I tossed the remaining half bottle of water over, my tone considerably softer. You took a club for me earlier. Consider this water repayment for the favor. Drink slowly. She cradled the water bottle, her face red as an overripe tomato, looked at the soaked clothing torn off on the ground, then at my open, frank gaze, and understood. In this hellhole she'd gotten heat stroke. No one but me cared whether she lived or died, and the clothes had been stripped to cool her down. Thank you, she muttered in a small voice, twisting off the cap and taking small sips, her cracked throat finally getting some relief. After a few sips, her head cleared a little, and that good office girl instinct surfaced again. Lin Fan. Actually, just now, you really shouldn't have offended President Su that badly. My movement paused. What's that supposed to mean? President Su is the president, after all. Her voice was soft and gentle. Once the helicopter comes tonight, President Su will surely be the one deciding who boards first. Today you held Supervisor Wang at knife point, and you publicly humiliated her. What if they band together and leave you alone on the island? What will you do then? In an instant, only the sound of the wind was left in the cave. I looked at this woman who was still worrying about my company prospects for me, and I almost laughed out of sheer exasperation. Just how thoroughly brainwashed do you have to still be fretting about not offending the president on a deserted island with no rescue coming? Drop the savior complex. Respect other people's fate. I wrapped the luncheon meat tin hard against the stone, my expression cold enough to scrape frost. Did I say something wrong? She flinched, frightened. Put your clothes on and get out now. I pointed at the cave mouth. Get back to your big group. Lin Fan. She panicked, her eyes instantly going red, scrambling to pull the torn blouse up over her chest. Why are you chasing me out? I really am doing this for your own good. I don't need it. I stared down at her from above. When you get back, don't tell anyone I saved you. Tell Wang Chong that I had bad intentions and dragged you up here by force. With a personality like Su Qingshue's, to show her own magnanimity, she won't blame you. She'll even have someone comfort you. Tears dripped down, as if a flood of words were jammed in her throat. Thinking that this girl might be the only kindness in the whole company toward me, I grabbed her wrist and forcibly hauled her to the cave mouth. Shut up and look at the sky. I gripped her shoulders and turned her to face the distant horizon. The sun had completely sunk below the sea, yet the sky, which should have been shrouded in night, was now like a spilled palette, showing twisted, eerie aurora colors, radiating a suffocating sense of dread. What kind of cloud is that? She froze. That's a geomagnetic anomaly. The magnetic field in these waters is completely scrambled. Even a compass fails, let alone radio. That satellite phone in Su Qingshue's hand has been a hunk of scrap metal from the moment it hit the water. Sonya went rigid all over, her voice trembling. You're saying? Right. I shattered her last illusion. We're not on any known shipping route at all. There's no satellite positioning at all. The helicopter is never going to come. We're not getting back. The magnetic field scrambled? How is that possible? President Su's is a top-spec satellite phone, supposedly with no blind spot global coverage. No blind spots, global? A brain is a wonderful thing. Pity you don't have one. I scoffed. Do you know why a 10,000-ton yacht would veer off course with no warning whatsoever? Do you know why a 300-foot tsunami came without a single weather alert? Because this place isn't on any satellite map humanity knows. I walked to the cave mouth and pointed at that thick smear of aurora on the horizon. Look closely at how the sun set. Is that direction west? In this hellhole, even the geomagnetism has collapsed. A compass spins fast enough to use as an electric fan, and you expect to connect to a satellite? Sonya followed my finger, and her whole body felt as if it had plunged into an ice pit. That was absolutely no beautiful dusk. The sky was like a rotting purple-red internal organ. There was no shipping lane, only the waves tirelessly battering the wreckage. The office rules and the bottom line of civilization she'd always clung to collapsed with a crash in that instant. Tears dripping down, she slid down the cave wall and sank onto a rock. Then, we can't get back. We really are going to die here. Shut up. If crying worked, you'd go cry a freshwater lake out by the sea right now. I reached back and drew the tactical knife from my waist, picked out a forearm-thick hardwood branch at the cave mouth. The blade flipped, a few quick strokes, and in under 3 minutes I'd carved a sharp point. Take it. I tossed the wooden spear at her feet. She flinched in fright, looking at that sharp wooden point, her hands shaking too hard to even touch it. It's about 5 in the afternoon now. I looked at her waterproof digital watch. In 3 hours at most the sky will be completely dark. That pack of idiots down there is still dreaming the pipe dream of a helicopter coming to pick them up. Once past midnight, the extreme hunger and thirst plus despair will turn them into true beasts. And when that happens, you alone up here will be the hottest commodity in their eyes. Her little face went deathly pale, and she bit down hard on her lip. I'm going out to find some things. You hold the fort. I slid the knife back into its sheath. If anyone sneaks up here, grip this club with both hands, aim for their neck or their gut, and drive it in hard. Stab someone. She shook her head desperately. I don't dare. Killing is against the law. Then wait to be carried off as a commodity and divided up. I had not a shred of extra sympathy. This is a deserted island. No one cares about the law, only about life and death. Want to play saint? Then get ready to be eaten. It's your choice. Throwing down those words, I turned and walked out into the heat waves outside the cave. I moved quickly toward the other side of the coast, deliberately avoiding the beach where the big group had gathered. That place had long since been turned upside down by that swarm of flies. The pale golden glow of the omniscient prompts flickered frequently among the wreckage. Broken yacht railing, sharp sheet metal attached. One touch, and you'll get tetanus. My brain automatically filtered out the junk information. Suddenly, in the shallow water reef zone 200 meters ahead, a deep golden glow blazed and flickered frantically through the seawater. Waterproof sealed case tangled in seaweed. A high-end storage case from the yacht's galley, latch deformed but seal perfectly intact. Contents: 10 bags of air-dried beef jerky, 3 bars of dark chocolate, 1 medical first aid kit, antibiotics, iodine, bandages, 1 tactical folding entrenching shovel. Damn, this haul was pure profit. In a hellhole where there wasn't even a grass root to chew, these high-calorie foods were life-extending elixirs. That first aid kit was even more outrageous. On an island where even a scraped patch of skin could kill you, antibiotics were 10,000 times more precious than gold. And that entrenching shovel that could both dig and chop was an absolute wilderness miracle tool. I crouched low and crept along the rock wall. As I rounded a giant reef, I shot a glance at the big group's camp. This pack of yesterday's social elites was staging a tragicomedy absurd in the extreme. Su Qingxue sat alone in the deepest part of the shadow, her white swimsuit caked with sand and grit, an utter mess. She clutched the pitch-black satellite phone for dear life, her cracked lips trembling slightly, forcing down the fiery agony in her throat. Several times her gaze drifted uncontrollably toward the mid-slope. Up there was sweet, clear bottled water and the alluring aroma of meat. Just gather some kelp and firewood, and she could trade for water. No. Absolutely impossible. She suddenly clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She was the Shungtang queen worth 100 billion. How could she possibly bow her head to a bottom-rung workhorse? On the other side, Lu Feifei had long since shed her goddess airs, slumped on the sand with a vacant stare. Wang Chong and a few male co-workers circled a pile of designer bags and Rolexes. Supervisor Wang, I feel like I'm about to die. Zhang Tao's eye sockets were sunken. If you're gonna die, do it far away from me. Wang Chong irritably backhanded Li Bin across the face. Damn it. Did you sneak a drink of my water? Li Bin was hit so hard he saw stars, but he didn't even have the strength to talk back, only instinctively licking his cracked lips. Once the midnight wind blew, this pack of fools would understand that the social class they prided themselves on couldn't trade for even a single raw crab on this island. I pressed onward, and when I reached the spot, I drew the tactical knife to cut away the tangled seaweed, then heaved with both hands. Splash! The heavy case dragged up out of the water and slammed onto the rocks. I aimed the knife's pommel at the deformed latch and gouged hard. The lid sprang open, the supplies inside not touched by a single drop of water. I tore open a bar of dark chocolate, broke off half, and stuffed it into my mouth. The bitter, rich flavor burst across my tongue, the high-calorie sugar rapidly absorbed, turning into a warm current coursing through my limbs, my weak muscles refilling with strength. This was the confidence that hard currency brought. I tucked the jerky and chocolate against my body, hung the first aid kit on my belt, and finally grasped that heavy manganese steel entrenching shovel. Tactical folding entrenching shovel. Tremendous chopping power, can dig pits and build camp, splits bone like cutting a watermelon dot. I flipped my wrist, and the shovel blade chopped down hard on a fallen dead tree. Crack! The 4-inch thick deadwood snapped clean in two on the spot, the cut smooth as a mirror. This was no shovel. It was practically a tool for sending souls on their way, its sharpness leaving an ordinary machete 8 streets behind. Camphor wood branch, top-grade kindling, burns long, very little smoke, and repels mosquitoes too. I bent to pick up the wood segments, my senses catching the shift in temperature. Half the sun's disk still hung over the sea, but as the purple-red aurora spread, the dry heat was being rapidly drawn out of the sea wind. The temperature swings on a deserted island never played fair. The cool wind, carrying the deep sea's damp, had already begun stabbing into the cracks of my bones. I sped up my movements, the entrenching shovel flying up and down, chopping the camphor wood into easily portable firewood, scooping it into a tattered fishing net, and slinging it over my shoulder. On the other end of the beach, the setting sun was like blood. Wang Chong propped himself up on a half-broken stick and stood swaying, his lips cracked all over with black-red scabs, every breath like swallowing razor blades. The sun hadn't fully set, but with the day's residual heat dispersing, the extreme dehydration inside was driving people to the brink of madness. Thirst, an instinctive impulse that overrode all reason. I can't take it. I can't fucking take it anymore. Stop playing dead. All of you. Get up. He kicked Zhang Tao in the side and roared, "Go find water before it's pitch black. There have to be coconuts at the edge of the woods." The will to survive was more effective than Viagra, and a few male co-workers forced themselves up off the sand and shuffled after Wang Chong toward the coconut grove. At the edge of the woods, under a few crooked-necked coconut trees, there really were 7 or 8 coconuts scattered about. Water. Changji. Coconuts. Zhang Tao was so excited his voice cracked, and he scrambled over and grabbed one for dear life. A few of the men, eyes gone red, pounced like starving tigers, each snatching one. But the euphoria lasted only 3 seconds. The outer layer of the coconut had absurdly thick, body armor-grade fiber, and inside that was the hard shell. This pack of elites didn't even have a scrap of metal in their hands. What were they supposed to open it with? Use a rock. Smash it open. Wang Chong's eyes were bloodshot, and he hugged a coconut and slammed it like a madman against a jagged reef. Bang! Bang! The outer skin smashed apart a layer, revealing the tangled mess of fiber, but the hard shell inside didn't show even a white mark. Zhang Tao hefted a watermelon-sized rock and went all out, but his hands had no strength left. The rock veered and scraped hard across his wrist. Crack! The Rolex he'd grabbed shattered to pieces on the spot, fragments flying into the grass. Zhang Tao froze for only half a second, didn't even glance at the watch worth over 100,000, and turned to keep hauling rocks. A 300,000 watch couldn't buy a mouthful of water. My picking up garbage prophecy had hit these fools dead on. After a solid 10+ minutes of smashing, all 5 men were sprawled exhausted on the ground, their stamina spent and dehydration mounting, stars bursting before their eyes. "It's open, it's open." Li Bin suddenly let out a wolf howl. The coconut under his hands had finally been smashed open along a crack. Wang Chong lunged over and flipped Li Bin aside, jamming his mouth against the crack and sucking hard, unable to wait. The next second, his face went straight to a sauce purple green, his eyeballs nearly bursting. Blee! He whipped his head around and projectile vomited the thing he'd just sucked in along with the acid from his stomach all over the ground, kneeling on the beach coughing his lungs out. A stench that shot straight through the crown of his skull detonated across the whole scene. The smell was like 100 dead fish fermenting in a sewer for 80 days. Zhang Tao screwed up his courage and leaned in for a look, and his scalp exploded. This was no coconut water. Inside was a pool of black-brown viscous slime. In the slime, dense white insect eggs writhed frantically, and a fist-sized, deformed coconut crab covered in barbed bristles was crawling out along the crack, brandishing its pincers in triumph. This was a dead coconut, fully ripened and fallen months ago, the inside long since rotted into a biological weapon. Blee! Li Bin caught a whiff of this nuke-grade stench and flopped down beside Wang Chong, retching along with him. Damn it, Li Bin, did you do this to me on purpose? Wang Chong pounded his fist madly on the ground while vomiting his guts out. He hadn't gotten any water, and he'd thrown in the last of his remaining stamina to boot. The cold wind cut like a knife, and 5 men who'd commanded the wind and rain in civilized society lay sprawled every which way beside the spoiled coconut like 5 stray dogs. Mid-slope, at the cave entrance. I'd just parted the camouflaging vines. Don't come any closer. From the darkness, Songya let out a shriek that cracked, gripping that sharpened club for dear life. The point aimed blindly at the cave mouth, her ragged blouse barely covering the essentials. It's me. I tossed the fishing net off my shoulder, and the camphor firewood thudded onto the rock. Hearing that familiar voice, Songya finally let out a long breath, the club clattering to the ground as she went limp against the rock, her eyes red-rimmed, biting her lip hard to keep from crying out loud. Outside, the sky had gone completely dark, and the cave's temperature dove straight down. She was cold enough to curl into a ball, teeth chattering. I drew the tactical knife and, in a few quick strokes, split the camphor wood into thin sticks, stacked them in a crosshatch, then fished out the magnesium rod, pressed the knife spine against it, and slammed down hard with my wrist. FTT. A burst of sparks blazed, landing precisely in the dry seaweed. I bent down and blew 2 long breaths. Whoosh! The flame leapt up, biting into the thin sticks and climbing, instantly igniting the thick camphorwood base. The bright yellow firelight tore brazenly through the darkness, forcibly driving out the damp cold inside the cave. Fire. That was civilization. That was confidence. Songya stared blankly at that dancing flame, drawn forward despite herself, stretching out her frozen hands, the fear in her eyes finally driven back a few degrees. I sat cross-legged by the fire, drew the knife and split open the luncheon meat, ran the sharpened stick through it, propped it over the fire, and slowly turned it. The fat quickly seeped out, sizzling and crackling, a scorched brown crisp gradually forming, the rich aroma of meat mingling with the clean scent of camphor and drifting out on the night wind. Songya, wrapped in her torn blouse, stared fixedly at the roasting meat, her throat bobbing madly. After half a bottle of water, her dehydration had eased, but her hunger was multiplied many times over by that deadly aroma of meat. I didn't look at her, just broke off a small piece of dark chocolate and tossed it into my mouth, my gaze passing over the flames to the dead-silent beach below. Temperature monitor, currently 57 degrees Fahrenheit, will drop below 50 degrees Fahrenheit within 2 hours. Accompanied by force sea winds, feels like near 41 degrees Fahrenheit. Target group below, severe hunger and thirst, mild hypothermia. Already precisely breached by the smell of roasting meat, psychological defenses teetering. I sneered coldly. Tonight's deserted island welcome banquet. That pack of elites used to red wine and steak weren't going to make it through. Under the rotting coconut trees at the edge of the beach, all was pitch black. Zhang Tao crawled on all fours, groping frantically through the gravel and rotting vegetation. Suddenly his fingers touched something round, hard, covered in coarse fiber. The weight was off. That dead coconut earlier had been feather-light, but this one was extremely heavy, and when he shook it, there was a clear sound of water inside. It was a good coconut. Zhang Tao's eyes glowed an eerie green. He grabbed a sharp shard of reef rock, clamped the coconut between his legs, and smashed at it ferociously, like his life depended on it. Bang, bang, bang. At some point he'd injured his hands, fresh blood mixing with mud and sand smearing across the shell. Finally, with a crack, he knocked out a coin-sized gap, and sweet juice welled up. He bent his head, unable to wait, his lips just 2 centimeters from the gap. Bang! A leather shoe stomped hard into the small of his back. Zhang Tao, already running on empty, was sent flying forward, eating a mouthful of bloody sand. Wang Chong snatched up the rolling coconut. You find something good and want to eat it all yourself? Don't you know Xingtang's rules? He jammed the gap against his mouth and sucked hard. The cool coconut water poured into his stomach, his parched body instantly moistened. Glug, 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 3 big gulps, draining a quarter of it in one go. As the thirst eased, reason came rushing back. Wang Chong abruptly stopped, pulled the coconut away, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and even grabbed a handful of sand to smear on his lips, faking the appearance of still being parched with thirst. Zhang Tao crawled up, his face covered in blood, staring fixedly at the coconut in Wang Chong's hands. Chongji, save me a mouthful. I smashed that open with my life. His voice shook, his knees about to drop. Shut up. Wang Chong kicked him in the shin. I'm the one who found this coconut. It's got nothing to do with you. One more word, and I'll finish you off back at the company. With that, he turned and ran toward the big group. Zhang Tao slumped down into the sand, staring fixedly at his retreating back, able to do nothing but weep helplessly. By the pile of reefs, Su Qingxue huddled on the leeward side, her sand-caked swimsuit no defense at all against the bone-piercing sea wind, her body shaking violently. By the faint moonlight, she glanced at the Patek Philippe on her wrist. The second hand was spinning wildly as if seized by a fit, the strong magnetic field of these waters mercilessly erasing time itself, that last measure of civilization. She had no idea what time it was, and could only cling fiercely to the obsession that rescue will surely come at midnight to hold on. The aroma of roasting meat wafting down from the mid-slope was like an invisible awl, churning her stomach into turmoil. Beside her, Lu Feifei's lips had long since turned purple with cold, and she didn't even have the strength left to act coquettish. Hurried footsteps came. Wang Chong charged into the shadow, clutching the coconut, his face full of self-congratulation. President Su, I found it. I braved the dark and groped around for over half an hour. My hands are torn up. I didn't dare touch a single drop. I saved it all for you. Su Qingxue snatched the coconut, with no decorum whatsoever, not even glancing at the mud and blood on the shell, pressing her lips snugly against the gap and gulping fiercely. The sweet juice ran down her throat, like rain after a long drought, and she drank it bone dry in one go. President Su, let me have a little too. I'm begging you, just one sip. Lu Feifei's hands grabbed forward uncontrollably. It's gone. Su Qingxue set down the empty coconut shell and wiped the remaining juice from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. With a little hydration restored, her usual cold, lofty authority gathered again in her eyes. She looked at the half-kneeling Wang Chong with great approval. To bring water to honor his leader without sneaking a single sip in this hellhole, that was a good Xingtang employee. By contrast, the knife-wielding lunatic Lin Fan up above was simply hopeless bottom-rung society. Wang Chong, you've done well. Xingtang never shortchanges those who serve it. Her voice recovered some of the certainty she had when chairing a board meeting. Once rescue lands tonight, and we're back in Jiangcheng, the sales director position is yours, and I'll personally approve a 500,000 bonus for you. Wang Chong shook all over with excitement and kowtowed violently. Thank you for cultivating me, President Su. My life is yours from now on. Zhang Tao, limping back to camp, happened to hear this whole promotion and bonus arrangement crystal clear. He hid in the darkness, his teeth grinding, the killing intent in his eyes growing thicker. The night grew deeper, the sea wind noticeably stronger, blowing against the body like blades scraping bone. The temperature officially dropped below 50 degrees. The grand promises Su Qingxue painted were no defense at all against the physiological limit of hypothermia. Lu Feifei had already gone delirious with cold, burrowing into Li Bin's arms to leach a pitiful bit of warmth. Su Qingxue couldn't help but raise her head again. At the mid-slope cave, The firelight was still steady, and she could faintly make out my silhouette sitting by the fire, unhurriedly turning the roasting meat. That kind of ease and warmth was, to the crowd pressed by extreme cold, a realm utterly beyond reach. She bit down hard on her bleeding lip. She couldn't understand. How could a bottom-rung workhorse drawing a $3,000 a month intern salary live more comfortably than she did? A president worth $100 billion? An unprecedented frustration and fury tore apart her last shred of elegance. Make a fire. Go make a fire. Wang Chang, Zhang Tao. Rub wood together, smash rocks. Whatever. Get me a fire going right now. President Su. It's pitch black. We can't find a single dry stick. What are we supposed to make a fire with? Wang Chang's nose was running from the cold, his face blank. I don't care what method you use. Su Qingxua pointed at the firelight on the mid-slope and shrieked. Lin Fan can make fire. Why can't you? Whoever gets a fire lit, the moment we're back at the company, I'll personally reward them with 800,000 in cash, paid out immediately. An 800,000 bounty, in normal Shungtang times, was enough to make a bottom-rung salesman slave away for 6 or 7 years. Where there's a heavy reward, a brave man will surely answer. That saying was iron law in civilized society. But here and now, on this deserted island beach where even a compass had been turned into an electric fan, it became one enormous joke. Click! A beam of cold white light flicked on in the darkness. Zhang Tao, trembling, had pressed the switch of a tactical flashlight, something he'd dug out of the broken wreckage while pawing through the dead coconut earlier. The beam swung wildly, the ghastly pale light illuminating face after face frozen a bruised purple. Changji, President Su, I found a flashlight, super bright. I'll light things up for you. Let's go get some dry firewood to drill. Before he finished, Wang Chang snatched the flashlight away. What good is a flashlight? Can you roast over it? Can it keep you warm? He turned and cursed the male co-workers slumped on the ground. 800,000. Whoever lights the fire, the money's theirs. All of you get moving. Wang Chang shoved the flashlight at Li Bin. You hold the light. Even primitive apes could drill wood for fire, and our whole bunch of advanced degrees can't handle a few lousy pieces of wood. Zhang Tao stood frozen in place. He'd meant to use this flashlight to shine in front of President Su, to take the lead on the fire-making and snatch that 800,000 top prize. But now the flashlight was gone, his moment in the spotlight brutally cut off by Wang Chang. He retreated into the darkness, his fingers digging hard into the sand, blood seeping from under his nails. The hatred from having his coconut snatched earlier, plus the humiliation now, churned wildly in his chest. Wang Chang fetched a relatively dry, rotten plank from the edge of the beach to use as a base, found a straight, dead stick, and rubbed it frantically, mimicking the wilderness survival poses from short videos. SHFF, SHFF, SHFF. 1 minute, 3 minutes. Wang Chang panting harder and harder, his palm split open by splinters, several blood blisters worn into it. Is there smoke? Li Bin, is there any damn smoke? Li Bin held the flashlight jammed against the friction point. In the ghastly pale ring of light, there was only a small tuft of bloodied wood shavings, not even a wisp of heat. Changji, this wood looks dry, but the core is soaked through with sea salt, it just won't catch. Out of the way. Useless. Another director shoved Wang Chang aside, gripping 2 black stones and smashing them frantically against rotting grass leaves. A few sparks did fly out, but the grass leaves were saturated with damp, and the sparks died the instant they landed. After more than half an hour of struggling, the 5 or 6 men collapsed exhausted in the sand, gulping cold wind. Despair, like a rising tide, completely drowned what reason remained. Drilling wood for fire, striking stone for fire. For a bunch of modern people with zero wilderness experience, in skyrocketing environmental humidity, was more absurd than building a lithography machine with their bare hands. It's over, we can't get it lit. Lu Feifei curled in a sand pit, her exquisite makeup smeared into a clot of mud, unable even to cry out loud. Su Qingxue raised her head, her gaze passing over the rubble slope and fixing fiercely on the mid-slope. There the orange firelight was steady and piercing, and the fatty aroma of roasting meat drilled mercilessly into her nostrils on the wind. She could even see me lifting a piece of golden, crisp meat on a stick and slowly putting it into my mouth. That contrast was like a resounding slap, landing squarely on the face of this 100 billion worth female president. 1,500,000. Su Qingxue forced a few hoarse words out of her throat, struggling to stand straight. Whoever can make fire. The money's paid the moment we're on the plane. Dead silence. Apart from the wind, no one answered. This wasn't a question of more money or less. Before the laws of physics, even 1.5 million couldn't violate the laws of thermodynamics. Just as the atmosphere froze to its lowest point, in an inconspicuous patch of shadow at the edge of the big group, a gaunt figure slowly rose. Chen Jian, the husband of Wang Lan, supervisor of the finance department. This luxurious Shengtang team-building trip had allowed executives to bring family, and Chen Jian, an ordinary structural engineer, was a transparent man in the eyes of this pack of glamorous sales elites. During the earlier scramble for water and the coconut opening, he'd hidden at the very back the whole time without a word. Now he pushed up his salt-crusted half-frame glasses and walked over to Su Qingxue. President Su, I have a way to make fire. Everyone's eyes instantly nailed onto him. Wang Chong shot up off the ground and pointed at him, cursing, Wang Lan's husband, your brain's frozen solid. I rubbed my hands raw and couldn't get a single spark, and this draftsman wimp's playing the big expert. Chen Jian paid him no mind at all, looking straight at Su Qingxue. Conventional friction fire requires extremely dry tinder and very high rotation speed. The stamina you all just burned was, in terms of physics, completely wasted effort. Striking stone fire requires high-carbon steel and flint. With 2 pieces of limestone, you could break your hands and still never ignite water-saturated seaweed. Can you light it? Su Qingxue stared at him. I can. Good. The 1.5 million is yours. Get to it now. Chen Jian didn't move, raising 2 fingers and waving them in the air. President Su, 1.5 million isn't enough. I want 20 million. Wang Chong's hackles shot up, and he rushed forward and grabbed Chen Jian by the collar. 20 million. Why don't you go rob a money-printing press? You're looting a burning house, and right on top of President Su. You think I won't throw you in the sea to feed the fish? He cocked his fist straight at Chen Jian's face. Stop. Su Qingxue cut in. 20 million. A day ago, that was loose change Shengtang's financial report would skim right over. But tonight, this money bought her life through the extreme cold. The severe dehydration and hypothermia had already pushed the reason she so prided herself on to the brink of collapse. Without fire, she wouldn't live to see the helicopter land. Fine, I agree. Su Qingxue lifted her chin, maintaining the posture of one in command. As long as the fire is lit, the moment we're on the plane, 20 million, not a cent short, will be wired to Wang Lan's account. Chen Jian released his fist and turned, holding out his hand to Li Bin. Give me the flashlight. Li Bin hesitated and looked toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong spat a mouthful of bloody saliva and turned his head away without a sound. Li Bin hurriedly handed the flashlight over. Chen Jian took it, didn't touch that pile of rotten wood at all, and instead unscrewed the metal end cap at the base of the flashlight. What are you doing? That's our only light source. Zhang Tao floundered up on his bad leg. Chen Jian didn't even give him a glance. He inverted the flashlight and, with a click, tipped a thick industrial lithium battery into his palm. He swept his eyes over this crowd of shivering elites. Anyone have gum? Or a cigarette pack, the kind with foil lining? I've got some in my bag. An administrative female co-worker, trembling, dug out a pack of gum gone soft from the seawater. Chen Jian snatched the gum wrapper, peeled off the green outer packaging, and pinched out that thin layer of silver foil inside. A dozen some people all crowded around, deliberately holding even their breath, none of them able to make sense of what this usually meek man was raving about. He moved behind a giant reef to block the cold wind, half knelt in the sand, undid his shirt, and tore a long strip of cotton from the relatively dry hem of the undershirt against his skin, kneading it into a fluffy ball of wadding. Then he scraped a bit of dry moss powder from a rock crevice and laid it underneath as a base. That done, he folded the foil in half, knotted it bit by bit along the edge with his teeth, and forcibly bit out an hourglass shape, the connecting point at the very middle less than 2 millimeters wide. He pressed one end of the foil against the lithium battery's positive terminal, put his thumb into it, and very slowly and steadily pressed the other end down toward the negative metal plate. The instant of contact, FTT. The short-circuit current punched through the foil in a fraction of a second. That narrowest point in the middle, with the greatest resistance, couldn't bear the load, was burned glowing red by the terrifying heat, and burst into a glaring bright yellow spark. The residual paper fibers on the back of the foil were ignited on the spot. Chen Jian, quick of eye and hand, pinched that feeble flame and stuffed it into the prepared cotton and moss, then threw himself flat on the ground, cupping his hands into a half-circle windbreak, his cheeks puffing as he rhythmically fed air in. Hoo! Hoo! A thread of extremely fine white smoke wafted and wavered out. And then whoosh! A finger-sized cluster of orange-red flame slowly brightened. Fire! It's lit. It's really lit. Holy shit, Sisterland's husband's a beast. The beach, suppressed to the extreme, completely erupted. Several grown men teared up with excitement on the spot, scrambling on hands and knees to press in behind the reef. Wang Chong reacted fastest, shoulder-checking the man beside him out of the way and seizing the core position closest to the flame. The nerves Su Qingxue had strained to near breaking finally relaxed, and her legs went weak as she slid down the rock wall and sat. She looked at Chunjian. Knowledge, this thing, in this hellhole where even money was useless, had unexpectedly become the only hard currency. The fire was indeed lit, but this bunch was celebrating too soon. There was simply no normally burnable dry firewood to be found on the beach, and everything the crowd hauled over in a frantic jumble was rotten kelp and driftwood that had been soaked in seawater for years, coated in a thick layer of salt frost and silt. The moment it was tossed into the fire, crackle snap, the wet wood burst violently, and an extremely thick, murky white smoke, like the toxic gas of a sewer fermented for 10 years, suddenly billowed out. The cold wind blew it back, and the toxic smoke smeared squarely across everyone's faces. Cough, 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 blee. Su Qingxue bore the brunt of it, choked until her tears streamed, her frail body convulsing violently. Lu Feifei fared worse. Her exquisite face smoked sooty black, sprawled on the sand crying and dry heaving. The ring of male co-workers all covered their eyes, coughing madly. But not one person stepped back half a pace. To step back was the extreme cold that could freeze you to the marrow. They could only cough through their tears while pressing fiercely toward that stinking little flame. A living torture. Right in the middle of this brutal toxic smoke roast, the airflow's direction changed. A light breeze poured down from the mid-slope, and in that wind there was no suffocating smoke, only an aroma of meat rich enough to drive a person mad. Luncheon meat, the heavy industrial crystallization of high fat and high salt. Under the open flame roasting, the fat had fully melted, and mixed with the clean scent of camphor it drifted slowly down, passing unobstructed through the thick smoke below and barging brazenly into everyone's nostrils. Gurgle gurgle, a string of intestinal churning detonated in Su Qingxue's belly. She clamped her stomach down hard, her cheeks instantly flushing red. The queen's lofty posture she'd always held in the conference room was, at this moment, stripped by this primal physiological reaction down to nothing, not even her underwear left. Hunger, a fear more destructive than the cold, began to devour from within. From the wreck at midday until now, more than 10 hours of high-intensity overdraft, they'd eaten nothing. Their empty, deflated stomachs secreted acid frantically, the stomach walls rubbing against each other, triggering wave after wave of dizzying cramps. Meat. He's eating meat. Zhang Tao slumped at the outermost edge, farthest from the fire, his eyes staring blankly, fixed on the mid-slope with no focus at all. Murky drool stretched in a long thread from the corner of Zhang Tao's cracked mouth and dripped into his torn shirt. He was utterly unaware. Give me one mouthful. I'd even just lick that tin box the meat's in. He muttered, neurotically scratching at the sand with his fingernails. In the inner ring of the fire, Wang Chong couldn't open his eyes from the thick smoke, his whole face twisted into something ferocious. He felt a sharp-edged shard of reef rock beneath his ass, his 5 fingers clamping down hard on it, the tendons on the back of his hand bulging one by one. But then he remembered the force with which I'd kicked him flying, and that cold radiating tactical knife pressed to his throat. Take a rock and go fight that lunatic who could snap his ribs with one kick? Wang Chang's fingers loosened, and the rock thudded into the sand. Couldn't win, couldn't afford to provoke. His twisted hunger had no outlet. He stiffly turned his neck, his gaze sweeping over a few coworkers, and finally stuck fast till Li Bin's exposed, slightly fleshy arm. When a man is truly starving, he can swallow anything. Don't panic, nobody panic. Su Qingxue bit through her lip, using pain to force herself to keep a last shred of reason. Rescue will definitely come at midnight. Back home, I'll book out every Michelin restaurant on the Bund. You can all eat whatever you want. To prove her own words, she raised her wrist with great difficulty and looked at that Patek Philippe. It was her only spiritual pillar. But the instant her gaze touched the dial, her whole body stiffened. The second hand wasn't ticking clockwise at all. It had gone mad, spinning more than half a circle to the left, then jerking back several notches to the right. The hour and minute hands utterly scrambled. The terrifying geomagnetic anomaly of these waters could destroy even the most precise mechanical watch in an instant. What time is it? Wang Chang. What time is it now? Her voice cracked completely out of pitch. Wang Chang hastily rolled up his sleeve and looked at the Rolex. President Su, this watch is broken. The hands are all drifting around. My Cartier's stopped too, the hour hands running backwards. Lu Feifei let out a piercing scream. Mine too. It's all scrambled. Panic, an ultimate despair that overrode hunger and cold, instantly detonated this group's psychological defenses. In civilized society, time is the bedrock of order. Now order had collapsed, and they had no idea how long they'd been toughing out this pitch-black night, whether it was 8 at night or 2 in the morning. That illusory midnight that sustained everyone's will to live had completely become a blank check, without even a scale to read it by. Time stretched out infinitely. The thick smoke, the bone-piercing cold wind, the churning stomach pain, each second was magnified into a year that long. Beside this broken fire that gave off nothing but foul-smelling smoke, this crowd that had once stood at the apex of the pyramid had completely fallen to livestock awaiting slaughter. Mid-slope, the cave. The firelight was bright, without a trace of black smoke. The camphor wood released a comfortable heat radiation, baking the cave dry and warm. I finished chewing the last piece of tar-glazed luncheon meat. The golden prompt box of my omniscient vision refreshed, taking in the whole tragedy below. Su Qingxue, severe hunger, mild carbon monoxide poisoning. Psychological defenses 85% collapsed. Experiencing deep claustrophobia from losing all measure of time. Wang Chang, reason plummeting. Suppressing extreme binge-eating urges, has developed a dangerous predatory impulse toward his own kind. Chen Jian, gained temporary say through skill. Extremely calm, currently assessing everyone's remaining value, ready at any moment to engineer a betrayal. I gave my wrist a turn, slid the knife back into its sheath, and walked to the cave mouth. Midnight, I scoffed. On this island, there is no midnight, only the strong preying on the weak. The fire Qingjian made had become an outright disaster. The soaked rotten wood and kelp carbonized frantically under the high heat, releasing large amounts of acrid sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide, smoke rolling thick. A dozen some ragged people circled the fire with tears and snot streaming, coughing as if their hearts would tear, yet not one willing to budge half a step. Leave the toxic gas, and it was single-digit extreme cold. What time is it? What time is it after all? Su Qingxue clutched her hair hard with both hands. That originally exquisite, cold face smoked black in one patch and white in another. No one answered. Everyone's watches were spinning wildly. The hands turned into a life-claiming countdown. Wang Chang and the others, smoked till their lungs felt about to burst, had long since cursed Su Qingxue's ancestors back 18 generations in their hearts. But thinking of the midnight rescue she'd promised, and that alluring directorship and bonus, everyone forcibly choked their anger back down. As long as they could hold out until the helicopter came, the suffering now was a pledge of loyalty toward future promotion. Why isn't the helicopter here yet? How long has it been? By my reckoning, it's probably 1 in the morning already. Where's the helicopter? Su Qingxue's body gave a violent shudder, her lips trembling, unable to speak. She wanted to ask, too, why the helicopter still hadn't arrived. Lu Feifei curled at the outermost edge. Her gossamer thin top had long since torn to rags, and her purple bikini, with one snapped strap, barely covered her. The toxic smoke had left her throat parched, her stomach empty, no strength left even to retch up acid. She lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the black smoke and fixing fixedly on the mid-slope. There was no toxic smoke up there, only the warm, bright yellow firelight and waves of roasting meat aroma drifting down. Lu Feifei swallowed a mouthful of dry spit, her throat aching as if torn. She turned and glanced at the deranged Su Qingxue, then at the several people brawling over a spot by the fire. This bunch was finished. Following them, she wouldn't survive the night. After clawing her way up through the entertainment industry all these years, she understood the rules of survival all too well. Dignity, principles, the pure and innocent persona. Those were luxuries you only deserved once you were warm and fed. In this hellhole where even time was in disarray, whoever had water, fire, and meat was the director. And right now, the resources were sitting in that cave. She braced her hands on the sand and slowly rose, taking advantage of everyone being on the brink of collapse and raving, soundlessly slipping out of the crowd and heading toward the rubble slope of the mid-slope. Unable to see the path clearly, she could only walk toward the light, the broken stones cutting open the soles of her feet, the vines scratching up that leading lady face she'd so prided herself on. She didn't care in the slightest. Mid-slope, I leaned against the dry rock wall, toying with the tactical knife. The camphor wood in the fire burned quietly. The golden prompt box hovered in midair. Current time, 21:05, ambient temperature, 46 degrees Fahrenheit, a beach target group. Mass hysteria outbreak. Time perception scrambled. First case of hypothermic shock expected within 3 hours. Only 9 o'clock. This pack of usually lofty elites had gone half-mad before even toughing out the first midnight on the island. Rustle. A faint scraping sound came from outside the cave mouth. The hand gripping my knife instantly tightened. A beast? I'd just stood up when a fair palm caked with mud and blood gripped the rock at the edge of the cave mouth, followed by an injured face peering in. Lu Feifei. She panted in big gulps, and seeing me, then the blazing campfire behind me and that half-empty luncheon meat tin, her eyes instantly lit up. Lin Fan. I looked at her coldly, my knife tip slanting at the ground. Get out. Her body stiffened, tears bursting their banks, but she didn't back out. Instead, she crawled into the cave. At the company, I'd been nothing but a bottom-rung intern who didn't even dare lift his head to speak to her. She knew all too well how to handle this kind of unworldly young man. Lin Fan, I'm so cold, really so cold. She crawled forward while crying, crawling to my feet, reaching out to wrap around my calf. I'm begging you, let me warm up by the fire, just for a little while. I'll do anything you want. I looked down at this woman at my feet. The top leading lady of the domestic entertainment scene, the dream lover of countless men. Before, even glancing at her from afar at a year-end gala would get me roughly shoved away by her bodyguards. Bosses worth hundreds of millions had to queue up and throw money around just to have a meal with her. On screen, she was an inviolable flower on a high cliff. But now, this flower on the high cliff was prostrate at the feet of a bottom-rung intern, begging to survive. The stark reversal of status rushed into my brain. I was a normal man, 24, hot-blooded. My head was clear, but the physical agitation couldn't be pressed down for the moment. Lu Feifei, extreme hunger and thirst, attempting to trade her looks for long-term survival security. Hidden property, deeply scheming, may bite back at any moment once out of danger. The prettier the woman, the better she lies. I saw it clear as a mirror inside. I would never let that chastity arch act of hers cloud my eyes. Want to stay? I looked down at her from above. Then drop this fake stuff. I jammed the tactical knife into a rock crevice with a clang, sat back down by the fire, dug a piece of cold luncheon meat scrap out of the tin, and tossed it in front of her. You can stay, but here, you have only one identity, a worker. Lu Feifei froze, not expecting this routine to be useless on me. She wanted to inch closer again, but a single look from me forced her back. Get the situation straight first. I stared at her. There's no getting off this island. The satellite phone's been scrap metal since the moment it hit the water. No rescue, no signal. That bunch down below is still dreaming the midnight dream. Once they fully despair, the The first one to be carved up and divided will be your type. Someone who can do nothing but be pretty. Her face went deathly pale. You're saying we can't get back? Right. So your 80 million insurance payout, your Hermes bags, aren't even worth a slice of luncheon meat here. I pointed the knife outside the cave. Want to live? Then bring something that can trade for your life. Gather firewood, find water, catch fish, stand watch. Which of those can you do? Lu Feifei opened her mouth and couldn't get out a single word. She really couldn't do anything. The screen goddess couldn't even open a coconut on this island. That little scheme of using her looks to handle me was smashed to powder by reality in that instant. She finally realized that the entire rulebook of civilized society had completely failed here. In the corner of the cave, Songya, who'd been shrinking in the shadows the whole time, was utterly stunned. Wrapped in her torn blouse, she watched that once cold, aloof goddess of the ninth heaven from the screen, now setting aside all her airs for a single bite of food, a single spot by the fire. Just that afternoon on the yacht, Sonia had seen with her own eyes a second-generation rich heir worth hundreds of millions queue for half an hour just to toast Lu Feifei, only to earn a perfunctory fake smile. But now, that lofty goddess would throw away anything in the face of extreme hunger and cold. Morality, dignity, reserve. In this hellhole with no law and no rescue, they weren't even worth a pile of rotten wood that could give warmth. Songya's entire worldview collapsed in that instant. I glanced at Songya shrinking in the corner, then at Lu Feifei with her face full of resentment. Since you both want to stay, then we set the rules. I set that piece of luncheon meat down by the fire. I have fire and water, I have meat, but I don't keep idle hands. From now on, everyone in this cave has their own work. Whoever does more, eats more. Lu Feifei didn't like that. Guarding food is a female instinct. Her stunning face instantly turned ferocious, and she pointed at Songya and let loose. What are you, that you think you're fit to compete with me? A dirt-poor intern who can't even afford a label. Out there the insurance on just my legs is 80 million. What do you have to measure up against me? Songya went pale under the tirade, tears falling like beads off a broken string. At her core she was a soft, kind girl. She'd never encountered this kind of bloodless, vicious shrew cursing from the entertainment world. I just wanted to warm up by the fire. Want to warm up? Then get back down there. Lu Feifei pressed in step by step. Enough. I spoke, my voice not loud, but both of them went still at once. I looked at Lu Feifei. Who's worth more? Whose legs are worth how much? That's a thing of the past. On this island, there's only one rule. Only people who can bring the team value get a place. A moment ago, you didn't even know we can't get back. In terms of survival skills, you're worse than she is. Dare to start infighting again, and the two of you go out into the wind together. Lu Feifei was choked into cycles of green and white. In her whole life, she'd never been ground into the mud this mercilessly. I turned to Songya. This afternoon you took a club for me, and then you collapsed from heat stroke. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Tonight you guard the fire and feed it wood, and write down the locations from the prompt boxes that I read out to you. I can see where every single thing on this island is hidden. Songya was stunned, the fear in her eyes slowly replaced by something incredulous. She hadn't expected me to give her a place to survive, and one with dignity. I looked at Lu Feifei again. You, come to the shore with me at first light tomorrow. You've got a loud voice and good eyes. Help me watch the sea for supply cases washing up, and help haul them. Do it well, and there's plenty of water and meat. Lu Feifei bit down hard on her lip. She'd thought her face alone could trade for everything, never expecting that here a face was worth nothing, and that instead it took physical labor to stay alive. But she had no choice. That bunch below was a dead end, and the man in this cave held her only chance at life in his grip. Fine. She squeezed out the one word from between her teeth, and for the first time the scheming in her eyes truly drew back. I sat back down by the fire. These two women, one soft but loyal, one deeply scheming but usable. On this island, I didn't need them to worship me. I only needed them each at their post, in the same boat as me. A venom snake with its fangs pulled can still serve as a sentry, and an honest person placed in the right spot is the steadiest rearguard there is. As long as the rules held, this cave was my first piece of turf on the deserted island. The sea wind outside the cave blew tighter and tighter, the temperature dropping below 46 degrees. Just as the fire had settled back into calm, an extremely heavy set of footsteps, accompanied by violent panting, came from outside the cave mouth. I looked over by the firelight. At the cave entrance, an utterly disheveled figure was bracing against the rock wall, swaying as she stood. That pure white one-piece swimsuit had long been stained gray-black by mud and black smoke, and the once meticulously kept long hair was strewn across her shoulders like a bird's nest. Her face was covered in black ash smoked out of her by the toxic fumes, her lips cracked and bleeding, her eyes bloodshot. Su Qingxue. Lin Fan. She was hoarse, trembling, yet still trying to maintain that last shred of pride. Even reduced to such a sorry state, that exaggerated hourglass figure and the cool aloofness carved into her bones still let anyone recognize her identity at a glance. The female president of Shengtang Group, the 100 billion worth queen of capital, Su Qingxue. In the end, she hadn't been able to tough out the hellish toxic gas and extreme cold below, and she'd set aside all dignity and clambered up the rubble slope, stumbling all the way. She clutched the rock wall for dear life, her gaze passing over me to the half-tin of luncheon meat by the fire, and also to Lu Feifei, who'd just wrapped her outer garment tight and was huddled off to the side. I looked down from above at this female president who'd once not even granted me the right to look at her directly. Oh ho, if it isn't President Su. Didn't get your fill at that 1.5 million luxury toxic gas bonfire gala down below. So you've come to inspect the work at my poor loser's kennel? In the leaping firelight, the intern who at the company hadn't even dared meet her eyes, who drew 3,000 a month, now sat sprawled commandingly by a warm fire. This scene tore to shreds the class concept Su Qingxue had built up over 20-some years. Lin Fanyu. Her voice trembled violently, and for a long while she couldn't choke out a single complete sentence. Lu Feifei looked up and realized it was Su Qingxue, a flash of panic crossing her eyes before vanishing in an instant. She knew all too well. If this president made it back alive, her own disgrace tonight would become a fatal handle. The best move was to drag this lofty president into the water too. Oh ho, President Su. How is it you've come up here at this hour? Lu Feifei looked at her sidelong. The wind out there's quite cold, isn't it? That priceless swimsuit clinging to your skin. Not a pleasant feeling, is it? Come in. This fire is warm. Lin Fan here has meat and clean water. As long as you shed that useless presidential posturing, this place is heaven. Anyway, there's no camera here, no bodyguards, no fans. Who knows you're a president worth 100 billion? We're all women. Staying alive? Isn't that better than anything? Su Qingxue was repulsed to the extreme by this display and dry heaved. Lu Feifei, shut your mouth. You shameless slut. You're a public figure. Can you face the fans who like you? Wagging your tail on your knees before a bottom-rung intern for half a mouthful of food. The trash of the entertainment world really does live up to its name. Lu Feifei's face stiffened for an instant. Then her smile turned even more brilliant. Face? President Su, you're talking to me about face? You're frozen right now like a drenched chicken. Is this your face? Su Qingxue shook all over with rage, drew a deep breath, and forcibly propped up her teetering presidential aura. Lin Fan, I admit you've made me see you in a new light. On this island you really do have more survival experience than the rest of us. Ruthless enough, composed enough. But this is reality, not those wish-fulfillment web novels you fantasize over. The moment my Shengtang rescue helicopter arrives, all order will return to normal. That's what she said, but her gaze drifted uncontrollably toward that half-tin of sizzling, oil-dripping luncheon meat. Gurgle gurgle, a stomach rumble sounded abruptly in the quiet cave. That black ash-smeared face of hers instantly flushed red, the frustration of being humiliated by physiological instinct making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She bit down hard on her lip, looked away, and kept throwing out chips. Lin Fan, in my capacity as president of Shengtang Group, I formally propose a deal to you. As long as you give me the fire and hand over all the food and water for me to manage, and you take charge of my safety. Once rescue arrives tomorrow, and we're back in Jiangcheng, I'll directly promote you to vice president of Shengtang, with a starting annual salary of 10 million, plus a 300 square meter floor-through apartment in the city center. And I'll even send you abroad for advanced study so you can completely leave the bottom rung behind. She lifted her chin slightly, an alms-giving arrogance in her eyes. The way she saw it, this wasn't begging to survive. It was clearly handing me a windfall. No poor loser could possibly refuse this kind of chance to ascend to heaven in a single step. I, however, didn't even look at her. I lifted a piece of luncheon, meat roasted crisp outside and tender within, and in the face of her intensely longing gaze, sent it into my mouth. Crunch, the crisp skin broke, and the rich fat burst across my mouth. I deliberately chewed very loudly, and after swallowing let out a long, satisfied breath. President Sue, did you breathe in too much sulfur dioxide down there and smoke your brain rotten? That blank check of yours, I'd find it too stiff even to wipe my ass with on this island. Vice President, 10 million? You think I'm short on those little numbers of yours right now? Lin Fan, don't bite the hand that's feeding you. Su Qingxua lost control in an instant. 50 million. I'll give you 50 million. Even 20% of Xingtong's shares. This is money you couldn't earn in 100 lifetimes. Just nod, and you can leap across classes this instant and become a true person above others. Leap across classes? As if I'd heard the biggest joke in the world, I laughed out loud, then stood and walked step by step until I was right in front of her. For the first time, she found this intern's gaze somewhat frightening, and she backed away without realizing it, until her back was pressed hard against the cold, damp rock wall, nowhere left to retreat. Su Qingxua, open your eyes wide and look at the sky outside. Look at that Patek Philippe gone mad on your wrist. I gripped her chin and forced her to look at the pitch-black, churning abyss outside the cave. This is the unknown waters of the Devil's Triangle. The magnetic field can twist even light. Even time is scrambled. That satellite phone of yours is now worth less than a brick to prop up a table leg. Even if you hauled the entire Shungtang over here, on this island you couldn't trade it for one mouthful of the water in my hand. No, impossible. You're talking nonsense. You're just taking revenge on me, scaremongering. She shook her head desperately, undisguisable fear in her eyes, but the pride in her bones made her stubborn as a dead duck. You're nothing but a bottom-rung intern. What do you know about satellite communications? Even if my company's people are useless wine sacks and rice bags, my father will definitely send someone to rescue me. Watching her ridiculous self-deceiving display, I scoffed and let go. Fine. Since you're so convinced rescue is coming, then what are you doing at my kennel? Get back down there and wait for your helicopter with Wang Chong and the rest. And let me remind you, the temperature out there is still dropping. I wish you luck living to see tomorrow's sun. I turned and sat back down by the fire to feed it wood. Su Qingxue stood frozen in place, her legs unable to move. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, the temperature already dropping below 41 degrees, and the swimsuit clinging to her skin frantically leached away what little warmth she had left. She could feel her body temperature draining, her consciousness beginning to blur. If she walked out now, with no fire and no food, she'd never make it through the night. The survival instinct finally shattered the last dignity of this once arrogant female president. Lin Fan. Her voice went completely soft, with a sob in it. I really am cold and hungry. What conditions do you actually want before you'll let me stay? As long as it's something I can give, I'll consider it. The way she saw it, this was already the biggest compromise she'd made in her life. I sat back down by the fire, looked at her sorry yet stubbornly propped up state, and was silent for a moment. My condition is simple. I tossed a dry stick into the fire. This island doesn't keep idle hands. Want to stay? Then trade real skill for it. Aren't you the best at managing people, money, resources? Then from now on, supply inventory, distribution, bookkeeping, all of it is yours to handle. I can see where every single thing on this island is hidden. I'll call out the locations, and you coordinate who does what and who eats how much. Do it well, and you get a share of the fire and meat. Su Qingxue froze. She'd thought I would humiliate her the way I'd humiliated Lu Feifei, never expecting I'd offer such a legitimate condition. You want me to work for you? She couldn't believe it. On this island there are no presidents and no interns. I stared at her. Only people who can survive and people who can't. That management skill of yours is waste paper on the beach, but here it can buy your life. It's the only thing you can put on the table right now. Use it, or get back down there and blow in the wind. Lu Feifei chimed in snidely from the side. President Su, even at a time like this you're still keeping up the 100 billion president heirs? You don't have a clue what the temperature is out there. You shut your mouth. Su Qingxue whipped her head around and roared, then turned back and stared hard at me, her pride still making its last struggle. Why should I, the dignified president of Shangtang, take orders from a bottom-rung intern like you? Because of this, I patted the tactical knife at the small of my back, then pointed at that warm fire. Because I've got a knife, fire, water, food in my hands, and these eyes that can see through the whole island. And you? All you've got is a hunk of scrap metal phone and a mouth fewer and fewer people believe. I paused. Su Qingxue, that crowd below is about to go mad. People will die again tonight. Once they fully despair and start grabbing each other to eat, your 100 billion worth body that can't even make a fire will be the first one carved up. What I'm giving you isn't humiliation, it's a way to live. A way that still lets you use your brain, still lets you live with dignity. Think it through for yourself. Su Qingxue bit down hard on her bleeding lip, her chest heaving violently. The proud bones cultivated by 20-some years of pampered living were waging a fierce battle against the bone-piercing reality. After a long while, a gust of cold wind poured in from outside the cave, and her whole body shuddered hard. Fine. She squeezed the one word from between her teeth. The first time in her life, she'd bowed her head to anyone. I'll manage the supplies. But it's understood. The moment rescue arrives, everything between us is wiped clean. Deal. I shoved that half-tin of luncheon meat to the edge of her feet. Eat first. If you faint from hunger, you won't be able to manage anything. Starting tomorrow, you're the steward of this camp. Su Qingxue stared at that tin of luncheon meat, her throat bobbing violently. In the end, this queen of capital slowly crouched down in the firelight and, for the first time, picked up a piece of cold meat with her hand and put it in her mouth. In that moment, there was humiliation in her eyes and unwillingness, but more than that, the clear-headedness of one who'd survived a catastrophe. Lu Feifei pursed her lips off to the side, not having expected this president to stay too, and to stay with even more dignity than she had. I watched it all coldly. One who could manage money and people, one with a loud voice and good eyes, plus Songya holding the fort. This cave was turning into a stronghold that could truly function. On this island, I didn't need anyone to worship me. I only needed everyone to be clear. In the same boat as me, you live, break apart, and you end up like that crowd below. Through the long, cruel, cold night, every second on the beach below was carnage. That toxic gas bonfire built from wet wood and kelp luckily hadn't gone out. Under the relentless Force 4 to Force 5 sea winds, the fire core at the base actually burned glowing red. The price was that the rotten wood above released acrid carbon monoxide like mad. The fire still lived, the heat was there too, but to warm yourself you had to endure this toxic smoke on par with a biological weapon. Several dozen men and women crammed tightly together on the leeward side, tears and snot streaming, using each other's body heat to fend off the bitter cold. From the dilapidated woods behind them came eerie rustling now and then, occasionally mixed with a few low growls of beasts that made one's scalp crawl. Under the multiple pressures of extreme cold, hunger, toxic smoke, and unknown terror, this crowd of self-styled high society completely tore off the mask of civilization. To grab a spot with less smoke, Wang Chong pinned old Lu from the finance department behind himself, using him as a human windshield. Old Lu had a weak constitution to begin with, and with his back facing the sea wind head-on, his body heat drained at a terrifying speed. Chongji, I feel so hot all over. Old Lu's eyes were vacant, his pupils unfocused, and a bizarre smile actually appeared at the corner of his mouth as he began frantically tearing at his own clothes. Hot. I have to take my clothes off. Have you lost your damn mind? Wang Chong slapped him, but old Lu couldn't feel the pain. He stripped himself down to his underwear, and one gust of cold wind sent him toppling stiff onto the beach, convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth. The shadow of despair and death clamped down hard over this crowd. They begged bitterly in the darkness, praying for the helicopter Su Qingxue had promised to descend from the sky. All that answered them was the endless roar of the waves and the never-ceasing cold wind. After who knows how long, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the leaden clouds and spilled onto the beach, the long, terrifying night finally ended. Su Qingxue opened her eyes in the cave. In the end, she'd stayed, getting through the night by the fire, a treatment no one down below had. And the beach below was another world. The survivors struggled to open their eyes, thin ice crusted on their lashes, and lifted their heads to frantically search the sky. Nothing. There was nothing. The sky was a blue that made one despair, and on the sea's surface, apart from the yacht wreckage bobbing with the waves, not even a single seabird could be seen. No roar of propellers, no shout of a rescue team. The whole world deathly silent in a terrifying way. Someone's dead. Old Lu's dead. Young Wang's dead too. His head split open. Lily's not breathing. The sunlight laid the cruel scene bare, without reserve. That toxic gas bonfire had burned down to a pool of black ash. Old Lu from finance lay naked on the beach, a bizarre smile on his face, his body frozen into a board-stiff popsicle. Young Wang from sales had died beside a reef. The back of his head struck against a sharp rock corner. A large pool of blood spilled out. Lily from PR was curled in a corner, both arms clutching her knees for dear life. The heat-conserving posture her instinct had made in the last few minutes of her life. And there were 2 more corpses piled together. Impossible to tell who was pressing whom. 5 people. 5 gone in a single night. The living stood beside the corpses, no one speaking. The waves slapped the beach, stroke after stroke. Little Zhou from administration was the first to break, screaming as she collapsed onto the sand. 5 are dead. We're going to die too. We're all going to die in this lousy place. That cry was like a fuse, igniting everyone. Help! Somebody save us. President Su, didn't you say rescue would come at midnight last night? Where are they? Where's the plane? A male employee, his face all gray-black, charged down to find Su Qingxue, couldn't find her, and turned to roar at the empty air. She lied to us. She was lying from start to finish. What rescue, my ass? Wang Chong leaned silently behind the big reef, his head drooping, his shoulders shaking the whole time. Not from cold, from fear. The matter of him using old Lu as a human windshield last night, it wasn't that no one had seen. Now that the man was dead, if someone dredged up the old account and pinned this death on him, he'd go to prison back home. He swept his eyes around quickly. Everyone was raving. No one had attention to spare. Zhang Tao stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression very flat, not composed, but utterly numb. He stared at old Lu's gray windbreaker, blown 2 meters away by the wind, slowly shuffled over, hooked the hem with his toe and dragged it to his feet, bent down to pick it up, shook off the sand, and pulled it onto himself. Dead man's or living man's didn't matter as long as it was warm. From start to finish, no one noticed him. Chun Jian pushed up his salt-crusted glasses and crouched beside the 3 corpses, examining each in turn. His wife Wang Lan clutched the hem of his clothes for dear life, not a trace of color in her face. How did they die? Old Lu was paradoxical undressing. Chun Jian stood up. Body temperature dropped below 86 degrees. The part of the brain that regulates temperature shorted out, his whole mind convinced he was on fire, and he tore at his clothes like a madman. Young Wang convulsed in the night and fell, struck the back of his head on a sharp rock. Bad luck. Lily had hypothermia, dehydration, and carbon monoxide poisoning all at once. Her body was the weakest, the first to give out. He glanced at the bonfire burned to ash, the corner of his mouth twitching hard. That fire had indeed saved most people's lives. But the price was that when there was no wind, the carbon monoxide the wet would smoldered out was enough to send the few weakest straight off. If we still can't get back today, he lowered his voice, saying it for Wang Lan alone, more people will die. And at the mid-slope, Su Qingxue braced against the rock wall at the cave mouth, looking down at the purgatory below. If last night she hadn't bowed her head, hadn't stayed by this fire, then among those popsicles now lying on the beach, perhaps there'd have been one of her. She drew 3 deep breaths. The trust that crowd below had in her was collapsing, but she was no longer in the position of needing to steady people's hearts with her mouth alone. She turned to look at me, sitting by the fire whittling a wooden spear with my knife, her gaze complicated. The thing 20-some years of clawing through the capital markets had honed was carved into her bones, unburnable. But at this moment, she finally understood that on this island, her skills at steering public opinion and crisis PR had to be used a different way, not to deceive people, but to help this man holding the power of life and death turn a survivable stronghold into something that truly ran. "Those 5 corpses below," she said hoarsely, reporting to me on her own initiative for the first time, "have to be dealt with while it's cool. Otherwise, once the sun bakes them, plague will kill faster than starvation. And that crowd, give them no plan, and they'll be killing each other tonight." I looked up at her and nodded. This queen who'd been so lofty just yesterday had today already begun to think like a real steward. "Tell me your plan." I handed over the finished wooden spear. "Steward." Su Qingshue's gaze swept over every person present. "In the name of the president of Shengtang Group, I promise, as long as we make it back alive, old Liu, young Wang, Lily, and the other 2 colleagues, every one of their families, Shengtang will take care of to the end. $1 million in compensation per person, children's education, parents' old age care, mortgages and car loans all fully covered, not a cent short. The same goes for the living." She looked around, slowing her pace. "Every single person here, as long as you hold out with me until rescue arrives. Back in Jiangxing, 200,000 in cash compensation each, plus lifetime job security. The injured get all medical costs fully reimbursed. Those with psychological trauma get arranged the best specialists. These aren't blank checks. Back home it's black and white on paper, witnessed by lawyers, signed into contracts clause by clause." Several female co-workers crying so hard they could barely breathe noticeably quieted their sobs. Some lifted their red, swollen eyes to look at her, not because they believed, but because they wanted to believe. Su Qingxue saw that look, and her heart steadied a notch. That was enough. But her tone abruptly waited. "The premise is that we make it back alive. Our yacht had its accident at midday yesterday, and all business itineraries were filed with the Maritime Authority and the insurance company before departure. Once a yacht is out of contact for more than 6 hours, the emergency procedure automatically activates. My satellite phone sent an automatic distress signal before it hit the water. The signal has already gone out." She raised a hand and pointed at the eerie waters all around. "You've seen it too. This sea isn't normal. The watches spin wildly, the compass fails. That means there's extremely strong magnetic interference in this area. A search helicopter's navigation, radar, and communications all rely on electromagnetic signals. In a zone with magnetic field disruption like this, even if they receive a location, they can't precisely lock onto the coordinates. It's not that they aren't coming. They just haven't found us yet. Especially going into a strong magnetic zone to search at night is no different from suicide, so they'll definitely wait for daylight." She pointed at the falsely blue sky overhead. "Now it's daylight. The window for the search has already opened." The beach went quiet for a few seconds. The rise and fall of several people's chests visibly slowed. When a person is in utter despair, they don't need the truth. They only need an explanation that sounds plausible. Su Qingxue understood this principle all too well. She'd survived in the capital markets precisely on this trick. When the stock price plummeted, retail investors didn't need you to recite the financial report, only a single line. The pullback is for a better rally. Confidence, this thing, is just like cash. You print it, someone believes it, and it has value. But what if the search team simply can't find these waters at all? A voice came from the periphery. Lu Feifei had come down from the mid-slope at some point, wrapped in a dark coat that clearly wasn't hers, her complexion far better than last night. Having eaten, drunk, and slept in a warm place. These marks were written on her face, glaring among this crowd that had nearly frozen to death like high beams turned on in broad daylight. Several female co-workers' gazes stuck to that dry coat, their eyes glinting green, not envy, but resentment. The instant Su Qingxue saw her, her pupils contracted. That scene in the cave last night flashed through her mind, and a physical wave of revulsion rose up, which she forcibly pressed back down. She didn't answer Lu Feifei, and directly threw out the next reassurance. Besides the satellite phone, the yacht has a black box. The black box's emergency locator beacon has independent power. It's not the same system as the satellite phone. and its waterproof rating is designed to operate normally at 20,000 meters underwater. Even if the yacht sinks to the bottom, it'll keep transmitting a signal for at least 30 days. She wasn't sure these figures were right either, but her tone was resolute and unbending. After mixing in this world so many years, she understood one principle too well. The data didn't matter. What mattered was the confidence with which you spoke it. The search team has a signal, has a direction. All that's left is to break through the magnetic field and lock the coordinates. It's only a matter of time. So what we should be doing now isn't crying, but holding out until the moment they find us. The crowd's mood visibly stabilized. The male employees' faces were still ugly, but at least no one charged up to curse her again. Su Qingxue secretly let out a breath. Then she heard a voice. Hold out until rescue? How? Chun Jian stood at the back of the crowd, arms folded across his chest, his lenses reflecting the light. President Su, there's no fault to pick in your logic, but there's a premise. We have to live until that time. He took 2 steps forward and calmly held up 3 fingers. Right now, what's in front of us is 3 deadly problems. First, fresh water. He raised his index finger. Apart from President Su and Director Wang, no one here has found drinkable water. An adult in this kind of high-temperature, dehydrating environment dies after 72 hours without water. We've already burned through nearly 20 hours. Second, food. His middle finger went up. Without protein and carbohydrates, the human body's ability to maintain core temperature drops off a cliff. Of the 5 who died last night, 3 didn't freeze to death. Their bodies burned through the last bit of stored heat and could no longer produce any more. Like an engine out of fuel, no matter how you turn the key, it won't start. Third, fire. He pointed at that pile of residual smoke. Last night's fire went out, and even if I build a new one, if the fuel problem isn't solved, tonight ends the same way. Either breathe the toxic gas and bear it, or freeze to death. Pick one of 2. The 3 fingers withdrew. The beach was deathly silent, even the sound of the waves as if seized by the throat. The window paper Su Qingxue had finally patched over was poked to shreds by Chun Jian's 3 fingers. Her lips moved, but she couldn't pick up the thread. Fresh water, food, fire. She couldn't conjure a single one of these 3. At the company, this kind of thing took just one phone call. Secretary Wang, arrange it, 4 words and done. But now her secretary was either dead or squatting on the beach gnawing at her cuticles. Chun Jian didn't press her and turned to the crowd. Let me explain something to all of you. When a herd of antelope on the African plains is chased by lions, they don't scatter every which way in a swarm. They automatically follow a single lead antelope. The lead antelope isn't necessarily the strongest or fastest, but it's certainly the one most familiar with the terrain, with the keenest nose for danger. Because when fleeing for your life, 100 brains thinking at once is worse than 1 brain deciding fast. Right now we are that herd of antelope. 5 died last night. If tonight we still each mind our own and grab for ourselves, tomorrow there'll only be more corpses on the ground. So my suggestion is, pick 1 person to take unified command. All water, food, fire, and manpower allocated as 1. Whoever obeys gets to live. Whoever doesn't. He didn't finish the second half, but everyone understood. Su Qingxue's brow nearly knotted into a dead tangle. The reasoning was flawless, but the question was, pick whom? In her view, there was no need to ask at all. This ship had been chartered by Shengtang, and everyone present was either her employee or her client. There's no need to pick. She stepped forward, her voice recovering the conference room hardness that settled matters with 1 hammer stroke. Most people here are Shengtang employees. I'm the legal employer. My taking unified command is entirely natural and proper. Chun Jian immediately countered. President Su, no offense intended, but employment relationships have a premise. Everyone's still within the company system. Where's this? An unnamed deserted island. No labor law, no contracts, no HR department. Your title at Shengtang, apart from that yacht sunk at the bottom of the sea, is just a few words now. Whoever can keep everyone alive becomes the lead antelope. It's not that whoever's business card is printed prettier automatically gets upgraded. The words weren't harsh, but landing in Su Qingxue's ears, they were no different from slaps. A rustle of discussion rose in the crowd. Wang Lan's husband has a point. But what can he do? Then what can President Su do? She can't even make a fire. When it comes down to it, she's just a vase now. Su Qingxue heard every line, and every line was like scraping at her bones. She'd lived 26 years, and no one had ever dared question her leadership to her face. At Shengtang, a single look from her could silence an entire floor. But now, standing among this crowd of cold, hungry survivors, for the first time she felt a powerlessness she'd never known. Her power base, the money, the position, the company system, was all zeroed out on this island. Who the fuck is wagging their tongue? A furious bellow exploded from the back of the crowd. Wang Chong shot out from behind a reef, the menace on his face unmistakable. The fear and gutlessness he'd hidden for hours all converted. The instant he saw Su Qingxue being challenged, into the urge to attack, he knew better than anyone that if Su Qingxue fell, he'd be nothing. You've all turned the world upside down. He grabbed the collar of little Zhou, who'd been discussing the loudest. Changji. I didn't. Little Zhou was scared dumb. Slap. A blow landed, crisp as a firecracker, and half of little Zhou's face instantly swelled, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Clutching her face, tears streaming, she didn't dare make a sound. Wang Chong shook out his hand. Once you got a taste of the thrill of bullying the weak, you couldn't stop. Listen up. President Su is Shengtang's helmsman, worth 100 billion. Her knowledge, her resources, her judgment. The lot of you wastes put together aren't fit to hold her shoes. Anyone who disrespects President Su again, I'll knock his teeth out one by one. His gaze locked onto Chun Jian, and he strode over to loom above him. Chun Jian, right? What's your annual salary? 150,000 or 200,000? You're a kept man, and you're fit to point fingers? Have you ever managed people? Led a team? Who the hell do you think you are? Chun Jian didn't move, only pushed up his glasses. You done? That reaction made Wang Chong angrier. He hated this kind of person most, one who yielded to neither soft nor hard. Whether I'm done or not, is it your place to ask? His foot came up in a kick, the toe of his leather shoe striking square against the shin, with 100% malice. Chun Jian let out a stifled grunt and dropped to one knee. Husband, Wang Lan shrieked and rushed over to support him. Chun Jian braced himself on the sand through gritted teeth, looked up at Wang Chong, fury surging in his eyes, but forcibly pressed it down. He knew better than anyone that fighting now would solve nothing but leave both sides hurt. Listen clearly. Wang Chong lowered his head, his voice cold to the marrow. You've got the skill to make fire. President Su has a use for you, so you still get to stand here and talk. But if you dare steal President Su's thunder again, I won't mind sending you to keep those 5 dead ones company. Wang Lan clutched Chun Jian's arm for dear life, shaking like a sieve, wanting to curse but unable to squeeze out a single word because the deserted island was temporary. Back home, she'd still have to rely on Su Qingxue. Around them, dead silence. No one stepped up to help Chun Jian. Fear is the best mouth sealer. Su Qingxue stood a few steps off watching it all, her expression complicated. Wang Chong's methods were crude enough to cause this elite-educated president physical revulsion. But she didn't speak up to stop him, because she'd discovered a cruel fact. Wang Chong's fists worked better than her rhetoric. She'd patiently reasoned for 10 minutes, and this bunch was half-believing. One slap from Wang Chong, and all doubt vanished instantly. Violence here was the most efficient management tool. She knew in her heart it was wrong, but right now she needed Wang Chong, this mad dog that paid no heed to reason and recognized only its master. So she chose silence. Wang Chong withdrew his foot, turned to face Su Qingxue, bent at a 90-degree bow, his ferocity instantly switching to a fawning smile. The switch so fast it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. President Su, these people don't know what's good for them, making you suffer such grievance. With me here, anyone who disrespects you, I'll be the first to refuse. Su Qingxue gave a slight nod. She needed to pull the scene back into her own rhythm as fast as possible. Chun Jian. She walked over to him, her tone recovering the cold hardness of the negotiating table. Chun Jian, helped up by Wang Lan, fished his glasses from the sand and set them back on, one lens now cracked. He didn't look at Wang Chong, only waited quietly for her to speak. The survival skills you mention are indeed important, but management ability is equally indispensable. She looked around the circle. Even if you find water, how do you divide it? Who drinks first? Who drinks more? Do the injured get priority? What if someone grabs water? What if someone hides water? These require not survival skills, but the iron hand to set rules, enforce rules, and suppress violations. She stepped up face to face with Chunjian. You may be a wilderness survival expert, able to find water, make fire, identify poisonous plants. But put you in charge of people. A moment ago when Wang Chong kicked you, you didn't even dare speak. Put you in charge, can you hold them? Chunjian's throat bobbed, and he fell silent. Not for lack of anything to say, he discovered he genuinely couldn't refute it. So my proposal. Su Qingxue turned to face everyone, her voice raised half a pitch. I handle coordination, management, and resource distribution. Chunjian handles the technical side, finding water, making fire, building shelter. Each to their own duty. This isn't an election, it's a division of labor. Chunjian was silent for 3 seconds. Division of labor is fine, but the final decision-making power. In my hands. She didn't hesitate. On what grounds? On the grounds that the 3 words Su Qingxue are the last lifeline for everyone here. She lifted her chin and pointed at the sea. Survival skills I can learn. But everything after rescue comes. Compensation, settlements, returning to normal life. Only I can give. Let them choose. Choose a leader who drops to his knees from a single kick, or choose a boss who can ensure they still have food on the table after they get home. That line was vicious. It wasn't reasoning, it was tearing at a scar. Chunjian's face went iron gray. The crowd fell silent again. This was Su Qingxue's greatest strength. She'd lost on physical strength, lost on survival skills, but won on a fact no one could ignore. They all believed they could still go back. As long as the premise of can go back existed, the 100 billion in capital in her hands would always be the biggest chip. Exactly, Wang Chong boomed. Once we're back, the compensation President Su promised, black and white on paper. You'd follow a softie who can't even protect his own wife. What can he give you when you get home? Then he deliberately spat in Chunjian's direction. Several female co-workers' gazes wandered between the two, and in the end most returned to Su Qingxue. Not out of conviction, but out of greed. That 1 million, that 5 million, were too tempting. And there was a layer that couldn't be spoken. They feared Wang Chong. That slap, that kick from a moment ago still echoed in their ears. Whoever dared support Chunjian would be the next to get kicked. Fear and greed joined hands and ground reason into the dirt. Chunjian saw these looks, shut his mouth, and stepped back. He couldn't win the argument. Not the logic, but human nature. Fine. In the end, he said just one word, turned, walked back to Wang Lan's side, and murmured something in a low voice. As he bent, his pant leg rode up, and the bruise on his shin was spreading at a visible pace, purple deepening to black. He tugged the pant leg down to cover it. This debt, he'd marked it down. Su Qingxue drew a deep breath and reorganized the ranks. From now on, the men split into 2 groups. One goes with Chunjian to find fresh water, one collects dry firewood. The women clean up the camp and gather and deal with the remains. When she got to the remains, she caught slightly, then immediately continued. Wang Chong, you're responsible for recording the supply inventory and maintaining order. Those last 4 characters, she said very softly, but Wang Chong heard them crystal clear. Maintaining order. Those 4 characters were a death exemption token. His eyes lit up, and that light wasn't hope. It was the light of a starving wolf spotting a flock of sheep. Yes, President Su, you can rest 100% assured. His back instantly straightened, and he turned to bellow. Did you all hear clearly? President Su has spoken. Get moving now. The crowd, like livestock under the whip, scattered sluggishly. The men headed for the woods. The women crouched to clear the wreckage. No one spoke again. No one questioned again. After the crowd dispersed, only Su Qingxue and Wang Chong were left on the beach, and a dozen some steps off, Lu Feifei, wrapped in that coat of unknown origin, watched it all quietly. Su Qingxue stared at Wang Chong for a few seconds. That Chunjian from before, I don't think he's quite honest. What if he finds water and hides it for himself? Wang Chong's eyes flickered. President Su, you mean? She didn't speak. Wang Chong understood. I'll have Zhang Tao follow him. The man's gutless, but he's got good eyes. Whatever Chunjian finds, it'll be reported to me first thing. Su Qingxue was silent for 2 seconds. Director Wang, once we're back, I'm planning to open a branch company in Jiang Province. I think your management ability suits it well. Wang Chong nodded and bowed in excitement. Thank you, President Su. Thank you, President Su. He turned and trotted off, his steps as light as a child who'd just been handed a red envelope. Su Qingxue watched his retreating back, the muscles at the corner of her mouth twitching faintly. Once they were back, she certainly couldn't offend dozens of people for the sake of one, much less one without a shred of ability. That big pie had been painted for the mad dog to look at all along. Wang Chong caught up to Zhang Tao. You listen to me good. Follow Chen Jian. Wherever he goes, you go. Find anything to eat or drink. Report to me first. Dare to pocket it yourself or help him hide things, and I'll pry your teeth out one by one and toss them in the sea. You hear me? I hear you, Changji. Don't worry. Scram. The fire in the cave had burned down to embers when I opened my eyes. I didn't rush to get up. My right hand instinctively reached to my side. The knife was still there. My fingertip brushed the rough anti-slip grooves, and even my heartbeat steadied half a beat. But the spot beside me was empty. The national first love who'd pulled out every stop last night to stay had now left behind not even a strand of hair. I tugged at the corner of my mouth. Not exactly a surprise, and not quite a disappointment either. A snake pinched at its 7 inches and fed a warm meal. The instant you let go, it'd be a wonder if she didn't slither off. She'd gone back to the beach to bet on the possibility of can still go back. In her view, the 100 billion president over there was a better wager than an intern on this island. Let her go. People like that were never the kind you could put at your back. That I'd traded one night's warmth so she wouldn't freeze to death was already a fair deal. My gaze shifted. On the other side of the cave was nestled a small white shape. Sonia. Last night, after Lu Feifei had exhausted herself and fallen asleep, I'd gotten up to feed the fire and glanced at the cave mouth. Sonia was huddled behind a rock outside, her lips frozen liver purple, her teeth clattering like castanets, her whole body shaking like a sieve, one breath from shock. I'd let her in. She'd taken a club for me, and then dutifully kept watch most of the night. That sense of duty was far more solid than Lu Feifei's hollow act. Now she had both arms locked around her knees, her chin resting on them, a pair of eyes that had stayed up the whole night staring fixedly at me, the whites all bloodshot. You're awake. I picked up a not fully burned stick and poked at the embers. With a crackle, a few sparks burst out. The fire hadn't gone fully cold. Sonia bit her lower lip, a whole pot of porridge churning in her eyes. 3 parts fear, 3 parts grievance, and the remaining 4 parts in anger she couldn't hold down. She ran off. She spoke, every word edged with burrs. I've got eyes. I didn't even lift my head, the stick in my hand still poking the ashes. Everyone has their own way of choosing. She bet on Su Qingxue, you bet on me. In the end, who wagered right? This island gets the say. She slipped off while it was still dark, didn't even make a sound. Sonia's pace picked up. Lin Fan, she played you. She wasn't sincerely following you at all. She was just after that bit of food, that fire, and once she was full and warm, she dusted off her backside and left. The motion of my hand stopped, and I looked up. Sincerely? I rolled those 2 words around, and couldn't help snorting a laugh out my nose. Sonia, in a place like this, you're talking to me about sincerity? She bet on Su Qingxue's side, wagering we can still go back. I'm wagering we can't. The 2 of us just placed our bets in different directions. It's nothing to do with who played whom. What are you laughing at? She even swiped a bottle of the bottled water you left on the rock. I lazily glanced at the flat rock beside me. Empty. So what? I twisted my neck, 2 cracks from my cervical spine. You still don't get it. Sonia shot up off the ground. She's gone back to find President Su, and she'll definitely act like nothing happened and keep playing her squeaky clean big star act. Once rescue comes and we're back in Jiangqing, she absolutely will not let you off. The more she said, the colder her spine went. In those few months interning at Shangtang, she'd seen with her own eyes too many of the methods those people up top used to destroy someone. Soundlessly, a living person would just vanish from their workstation. She's Lu Feifei, a top star pumped up by capital. To shut your mouth, she's got 10,000 ways to make sure you can't survive in Jiangqing. I listened quietly until she finished, then unhurriedly stood up. She didn't run back because she's got confidence. She ran because she got scared. She was afraid that staying with me, she'd be a head shorter, with no room to bargain. So she had to get back into the crowd, pull that shell on, and keep playing her pure and innocent persona. She figures as long as she blends in with Su Qingshue's bunch and waits out the rescue. Then back in civilized society, she's the lofty Lu Feifei again. Last night. Never happened. It was all a nightmare on a deserted island. I paused. As for whether she'll bite back once we're home, that's something to worry about only on the premise that there is a rescue. On this island, whether we get back at all is anyone's guess. Who's got the attention to spare for those petty grudges in Jiangxing? I looked at Songya. She ran off. Good. In this cave, I don't keep idle hands. But I don't use people for free either. You want to stay? Then trade with this. I raised the knife in my hand, then patted my own arm. Labor. Use these 2 hands and 2 legs of yours. Do the work and earn your life back. Songya froze in place. I'd rather freeze to death outside then. She instinctively hugged herself, not finishing. Who said anything about trading something else? I cut her off, my tone without much fluctuation. I'm talking about work. Gather supplies, guard the fire, find water. This afternoon you took a club for me, and you toughed out the whole night without causing trouble. That sense of duty, I acknowledge it. On this island, people who can work and can be relied on are more precious than anything. Songya's reddened eyes slowly went still. She probably hadn't expected that what I gave her wasn't humiliation, but a place that could let her survive and still hold her back straight. What can I do? Her voice was still hoarse, but the anger inside it had mostly dispersed. Keep up and you'll find out. I strode toward the cave mouth. The sun's not fully up yet. While the sea's calm, let's go pick up what washed ashore last night. She bit down on her back teeth and limped after me. Stepping out of the cave, the sea wind was a fair bit softer than that blade-like wind last night that scraped you bloody, barely downgraded from fatal to half-fatal. I stood at the edge of the rubble slope and looked toward the beach. Too far to make out the people. I could only see a few black dots shuffling on the sand, slow as a few half-dead ants. Current time, 8:15 ambient temperature, 54 degrees Fahrenheit, A beach survivors, 5 dead. Initial power restructuring complete. Su Qingxue holds decision-making. Wang Chong serves as violent enforcement, Chun Jin forced to accept the technical role. Split into 2 groups to find fresh water and fuel. Expected to still come up empty by midday. 5 dead. Last night I predicted the first case of hypothermic shock, never expecting 5 would go at once. That Su Qingxue woman did have some real skills. 5 dead, and she could still grip the rest back into one cluster. Kept the scene from falling apart. At a company meeting they'd call it crisis leadership. On this island, it's called giving the ox a breath of air so it can keep pulling the mill. But that's as far as it goes. No water, no food, no proper fire. And that mouth of hers worth 100 billion can't buy a single thing on this island that lets a person live an hour longer. Not going to last long. Where are we going? To find food. I slowly swept my gaze along the coastline. Yacht wreckage supplies washed onto the reef belt on the east side by the nearshore current. Recoverable, sealed food, first aid kits, plastic containers, clothing. Search range, east side reef belt to the edge of the mangroves, about 600 meters. Head east. We cut east along the rubble slope for about 10 minutes. The east side had no beach, all black reef clusters scoured out by the waves, tidal pools large and small forming between the rocks. Scattered around the reef's outer edge was a great deal of debris pushed up, plastic buckets, broken planks, shredded life jackets, and a few white sealed plastic cases wedged in the crevices. See those white cases down there? Sealed cases from the kitchen storage hold. If the waterproof rating's high enough, the things inside might still be usable. I scan the terrain. Split up to look. You take the left, I'll take the right. Find anything useful, put it on that flat rock in the middle. Songya nodded and climbed toward the left side reef cluster. The wounds on the soles of her feet met the coarse rock face, pain shooting up in waves, and she shuffled along on hands and feet through gritted teeth. The first few cases were either flooded or full of mushed-up tissues and useless decorations. For cases turned over and not a single bite to eat found, her stamina draining fast, the reefs before her occasionally swaying. Not the reef swaying, but her own self swaying. She braced on her knees and panted for a good while, then saw the thing. On the back of a flipped-over large reef, a whole spread of silver foil sealed pouches lay scattered, black characters printed on them. Military compressed biscuit, type 900, 500G/pack. Shelf life, 5 years. Sonia froze completely. During her internship in administration, she'd helped logistics procure emergency supplies, and she recognized this packaging. 500 grams a pack, extremely high calorie density, enough to carry an adult through a whole day. She crouched down to count. 1 pack, 2 packs, counting all the way to 8. 3 of them had been ground open by the reef and swollen from flooding. The remaining 5 were perfectly sealed, rock hard to the squeeze. 5 packs, 2,500 grams, enough to feed 5 people. On this lousy island where there was nothing, the value of these 5 packs of biscuits was 10,000 times more solid than that 50 million blank check in Su Qingshue's mouth. She carried them to the rendezvous point in 2 trips. First, she carried 3 packs over to the flat-topped reef, then doubled back for the remaining 2. Just as she scooped them up, "Oh, struck it rich here, did you?" A voice drifted over from behind. The hairs on Songya's back stood up one by one. A man stood on a reef 3 meters off, looking down at her. Early 40s, his face smoked black and red in patches by the sun and the toxic smoke, a scab wound on his brow ridge. Songya recognized this face, Zhou Dehai from Shengtong's legal department. A bit over a year on the job, normally with an extremely low presence. But the him standing on the reef now had his eyes fixed dead on the 2 foil pouches in her arms, his tongue running over his cracked lips. That kind of look Songya had seen at the zoo, watching a wolf stare at the feeding chute through glass. "I found these first." Songya stepped back, hugging the biscuits tighter. "You found them first?" Zhou Dehai jumped down from the reef. "Then what do you plan to do with them?" "Carry them to the rendezvous point, put them all together, divide them up later as a group." "Rendezvous point? Who decided that?" "Lin Fan." Zhou Dehai raised an eyebrow. Songya didn't take the bait. She wasn't stupid. Yesterday, Lin Fan was a 3,000 a month bottom-rung workhorse in those people's eyes. Trotting out his name now was no different from holding up a target for people to shoot at. "I decided it myself. There's too much to carry, so I'm setting it aside first." And in turn, staking out her own turf? Zhou Dehai stepped forward again, the smile dropping from his face, and held out his hand. "Cut the nonsense. Give me the stuff. I'll take it back and hand it to President Su for unified distribution. All supplies have to be turned in. Don't believe me? Go ask Director Wang when we get back." Songya stared at that hand, its nail beds full of black grime, and didn't move. "Then go get a note from President Su. President Su says so, and I'll hand it over." She wanted to stall him, "Then go find Lin Fan." Zhou Dehai's face dropped at once. He cocked his head and sized her up for 2 or 3 seconds, then smiled, uglier than before. "Little sister, I'm asking nicely, don't push your luck." Before the words had landed, he stepped up and reached straight out to grab. "Don't touch," Songya shrieked, turning to shield the biscuits with her back. Zhou Dehai didn't get hold of them, and his face completely lost its composure. At the company, for him, a formal employee of the legal department, to fight an intern who'd been there less than 3 months over things. If word got out, it'd be a laughingstock. But this wasn't the company. It was a deserted island. He'd gone a full day and night without eating, sent by Su Qingxue to search for supplies, and turning up nothing for the better part of the day, and the end result was a little intern picking up treasure first. On what grounds? Got too full of yourself, did you? Zhou Dehai grabbed the back of her collar and yanked hard. Songya was wrenched, stumbling backward, her feet slipping on the reef, her left knee slamming hard against the rock face, a big patch of skin scraped away, blood welling up and running down her shin. But her 2 hands still locked tight around those 2 packs of biscuits, not letting go. Zhou Dehai kicked her in the back. Songya pitched forward onto the reef, her chin striking the rock face, the tip of her tongue bitten bloody. 1 pack of biscuits rolled out of her arms and dropped into a reef crevice. The other she still shielded for dear life. Sprawled on the ground, the pain blacking out her vision, her first reaction wasn't to crawl up, but to fiercely guard the biscuits. Zhou Dehai planted a foot on the back of her hand, the sole's tread pressing into her skin. "I'll say it one last time. Let go, give me the stuff, or I'll break your fingers one by one." Songya's tears fell, not from pain, but from grievance. That grievance came like a mountain crashing down, 100 times more violent than freezing outside the cave last night. She'd only wanted to find some food. She hadn't stolen, hadn't robbed, hadn't harmed anyone. On what grounds could someone hit her at will, kick her at will? At the company, cursed by supervisors, ordered around by seniors, treated as heir by Su Qingxue, she'd endured it all. Endured all the way to a deserted island, and still she was getting beaten. She lay on the cold reef, tears mixing with the blood at the corner of her mouth dripping onto the rock face. But that pinned hand, all 5 fingers locked tight on the edge of the foil pouch. No. Her voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. Beat me to death, and I still won't give it. Zhou Dehai bore down harder with his foot and grabbed her hair to lift her head up. Little girl, you think this is the company? Dial 110? File a complaint with the Labor Bureau? On this lousy island, whoever's fist is harder gets the say. His other hand began prying her fingers. 1 finger, 2. Her nails scratched white marks on the foil pouch, her knuckles about to dislocate. But still she didn't let go. Zhou Dehai had had it and backhanded her across the left cheek. Crisp and loud, it bounced back and forth several times through the open reef cluster. Sonya's head snapped to one side, half her face instantly swelling, a long ringing in her ear. Her hand loosened, not by choice, but because she'd been struck senseless, her muscles no longer obeying. The biscuits scattered on the reef. Zhou Dehai bent to pick them up, then strode quickly to that flat-topped reef at the rendezvous point and scooped up all 3 packs Song you had carried over earlier. 4 packs, not 1 left. Wouldn't it have been fine if you'd just obeyed earlier? You had to force my hand. He glanced down at Songya sprawled on the ground, left cheek swollen high, blood at the corner of her mouth, the wound on her knee staining the rock face beside her a dark red. His gaze lingered on her for 2 seconds, then another 2. Then he shook his head, turned, and walked back. 3 steps in he stopped and turned again. If you dare to tattle about this, no matter who you tell, when we get back to the company, I'll definitely have you thrown in prison. Make those dozen-plus years of school all for nothing, your parents' blood and toil all wasted. He knew this was what today's graduates feared most. This rhetoric had never failed at the company, and he'd long since investigated Song Ya's rural origins clearly. Song Ya lay on the reef without answering. The sea wind poured in through the holes in her blouse, the chill burrowing straight into the cracks of her bones. She stared at the back receding farther and farther, tears running silently down her whole face. Not that she didn't want to chase, but that she didn't have the strength left in her whole body to even crawl up. Zhou Dehai didn't go straight back to camp. Carrying the 4 packs of compressed biscuits, he circled to a rubble pile at the edge of the mangroves, looked all around to make sure no one had followed, pried away a moss-covered stone, dug a shallow pit in the mud and sand beneath, stacked 3 packs neatly in, covered them with dry sand, and pressed crushed rock on top, then moved that mossy stone back to where it had been. Whether the helicopter came today, he had no confidence at all. Su Qingshue's pie painting could fool fresh graduate interns and brainless fools, but it couldn't fool an old hand like him who'd done legal work for a dozen-plus years. The yacht out of contact, magnetic interference. If no one came for 10 days or half a month, this island would be a hell of people eating people. He kept only the last pack in hand, enough to trade for a core position in front of Su Qingxue, enough to establish authority before that crowd of starving mad co-workers. And back at the company, he'd still be the great hero who'd sent charcoal in the snow. He mussed up his hair, scuffed his pant legs against the muddy ground a couple of times, put on an utterly exhausted look, and strode toward the beach with the biscuits. On the beach, the camp cleanup was crawling along, the female employees dizzy and bleary with hunger. Su Qingxue stood off to the side, brows knit tight, trying to maintain a president's dignity, but her cracked lips and unsteady steps had long since betrayed her. Just then, Lu Feifei, wrapped in that dark coat, quietly sidled up beside her, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and pulled half a bottle of water from inside her clothes. "President Su, wet your throat." Su Qingshue's gaze fixed on that half bottle of water. Her throat felt as if it had swallowed razor blades, the craving for fresh water nearly bursting through reason. But she didn't take it right away. Her gaze lifted from the plastic bottle and landed on several red marks at Lu Feifei's neck that couldn't quite be covered. The scene from the cave last night flashed through Su Qingshue's mind. Where this water came from went without saying. This was that bottom-rung workhorse's water. President Su, you're the backbone. If you fall, everyone's finished. Lu Feifei pushed it forward a little more. Su Qingxue stared hard at that half bottle of water, her chest heaving violently. At Shengtang, she drank air-freighted Evian. Water of unknown origin like this, she wouldn't have spared a glance. But now she was nearly mad with thirst. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the struggle had been replaced by the will to survive. She took the bottle, tipped her head back, and poured that half bottle down her throat. I'll remember this kindness. Back in Jiangcheng, Shengtang's entire endorsement line for next year is yours. Having drunk this half bottle, she could ensure Lu Feifei wouldn't let last night's matter out. President Su, I found it. Zhou Dehai's voice came from a distance. Everyone on the beach turned their heads in unison, pairs of bloodshot eyes fixed dead on that silver foil pouch in his hand. Food. That's food. Little Zhou from administration scrambled over on hands and knees. Wang Chong shoved her aside and rushed in front of Zhou Dehai, reaching out to grab. Zhou Dehai twisted his wrist and dodged, walking straight up to Su Qingxue and presenting it with both hands. President Su, I dug around the east side reef belt for ages and finally turned up this pack of compressed biscuits. Brought it right back to you, all at your disposal. Su Qingxue took it, heavy in the hand, packaging intact. Type 900 military standard. These 500 grams of carbohydrates were more precious than a gold bar on a deserted island. The crisis of rule that Chunjian had just punctured vanished in an instant because of this pack of biscuits. With the power to distribute, she had absolute control. Dehai, you've done very well. She raised her voice to make sure everyone heard. Back in Jiangxing, you're directly promoted to director of the legal department. Salary doubled. Personal reward of 1 million in cash. Zhou Dehai immediately bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, President Su. In life, I'm Xingtang's man. In death, I'm Xingtang's ghost. Wang Chong, find a clean stone and cut the biscuits open. Wang Chong carefully sliced open the foil pouch with the small knife on his keychain, and a weedy aroma wafted out, immediately followed by a chorus of swallowing all around. A dozen some people formed a circle, eyes glinting green. Everyone gets a small piece. Hold it in your mouth and swallow slowly. We haven't found water yet. Eat too much and you'll choke to death. Su Qingxue controlled the pace. First her, then Wang Chong, Zhou Dehai, and only then the others. Those who got a piece couldn't bear to chew and swallowed it straight down, staring fixedly at what remained on the stone slab. See that? She looked around at the crowd, having recovered her former composure. As long as you follow command, Xingtang won't abandon a single employee. A feeble cheer broke out in the crowd. Chen Jian stood at the periphery and respectfully handed the small piece he'd been allotted to his wife Wang Lan. East Side Reef Belt. I carried a broken first aid box and 2 sleeves of bottled water, circling back to the flat-topped reef from the other side. My steps halted. Songya lay sprawled on the ground. Left cheek swollen high, blood at the corner of her mouth, the wound on her knee still seeping blood. Current time, 9:30 ambient temperature, 59 degrees Fahrenheit. I walked over and crouched down. No fuss, no fussing over. Can you still move? Hearing my voice, Songya's shoulder gave a sharp jolt, and she raised her head with difficulty. The instant she saw me, her tears burst their banks. Lin Fan. She braced on both arms trying to crawl up, but the strain on her knee sent her crashing hard back onto the reef. Zhou Dehai from legal. She said in broken pieces between sobs. I found 5 packs of compressed biscuits. He grabbed 4. And beat me, said he'd put me in prison back at the company. She thought I'd be furious, that I'd comfort her a few words. But I didn't say a thing, only stood and grabbed her arm to pull her up. The motion couldn't be called gentle, but it was steady enough. Wipe your tears, I said. Lead the way. Where to? To take back our things. I gripped the knife handle at the small of my back, cold light surfacing in my eyes. Yesterday, they still took us for interns, easy to bully. Today, we have to change that impression. On the beach, the mood was running high. Su Qingxue stood on a reef, having successfully gathered the about-to-scatter hearts of the crowd back together with a single biscuit. Finding biscuits meant other food could be found too. She'd recovered the sense of control she had in the 58th floor conference room. Zhou Dehai stood ramrod straight. Su Qingxue had just deliberately allotted him the biggest piece. A statement. Whoever can find supplies is the favorite in her eyes. Wang Chang's eye corner twitched off to the side, his gaze at Zhou Dahai, both dark and jealous. Lin Fan, wait for me. A weak voice came. A dozen some people turned their heads at once. I walked in front, the tactical fixed-blade knife held reversed, the blade giving off cold light in the sun. Behind me followed the limping Songya, her left cheek swollen high, the blood from her knee running down her shin to her ankle. The air on the beach went silent in an instant. I stopped 5 steps from the crowd, swept my gaze over everyone, and finally landed on Zhou Dahai's face. Where are the things? Zhou Dahai played dumb. What things? Lin Fan, don't go looking for trouble. You beat Songya into that state, and you still dare bring her in front of President Su. Biting back, pinning Songya's injuries on me. Songya shook all over with rage, stepped out from behind me to point at him, and for the first time let out a curse. Bullshit. It was clearly you who grabbed my biscuits and beat me. She turned to Su Qingxue. I found 5 packs of compressed biscuits on the east side. Zhou Dahai rushed out and grabbed 4, and he kicked me and slapped my face. The crowd exploded outright. All eyes snapped onto Zhou Dahai, not because he'd beaten someone, but because of that number. 5 packs, for grabbed, yet Zhou Dahai had only brought 1 back. Su Qingxue's expression changed in an instant. She turned and stared at him, her gaze sharp. Wang Chang reacted fastest. He'd been holding back his anger and lunged forward to grab his collar. Zhou Dahai, you fucking dare to eat it all yourself? Songya says there were 5 packs. Where are the other 3? Wang Chang, let go. You're listening to this crazy girl's nonsense. If I grabbed 4 packs, why would I bring 1 back? Zhou Dahai shouted at the top of his voice, then turned to Su Qingxue. President Su, don't believe her. Lin Fan put her up to this. He wants to wreck the unity of our camp. Su Qingxue fell silent. She wasn't stupid. That handprint on Songya's face absolutely wasn't from a fall. Zhou Dahai had definitely grabbed things. But how many packs exactly? If 3 really had been hidden away, she'd just praised him in front of everyone, promised 1 million. Then she'd become an outright joke. Zhou Dahai, how many packs exactly? Her voice turned cold. President Su, there really aren't any. If I hid them, may I never get off this lousy island. Wang Chang didn't believe it at all and roared, Zhang Tao, Li Bin, search him. The 2 immediately stepped up and pinned Zhou Dahai from either side, groping all over him. The camp instantly descended into chaos, a dog-eat-dog drama playing out on the beach. I had no interest in watching this crowd act out a palace intrigue. Gripping the knife, I strode into the crowd, and those blocking the way, sensing that killing intent, instinctively drew back to either side and yielded a path. I walked up to Zhou Dahai. Wang Chang, Zhang Tao, and Li Bin saw the knife and, frightened, immediately let go and backed off several steps. Zhou Dahai looked up and met my eyes. Lin Fan, what are you trying to do? President Su is right here. You still want to commit violence in front of everyone. I didn't waste words, raised my right hand, and laid the blade against the right side of his neck. The cold metal transmitted through skin into his blood vessels, and every hair on his body stood on end. The whole scene was dead silent. Only the sound of waves slapping the reef. Where are the things? I repeated it once, my tone flat. Zhou Dahai's legs trembled, but he'd done legal work for 12+ years and understood the rules all too well. This was a deserted island, true, but they'd be rescued sooner or later. Back in Jiangxing, killing was a capital crime. Assault started at 3 years. An intern with no money and no background, daring to bear a charge of intentional assault, daring to use a knife before dozens of pairs of eyes. He bet I wouldn't dare. As long as he denied it to the death, I'd have nothing on him. Lin Fan, don't use this thing to scare me. Zhou Dahai forced calm, even taking on a lecturing tone. I'm a group legal specialist. You brandishing a knife at me. That's called the crime of intimidation. Once rescue comes, and we're back in Jiangxing, if you dare touch a single hair on me today, I'll report you to the police back home and have you arrested, and your whole life is ruined. Put the knife down, and if there's an issue, solve it through President Su by company rules. He'd trotted out the set he was best at, law, police, the bottom line of civilized society. As he said this, his gaze drifted uncontrollably to the right for an instant. That was a rubble pile at the edge of the mangroves. This subtle motion fell into my eyes. At the same time, the golden prompt box surfaced. Zhou Dahai psychology, extreme panic, forced calm, harboring illusions of rescue. Hidden information. In the direction of his gaze, rubble pile at the mangrove edge, azimuth 115 degrees, beneath a moss-covered stone in a shallow pit. 3 packs of Type 900 compressed biscuits are buried. I now knew the biscuit's location, but I didn't turn to look, nor did I expose it. The rules of civilized society? Report to the police? Ruin my whole life? I smiled. What are you smiling at? Zhou Dahai got the creeps from the smile. I'm smiling that you still haven't grasped the situation. I stopped smiling, my gaze turning ice cold. You think I'll talk evidence with you? Take you to court? On this island. That set of legal clauses of yours isn't worth a sheet of toilet paper. I didn't go for his fingers. He was still useful. With a broken hand, he couldn't even haul things, and every pair of working hands on this island was precious. I flipped my wrist, and the back of the knife slammed hard against his right wrist, the one that had handled the things and was still smeared with mud. Crack. A dull sound. Zhou Dahai screamed, his whole right arm dropping limp, the pain dropping him to his knees in the sand, his left hand clutching his right wrist for dear life. Not a broken finger, dislocated, enough to make him remember, but not enough to cripple a laborer. Ag, my hand. The whole scene was dead silent. Everyone froze in place. Wang Chong's legs went weak and he plopped down onto the ground, a patch of his crotch wet, scared piss again. Su Qingxue stood on the reef, her face white as paper, looking at the man holding the knife reversed. She'd always thought she could use money, position, and pie painting to wield this crowd like tools. Thought Wang Chong slapping Chen Jian was the limit of violence on this island. Not until this moment did she understand. I simply didn't care about the law, didn't care about rescue, didn't care how things would be back in Jiangqing. With a single dislocation, I'd shattered the last shred of civilized society confidence left in everyone's hearts. I didn't look at Zhou Dahai rolling on the ground, turned, and walked toward the mangrove edge on the right, going straight to that moss-covered stone, kicked it aside, and poked the knife tip into the mud and sand a couple of times. 3 silver foil pouches were revealed. The people on the beach even stopped breathing. There really were 3 packs. Zhou Dahai really had hidden them. And I hadn't even asked. I'd gone straight to the spot. This near-clairvoyant ability stirred a deep awe toward me in the already terrified crowd. I picked up the 3 packs, patted off the mud and sand, walked back to Song Ya's side, and tossed them into her arms. Take them. She caught them clumsily, staring blankly at me. When I'd said establish authority earlier, she'd thought it was just a tough line, never expecting I'd actually do it. I turned and swept one last glance over this crowd. Listen clearly. My voice carried out on the sea wind. I and you are not on the same battle line. You want to wait for rescue, want to huddle together, want to listen to President Su's blank checks. Suit yourselves. But don't provoke me. Whoever touches my things has bad luck coming. Whoever moves on my people pays with their life. Don't try to pressure me with your labor law and police. On this island, the knife in my hand is the only rule. With that, I didn't look at anyone again, turned, and walked toward the cave on the mid-slope. Sonia clutched the biscuits and followed close behind, not looking back at those former co-workers. From today on, she had completely broken away from that hypocritical group. Wait a moment. Su Qingxue's voice came from behind, not loud, but clear. I didn't stop. Lin Fan. Her volume rose half a notch, with a cold hardness held under heavy restraint. I knew that voice all too well. At the 58th floor year-end review assembly, when she called next, it was this exact pitch. Looming and lofty, brooking no defiance. In the past, it could send chills down the spines of an entire floor. Now, even the sea wind behind me had more presence than her voice. I still didn't stop. Hurried footsteps came from behind, and Su Qingxue circled around in front of me, standing 2 steps off. I stopped, not because she'd blocked the way. This slope path was plenty wide, 3 seconds to go around. I just wanted to see what new tricks this 100 billion president could squeeze out after watching that scene just now with her own eyes. Her chest heaved violently, her white swimsuit so filthy its original color was unrecognizable. Her hair knotted and stuck to her shoulders, her cheeks all gray-black from the toxic smoke and sea wind. Lips cracked, eye sockets sunken. But her stance hadn't changed. Back straight, chin slightly raised. This frame was held up by 20-some years of breeding. It wasn't going to be blown down by one night's cold wind. I won't beat around the bush with you. Her voice was so hoarse it nearly cracked, but every word held steady. You're very clever and ruthless enough. I admit it. On this island, you currently have the upper hand. I shifted the knife to my left hand and said nothing, waiting for what followed. You hoard supplies, hold the cave, arm yourself. It's plain you want to be a local tyrant on this island. Fine, you've got the ability, I acknowledge it. She extended her right hand and spread 5 fingers. But think it through. You alone holding that much water and food, with dozens of people below staring at you with starving eyes, how long can you guard it? 3 days? 5. Until they're starved enough to eat people and rush you all at once and tear you to shreds? Even with a knife, 2 fists can't fend off 4 hands. The corner of my mouth moved, but I didn't take it up. Su Qingxue switched to a more measured tone. I'll give you a more dignified option. You hand the cave and the supplies over to me for unified management and distribution. With your reserves plus continued gathering, it's enough to last until rescue. In exchange, back in Jiangxing, I'll give you 100 million in my personal name. Cash, not through the company accounts, not through approval. 100 million, enough for you to buy 3 apartments in Jiangxing, open 2 companies, never have to read anyone's face again for the rest of your life. 100 million. With that number dropped, even the people sobbing on the distant beach went quiet. Sonia froze behind me, clutching the biscuits, her mouth slightly open. Their whole village could farm a lifetime and not scrape together that much loose change by the time they died. And about Zhou Dehai. You laid hands on him here, and there's legal risk back home. But as long as I step in, this matter won't enter any legal process. Medical costs, compensation, I'll handle it all together. Every witness present signs a confidentiality agreement, and we treat it as if it never happened. The carrot was finished, next was the stick. Of course, if you insist on going your own way. Her tone abruptly dropped in temperature, staring into my eyes. When rescue comes, every seat on that helicopter is mine to decide. In a maritime disaster, a few deaths are perfectly normal. You carrying a knife, robbing food, hurting people, doling out private justice. All it takes is one word from me, and you're a dangerous element who went mentally unstable from the disaster and turned violent. When the helicopter lands then, everyone boards, and you alone stay below. How big this island is I don't know, but I know one thing. A single person can't survive a year in a place like this. Su Qingxue stopped, waiting for my reaction. The wind rolled in off the sea carrying salty damp. Quiet for several seconds. I slid the knife back into the tactical pack behind my waist and unhurriedly wiped the residual blood off my fingers. President Su. My tone was absurdly flat. This rhetoric of yours. How many times a year do you get to use it at Shengtong's merger negotiation table? Inducement up front, threat at the back, legal risk wedged in the middle as leverage. Pretty standard, the capitalist textbook teaches it just like this. I took a step forward, and she stood her ground through gritted teeth. But you forgot one thing. Your helicopter can't come. Your satellite phone is a brick. The 100 million you promise is a string of numbers. You threaten not to let me on the plane, but a plane that doesn't exist. How exactly do you plan to keep me off it? I laughed low, brief. Don't believe me? Then keep waiting. Wait until you starve, until you're parched, until that crowd of men below develop other ideas about you. Then think back on these words of mine today. Who do you think you are? Cut off one person's finger, and you're the boss of this island. Her voice went shrill to the point of losing control. You're nothing but a dog, a stray that got lucky and picked up a few bones. When my people come, your people can't come. I cut her off cleanly. I'll give you 2 paths. First, go back and wait for your non-existent rescue, and figure out how to get through tonight on your own. Second, stay, but you live by my rules. A way to live earned with your life, not traded for with a pie-painting mouth. How you choose is up to you. Su Qingxue stood in place, her chest heaving harder and harder. She stared at me, no emotion on her face at all. Not the forced composure of someone holding on, but a genuine indifference radiating from the marrow. This attitude drove a person madder than the humiliation itself. If I'd pressed her with eyes full of greed, she could at least have found a fulcrum to hate me on. but I found even one extra glance at her superfluous. She opened her mouth to curse again, and only a dry, hoarse breath of air popped out of her throat, unable to assemble even one complete word. She turned and walked back step by step, back straight, never looking back. In this life, she'd walked out of countless rooms where talks had collapsed in exactly this posture. Only in the past, when she walked out, she was the winner. I watched her back recede farther and farther, then withdrew my gaze. "Let's go." Sonya followed dazedly, clutching the 3 packs of biscuits, her head still buzzing. Su Qingxue had offered 100 million for that cave, that water, that food, and I hadn't even lifted an eyelid. What was 100 million? She silently did the math. Her parents farmed back home, and after fertilizer and seed, they cleared 20,000 a year at the very most. 100 million would take 5,000 years to farm. Farm from the Shang dynasty until now to scrape together just enough. Su Qingxue returned to the edge of the beach, didn't walk into the crowd, circled to the back of a waist-high reef, pressed her back against the rock wall, and slowly closed her eyes. One sentence turned over and over in her mind. The helicopter can't come. She'd pressed it down countless times, each time forcing it back with willpower, with the company's strength, but each time it bored out again, more and more frequent, clearer and clearer. She opened her eyes again, her gaze landing on the gravel path leading to the cave. A thin, frail figure was limping its way up. "Sonya." Su Qingxue's gaze changed. The fighting spirit from going head-to-head with me a moment ago had drained entirely, replaced by something carved into her DNA. Calculation. She'd been a helmsman for 7 years, and what she was best at was never the frontal assault. It was the flanking maneuver. Couldn't pry me open from the front, so she'd pry away the people around me. Lu Feifei was a fence-sitter. Prying her over was a wasted piece. But Sonya was different. She still held on to the values of civilized society, feared violence, believed in rules, still harbored expectations for life after they got back. More importantly, Sonya had 3 packs of compressed biscuits in her arms. Su Qingxue's throat bobbed uncontrollably. Pry away Sonya, and I'd become a lone man. Get the biscuits. And her rule could buy more life. 2 birds, 1 stone. Sonya. Sonya turned. Su Qingxue stood 3 meters off, backlit, that stance Sonya knew all too well. At the company year-end gala, just before stepping up to the speaking platform, this was the exact posture. Sonya instinctively pulled the biscuits tighter against her. "Press, President Su." Su Qingxue stepped closer a few paces, her gaze sweeping from top to bottom over her swollen face, her bleeding knee, those 3 foil pouches in her arms. "Does it hurt?" Her tone suddenly turned very soft. "That knee wound needs treating fast. In this kind of tropical climate, if the wound festers and there's no antibiotics, even amputation is possible." Sonya was completely thrown. From joining the company until now, Su Qingxue had never used this kind of tone with her. Forget the tone. She'd never even given her a straight look. I'm fine." Sonya instinctively retreated half a step. Su Qingxue sighed, wanting to use the sigh to drag her into a zone of empathy before bringing the knife down. "Sonya, I know you've suffered a lot of grievance these past 2 days. I already know about Zhou Dahai beating you. Back in Jiangsheng he'll be fired outright, and I'll personally arrange a labor arbitration lawyer for you, with full compensation from Shengdang. You're this year's fresh graduate intern, aren't you? Back home I'll convert you to permanent staff directly. Skip the process, pick your own position, monthly salary starting at 20,000 plus year-end bonus." She reached out to brush a few grains of sand off Sonya's shoulder. The motion as natural as a senior comforting a junior. "Your parents back home still live in the old house, don't they? Back home, I'll personally pay to renovate it for you." Sonya's eyes went hot all at once. From landing on the island until now, she'd been shoved by Wang Chong, kicked, slapped, stepped on by Zhou Dahai. I'd saved her, but my mouth was as hard as my knife and never said half a soft word. "Can you still move?" was my style of concern. Now suddenly someone was speaking to her in such a gentle tone, and the string she'd kept taut for a day and a night nearly snapped on the spot. But Sonya bit down on the inside of her lip, right on the wound Zhou Dahai's slap had just left. One sting, and her head cleared. She hadn't forgotten who Su Qingxue was. This woman's gala speeches were every line so beautiful they could be framed. Xingtang will never let down a single striver. And then the day after the gala, administration laid off a third of its people. Songya sniffed and forced the tears back. President Su, whatever it is, just say it plainly. Voice small, but holding steady. Su Qingshue's gaze flickered. She withdrew her hand and stopped putting on the tender act. I want you to leave Lin Fan. Songya's fingers tightened all at once, crushing a deep crease into the foil pouch. You're a clever girl. You can see Lin Fan's state right now isn't normal. Cutting people's fingers, threatening everyone with a knife. This isn't survival skill, it's violent crime. When rescue comes, every single thing he's done on the island will be settled, account by account. Following him, you're an accomplice. When we're back in Jiangxing and the police get involved, you think you'll come out clean? You just graduated this year. Your life's only beginning. Do you really want to throw your whole future in for a few packs of biscuits and one out-of-control madman? Songya kept her head down, staring at the gravel underfoot, saying nothing. Su Qingxue assessed. One more push needed. The scale in this girl's heart was already wobbling, but it hadn't tipped. She switched to a lower, more intimate tone. Little song, when rescue comes, the seats on the helicopter are mine to decide. Come back to my side now. Her gaze paused on those 3 packs of biscuits in Song Ya's arms for the briefest instant. And I'll not only give you a seat, I'll give you a brand new life. But if you choose to stay by his side, when the plane lands, your name won't be on the list. You'll stay on this island, together with Lin Fan. Forever. Those last words were spat out lightly, and the sea wind happened to still in that very instant. Songya clutched the 3 packs of biscuits and glanced back toward the cave above. My figure had already vanished into the shadow of the cave mouth. She turned back and met Su Qingshue's eyes, waiting for an answer. Her lips parted, then closed. At last she spoke. President Su, every single thing you've said sounds very nice. She stepped back. Nicer than at the gala. But I don't believe it. The gravel path went quiet. Su Qingxue stared at this little intern whose name she couldn't even have called out before, and in those bloodshot eyes there was no provocation, no fear, only something she couldn't read that made her uncomfortable all over. Songya, have you thought it through? The last trace of softness on her face drained completely. Refusing me now means you've chosen a dead end. When the helicopter comes, the helicopter isn't coming. Songya cut her off. From Shengtang's founding until now, no one had dared cut Su Qingxue off mid-sentence. The vice presidents didn't dare, the board didn't dare. An intern on 3,000 a month did it. What did you say? The corner of Su Qingshue's eye twitched quickly. Lin Fan said so. The satellite phone won't connect. This island isn't on a normal route. The magnetic field's wrong. You believe him? Believe a fresh graduate intern, and not me? I believe him. Songya didn't explain why. She couldn't explain. That reason was buried too deep. The first time she'd seen the name Lin Fan wasn't on Shengtang's onboarding list, but earlier, much earlier. She bit down on the wound inside her lip, using the pain to forcibly press that stretch of memory back down. Now wasn't the time to think of these things. President Su, give it up. Songya shifted the 3 packs of biscuits to a different hold and turned to limp up the slope. I won't give you the biscuits, and I don't want the helicopter seat either. Back home you can fire me. You can blacklist me. I don't care anymore. But these 3 packs of biscuits I found myself. I took a slap to the face and scraped a layer of skin off my knee to keep them. Who I give them to, I get the say. She didn't look back, walking very slowly, her left leg pulling the knee wound open with each step, fresh blood seeping. Old wounds stacked on new, every step aching into the bone. Su Qingxue stood on the gravel path, watching that thin, frail figure shuffle toward the cave step by step. Her fist clenched, then loosened. She didn't chase. Not that she didn't want to. She was out of cards. 100 million, conversion to permanent staff, building a house, a helicopter seat. Every chip she could pull out had been laid on the table, and then thrown back in her face one by 2 interns. She turned and walked slowly toward the beach. Back still very straight, but her steps a fair bit heavier than when she'd come. Cave mouth. I crouched on the ground sorting the supplies in the first aid box. The footsteps came in from outside the cave, and I didn't even lift my head. Back. Songya stood at the cave mouth, 3 silver foil pouches in her arms, the sunlight from behind rimming her with a bright edge. It was just that the half-swollen face really had little aesthetic value to speak of. I'd heard Su Qingxue calling her at the cave mouth earlier and hadn't turned around. I wanted to see the result. If she'd gone with Su Qingxue, I wouldn't have stopped her. A naive little flower with no experience, lured away by a few words from someone like Su Qingxue, would be perfectly normal. Empathy first, then inducement, finally threat, the standard three-axe combo. Few in all of Xingtang could withstand that combination punch. But Sonya had come back. 3 packs of biscuits, not one short, the tear streaks on her face dry. She hadn't run back in tears. Interesting. Put the stuff over there, keep it from getting damp. I tipped my chin toward the rock ledge. Sonya stacked the 3 packs of biscuits up properly, like arranging a supermarket shelf, the seals even facing up. I dug a roll of gauze and a small bottle of alcohol out of the first aid box. The box was the one I'd picked up at the reef belt earlier, soaked in seawater, but the seal was decent, the medicine usable in a pinch. A pity there was no iodine. I tossed the alcohol and gauze to her feet. Wrap your knee first. In tropical weather, an untreated wound rots to the bone in 2 days. Sonya unscrewed the alcohol cap. The instant the white liquid poured on, her whole body bounced, teeth clamped tight, a fine sweat beading on her forehead, but she didn't cry out. Yesterday, this girl could whimper for half a day from a bit of sun. Today, alcohol poured onto an open wound, and she'd actually swallowed the sound back down. People get forged by being pushed. She was the type to grind her back teeth to dust and then bear it bit by bit, like a stubborn mule. Dumb, truly dumb, but tough to endure, truly tough. Her technique at winding gauze was hopelessly clumsy. 3 loops before she barely covered it. Loose and slack, like wrapping a rice dumpling. I glanced over and didn't correct her. As long as it stops the bleeding, it's fine. She wasn't going on an operating table. Eat something. I took a few bread rolls down from the rock ledge and handed them over. Bread had a short shelf life, had to be eaten fast. Chew slowly, don't rush to swallow. Your stomach's been empty for a day and a night. Wolf it down, and you'll just throw it all back up. Sonya broke off a piece and put it in her mouth. The first bite, and her eyes went red at once. Not from being moved, but because the instant the food dissolved, every nerve in her body was shouting, she's still alive. She chewed slowly, swallowed slowly, the tears circling twice and stubbornly refusing to fall. I tore into a few myself, finished them in 2 or 3 bites, then pulled out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, took 2 sips, and handed it over. Sonya took 2 small sips, the fresh water sliding down her throat, the feeling like land parched 3 years finally getting its first drop of rain. She handed the bottle back. Thank you. Don't thank me. I screwed the cap on, my tone like settling an account. Everything you eat and drink, you pay back later in work. I'm keeping this tab. Sonya nodded, no argument. Without me, she'd either be starving on the beach now or already dead. Owed is owed. She acknowledged the tab. I stood and walked to the cave mouth, sweeping a glance downhill. Su Qingxue had already returned to the middle of the crowd. From a distance I could see her and Wang Chong with their heads close together, muttering about who knows what. I had no interest in guessing. My gaze turned to the terrain outside the cave, the rubble slope, the mangroves, the east side ridgeline, and farther off, that as yet unexplored area hidden in the low mist. Then the golden prompt box surfaced again, this time with more information than any time before. Current time, 11:30 ambient temperature, 68 degrees Fahrenheit, weather warning. Within 6 hours, afternoon temperature spikes above 95 degrees Fahrenheit at 13:30. After sunset, a cold front passes through, plummeting from 1800 hours, dropping to around 5 degrees Fahrenheit by midnight. Accompanied by strong convective precipitation and gusts of force 8 to 10. Survival threat, extremely high. Recommend immediately sealing the cave mouth. Leave a ventilation gap, stockpiling ample dry firewood to maintain the fire. Survival probability for those in the open, below 12%. I finished reading, no change on my face, but the hand gripping the cave wall edge slowly tightened at the knuckles. 5 below at midnight, plus rain, plus sea wind. That crowd below, tonight they wouldn't get through it. The cave mouth faced southeast, 2 meters 20 wide, a touch over 1.80 meters high. Wind could pour straight in. Last night it was only a few degrees above zero, and the fire barely carried us through. Tonight, if the cave mouth wasn't blocked, One gust would kill the fire, and the temperature would drop below the fatal line within 10 minutes. I turned and said to Songya, my tone no different from usual. When you've eaten, go gather firewood. Dead branches, dry grass, bark, anything with no moisture in it. Haul it all back, the more the better. Don't head toward the beach. Go north, look along the shrubs by the ridgeline. That stretch of woods baked in the sun all day yesterday. The dead branches on the ground should be bone dry. Sonia gave an and stood up, biting down the last mouthful of bread. She didn't notice that the look in my eyes toward the outside had changed. The sea wind shot up along the cliff face, carrying a fishy, salty damp into the cave. Tonight, more people would die. I stood on the gravel slope and swept a glance over the terrain. To the left of the cave entrance was a rubble pile formed by a collapse, rocks of various sizes scattered across the slope. I needed medium-sized ones. Too small wouldn't block the wind. Too big one person couldn't move. Around 100 Gene was best. Ventilation had to be left, but the airflow had to be controlled to within what the fire could bear. I bent and hefted a stone, shuffling it step by step toward the cave mouth, setting it down with a dull thud. The first one, then off for the second. From the cave to the rubble pile was 30 meters one way, a round trip about 3 minutes. I needed at least 15 stones to block the cave mouth to a safe standard. Beach camp, 11:40. The sun had climbed overhead and slightly east, the temperature noticeably higher than the morning. Su Qingxuet didn't stand on that podium reef again. Wang Chong, arrange a few people to keep searching west along the coastline, focusing on fresh water and food. Yes. And she lowered her voice. From now on, anyone who dares to contact Lin Fan on their own or run to that cave, report straight to me. Got it. Anyone who dares to defect, I'll deal with first for you. Su Qingxue ignored him and turned to walk off. Wang Chong watched her back and curled his lip, rubbing his crotch. That urine stain had dried in the sun. Disgraceful. On this island, he'd already scared himself piss twice in public. Yesterday, pinned to the ground by me. Today, watching Zhou Dahai's wrist drop. A dignified sales director pissing his pants in public. If word got back to the company, he'd never live it down for the rest of his life. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Wang Chong wasn't sharp, but one thing he saw clearly. Daytime temperatures were rising. The body was severely dehydrated. They had to find water fast. He cleared his throat. Listen up, President Su says. Before he could finish, he saw Chun Jian quietly slipping out from the edge of the crowd. His direction not the coastline, not the mangroves, but the mid-slope, the cave's direction. Chun Jian's steps paused, and he turned, a numbness on his face like someone beaten into fear, the bruise from yesterday's slap still lingering on his left cheek. Where are you going? Wang Chong blocked his path. I'm going up the mountain to look around, find some places that can shelter from wind and rain. Shelter from wind and rain? Are you trying to run off to Lin Fan's cave? Chun Jian neither denied nor admitted it, only said one thing. Wang Ji, do you feel like today's temperature is off? Off how? Look at the sun's position. It's probably only 11:30 now. Chun Jian looked up. Look at the ground. Wang Chong glanced down at the sand under his feet and instinctively lifted his foot. Hot. Not the warmth of a morning sun, but a heat you could feel through the soles. But it was only 11:30 now. Yesterday at this time it was nowhere near foot scalding. Yesterday at the same time the temperature was about 17 or 18 degrees. Today it's already 20 and still climbing. Touch a reef. Chun Jian laid his hand on a black reef beside him. Scalding. Wang Chong, half believing, touched it. Fuck. He yanked his hand back. A patch of his palm burned red. Now look at today's clouds. Chun Jian pointed at the western skyline. Hugging the sea's surface was a very thin layer of gray cloud, almost impossible to spot without looking closely, but that layer of cloud was slowly pushing east. This kind of cloud is called stratocumulus, usually appearing at the leading edge of a cold air mass. Cold air is coming. The temperature is climbing now because before the cold air arrives, there's a brief warming process. The faster it rises, the stronger the cold air behind it. At this rate, by 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the temperature could shoot above 35 degrees. 35. Isn't that nice and warm? Wang Chong didn't hear the problem. Chun Jian looked at him. 35 is today's peak. After that, the temperature will drop off a cliff. The cold front passes through, and tonight will only be lower than last night. And looking at the thickness and advanced speed of that cloud, I suspect it's not just a temperature drop. Tonight there's very likely rain. Rain. Those two words Wang Chong took in. Last night was only dry cold, and they'd huddled together and barely made it to dawn. If it rained tonight, rain plus low temperature, and a healthy adult couldn't hold out 2 hours, much less these people who'd been cut off from water and food for over a day. So we have to find a place that can block wind and rain. Today's daytime is the last window. If we don't act now, by the time the afternoon temperature starts dropping, it'll be too late for anything. Up the mountain, there are rock wall crevices, natural shelters. Even if we can't find a cave as good as Lin Fan's, at the very least we need a roof to keep the rain off our heads. Wang Chong stared at him for a good while. He wasn't quick, but he wasn't an idiot. He didn't understand all of Chun Jian's stuff, but the 4 words, rain can kill, he heard crystal clear. But Su Qingxue had spoken first. President Su says the rescue team can arrive by nightfall at the latest. The satellite location's already been sent out. So no need to go find a cave, just find water and food and wait for rescue. Wang Ji, that signal, whether it actually got sent out, do you really feel sure in your heart? That choked Wang Chong. Whether it got sent out, of course he wasn't sure. But this couldn't be said in front of this crowd. This was Su Qingxue's last card for steadying people's hearts. If the belief collapsed, dozens of people would blow up on the spot. I don't care whether it got sent out. President Su says it can arrive, so it can. You, a kept man, you think you can manage the weather? Wang Chong's attitude hardened, and he pressed a step closer. You wanted to run up the mountain just now. Were you trying to go defect to Lin Fan? I wasn't. I was going to find shelter. Shelter? That cave up there is Lin Fan's turf. You go there, that's defection. Wang Chong's voice was loud, and several people working nearby stopped. Chun Jian glanced at the gazes cast over and drew a deep breath, deliberately lowering his voice. Changji, I'm not defecting to anyone. I'm just stating a fact. Look at the sky. Touch the sand under your feet. Today is different from yesterday. Tropical doesn't mean no extreme temperature drops. The most terrifying thing about a maritime climate is the temperature swing. If it really rains tonight, a dozen of us out in the open on the beach, fire won't catch, no dry clothes. Our body temperatures will drop below critical within 2 hours. The first to fall are the girls, then the older employees, last us young men, but even young and strong. Soaking a whole night in rain at -10-something degrees, you won't make it to dawn. I'm not saying this to scaremonger. I'm saving lives. Wang Chong did understand, a flicker of wavering crossing his eyes, lasting about half a second. Then he forcibly pressed that half second of wavering back down. You done? Qin Jian, let me ask you, are you speaking for yourself right now, or speaking for Lin Fan? I'm speaking for everyone. Who the hell are you? To speak for everyone? Wang Chong stepped back and raised his volume, making sure everyone around could hear. President Su says the satellite signal's already been sent out. The rescue team arrives by nightfall today at the latest. And she also said, from now on, anyone who dares get close to Lin Fan again is betraying the team. People who betray the team, when rescue comes, there's no seat for them on the helicopter. That line crashed down, and the surroundings went quiet. Helicopter, seat. Those 2 words burned on everyone's most sensitive nerve. Everyone wanted to live. That helicopter, still who knows where, was the last lifeline in these people's minds. Su Qingxue wanted everyone to believe it would come, then used the power of on or off the plane to bind every person into her system. This trick worked better than 100 million. 100 million was too abstract, but not letting you on the plane meant dying on this island. And for these people who'd licked clean even the crumbs of a biscuit, it was a true death sentence. Chun Jian's fingers slowly tightened. His gaze passed over the crowd to the mid-slope. That cave mouth showed a stretch of gray arc in the sunlight, and he could faintly see me moving stones back and forth near the entrance. This Lin Fan could always sniff out a crisis. His moving stones must have a reason too. Chun Jian looked for a long while, withdrew his gaze, turned, and headed west toward the mangroves. To find water. 5 steps in, he stopped again. A woman's voice came from behind. Chun Jian, didn't you hear Changji's words? It was Wang Lan. On a deserted island, there were no short videos to scroll. Gossip was the only spiritual nourishment, and several people about to scatter to their work slowed their steps in unison. I'm going to find shelter. Chen Jian's tone was uncharacteristically firm. President Su told you to go find water in the western mangroves. Are your ears just for show? Wang Lan's voice climbed an octave. What do you understand? Look at that sky. I'm not looking at the sky. Wang Lan stepped up, her finger nearly jabbing his nose. You always act on your own like this. Drafting for 8 years at that lousy company, and you couldn't even make project manager. And you come to this hellhole, and you're still being stubborn. Chen Jin stepped back, his pace picking up. You want me to obey? Fine. I've obeyed for a day and a half. Listen to you. Listen to Su Qingxue. Listen to Wang Chong. And the result? 5 people dead. That said, the air around them seemed to have a chunk sucked out of it. Wang Lan's mouth opened a moment, but nothing came. If I can't find a place tonight that puts something over our heads, the ones dying tomorrow will be you and me. Chen Jian abruptly raised his hand and pointed at the western skyline, where the cloud layer had dropped another notch lower than an hour ago. Look at that sky. Wang Lan, if it weren't for the fact that there's no way forward, I'd write you a divorce agreement right now. If you still want to keep going, then don't interfere with me. That line crashed down, drawing a colder gasp than my cutting off a finger. For a married couple to say the 4 words, divorce agreement, that was a real blade. Everyone present fell collectively silent. Wang Lan's lips quivered, and she said nothing more. She turned and ran 2 steps toward the crowd, then stopped, looked back, her eyes red. Go if you want to go. If something happens, don't blame me for not stopping you. I don't need you to stop me. Chen Jian turned and strode toward the slope. This time he didn't stop. Wang Lan wiped haphazardly at the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. 2 administration girls nearby came over to pat her back. Sister Lan, don't sink to his level. When a man gets stubborn, 10 oxen can't drag him back. Once he hits a wall, he'll come back on his own. Wang Lan shook her head without a word, stood for a few seconds, eyes still red. Then she turned and walked in Su Qingshue's direction. Steps neither fast nor slow, the rhythm just right. Not the pace of sulking, nor the pace of urgency, but the pace befitting a woman who'd just finished a fight, full of grievance, in need of backing. Su Qingxue leaned against the side of the largest reef, arms folded across her chest. That couple spat just now. She'd watched it from start to finish, not missing a word. President Su. Wang Lan walked up, her voice half a notch lower than normal, carrying the hoarseness of holding it together after being publicly contradicted by her husband. I'm sorry. Chen Jian's got a stubborn temper. I couldn't stop him. Su Qingxue glanced at her, not taking it up right away. She understood Wang Lan's meaning. Nothing more than wanting to show the 2 of them were on the same line. But President Su, that shelter thing he mentioned, I think it's not entirely without reason. Wang Lan kept her head down, 10 fingers twisting together. Look at this sun. It's getting hotter and hotter. Everyone's already short of water, and toughing out the sun till heat stroke is only a matter of time. If there really is a shady place to be found up the mountain, ducking the sun there later wouldn't be bad. Let Chen Jian go try. If he finds it, you can escape the heat too. Su Qingxue was silent for a few seconds. Every line Wang Lan said was very soft, and Su Qingxue, after 7 years clawing through the business world, had ears extremely sensitive to information density. Wang Lan hadn't mentioned rescue once, hadn't questioned a single decision, only stated a fact no one could refute. The sun was vicious. This meant she, Wang Lan, still trusted her, the president. Let him go. Su Qingxue finally relented. Wang Lan, rest assured, the only ones who can't get on the plane are Song and Lin Fan. Chen Jian's your husband. For your sake, I won't abandon him. When we get back, have him come work at Shengtang. Monthly salary doubled from the original. Thank you, President Su. Wang Lan bowed and withdrew, turned, and walked towards several female employees cleaning the camp, bending to help haul debris. Chen Jian climbed up the rubble slope for 5 minutes. He didn't take my path. He didn't want to provoke that madman, and even less could he let Su Qingxue think he'd gone over to the enemy. To get back, he'd ultimately still have to rely on Su Qingxue. He was finding shelter for one simplest judgment. Today, they couldn't get back. He chose the southeast direction, the terrain far steeper than the west side. Gravel spread across the ground. each step sliding back half a step. 3 minutes later, behind a thicket of shrubs, he saw a place that was passably decent. Not a cave, but a crack in the rock mass, roughly running north-south, like the whole mountain wall split open by a single gash. Not deep, but very long. No comparison to the cave I'd taken, but 100,000 miles better than the beach, at least something overhead to block. Only the front open to ventilation, keeping out rain while not being so cold either. And at this moment, the beach had already erupted. There's food. There's food here. A male employee's shriek exploded across the whole coastline. Wang Chong, treading on the scalding sand as if he had no nerves, rushed over 3 steps at a time and shoved people aside. 6 cans of pineapple, 2 packs of beef jerky. President Su, there's goods over here. For the next half hour, the East Side Reef Belt turned into an open-air flea market. After the tide went out, the waves pushed more hull wreckage ashore, and boxes, buckets, and plastic bags soaked a day and a night surfaced one after another from the sand and reef crevices. The survivors flipped, raked, and dug like madmen. Whoever raked out food or drink first and handed it to Su Qingxue was the hero of the day. Someone raked 2 vacuum-sealed salted duck eggs out from under the seaweed. Someone dug 3 bars of chocolate and a pack of pistachios out of a broken suitcase. But what drove everyone the maddest was a goose yellow waterproof bucket Li Bin raked out from under a broken plank. Pried open the lid, and inside were neatly stacked 12 330-milliliter bottles of water. Clear bottle bodies, blue caps, a thing that in a civilized society convenience store sat on the bottom shelf at 2 yuan a bottle with no one sparing it a glance, now more dazzling than gold. 12 bottles of water. The cheer nearly flipped the beach over. Even Zhang Tao, who'd been squatting in the corner playing dead the whole time, crawled over, his eyeballs welded straight onto the bucket, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. Wang Chong spread his arms to block the bucket. Everybody fucking back off. Nobody touch it. President Su divides it. Su Qingxue stood in the center of the crowd, sunlight slamming onto that face so filthy its original color was unrecognizable, and at the corner of her mouth at last appeared the first trace of a smile since landing on the island. 4 people share 1 bottle of water. Cans and jerky go into central keeping, divided as one at dinner. No one's allowed to hoard, and one discovery means your whole ration is docked. No one objected. At this moment, whoever objected became the enemy of all. The instant the water poured down their throats, a relief of "I'm still alive" surfaced on everyone's faces. Someone laughed out loud, the laughter drifting on the beach a few seconds before being swept away by the sea wind. Lu Feifei sat down leaning against a reef, dug a wet wipe out from somewhere, tore it open, and stuck it on her face, the cool mint seeping in. She closed her eyes and let out a long breath. The posture, set in a 5-star hotel spa room, wouldn't be the least bit out of place. Set on a deserted island, it was somewhat surreal. Wang Chong crouched beside Su Qingxue and lowered his voice to claim credit. President Su, see, what did I tell you? It's not that there's nothing on this island. As long as people's hearts are united, anything can be found. That Chen Jian only knows how to spread doom and gloom. Storms, shelter, pure pointless fuss. Su Qingxue didn't take it up. More precisely, it was too hot to want to talk. She looked up at the sky. The sun still hung overhead, the light vicious enough to steam a person dry, the air stuffy to the point of stickiness, even what was drawn into the lungs carrying a damp wave of heat. The beach temperature was still climbing. Wang Chong felt it too, stood, and wiped his sweat. A moment ago he'd found it nice and warm. Now it was like being stuffed into a steamer. What the hell weather is this? Why is it getting hotter and hotter? People nearby started seeking shade. Under a few short trees 5 or 6 people crammed in at once, the canopies so small they couldn't cover even half a body. The rest squatted on the shaded side of the reefs, like a cluster of wax figures melted by the sun. The sun was still climbing, the temperature still shooting up. Sand scalding the feet, reefs scalding the hands. Even the air was hot. That bit of water just drunk now all turned to sweat seeping out of the pores. Someone started panting hard. Someone squatted on the ground and stopped moving, face going white, lips cracked and peeling. The precursors of heat stroke spread visibly through the crowd. And all this was nothing but the first half of that temperature swing Chen Jian had spoken of. The truly fatal part was after sunset. Mid-slope, the cave. I stacked the last stone to the right side of the cave mouth and patted the dust off my hands. Current ambient temperature, 113.4 degrees Fahrenheit. 113. In Jiangqing, it had topped the trending searches, the whole city given a heat holiday. On this island, it was just the 1:30 in the afternoon appetizer. I turned and glanced at Sonya in the cave. She was crouched by the rock ledge sorting supplies, her forehead all sweat, the swelling on her cheek not yet down, but her hands hadn't stopped. This girl had one virtue. Tell her to work and she works, doesn't ask why, doesn't slack, doesn't complain. Rest a bit. Sonya looked up, a little surprised. It's 113 out there. If you go down with heat stroke, I'll have to free up a hand to save you. A hassle. Sonya paused. Right. This was Lin Fan-style concern. Forever able to phrase worried about you as don't go making trouble for me. She set the things down and sat leaning against the rock wall. I walked to the cave mouth and swept a glance downhill. That crowd on the beach was shrunk under the reefs and short trees. Looking from afar like a heap of vegetable leaves wilted by the sun, no one noticing the leaden gray sky curtain on the western horizon push another few kilometers east. The clouds were pressing lower, the color deeper. At this point, Chen Jian came down the southeast slope and walked straight towards Su Qingxue. Wang Chang was crouched at her side. President Su, it's too hot. Why don't we go soak in the sea too? Before he could finish, Chen Jian's shadow fell in front of him. How come you're back? Saw us find food and drink. Came back to admit you were wrong. Chen Jian ignored him, went around, and stopped in front of Su Qingxue. President Su, there's a place up the mountain. Southeast direction, mid-slope, 5 or 6 minutes climb up. It's a rock crevice, not deep but long enough. Spread out horizontally, it'll hold a few dozen people no problem. Can't compare to Lin Fan's cave, but at the very least something overhead to block, and it's cooler up there. Su Qingxue glanced at the people soaking in the sea, asking her, 100 billion president, to go cram into seawater with that lot. She couldn't do it. So she agreed. Wang Chang trotted along behind, stopped by a voice. Changji, half an hour ago on the beach. Who was it that said my finding shelter was pointless fuss? Chen Jian paused. You probably don't need it now, do you? Wang Chang's expression stiffened a moment. The employees around stopped too. On the beach earlier, if Chen Jian hadn't insisted on going up the mountain, by now someone would likely have passed out from the sun in the sea. That was to steady the troops' morale. Wang Chang craned his neck. With President Su here, of course I listened to President Su. You finding the place. That's also under President Su's brilliant leadership. Enough. Su Qingxue spoke, looking up at that rock crevice right at hand. We'll talk up there. 5 minutes later, the crowd ducked into that rock crevice. A natural limestone fissure, about 4 meters deep, 10 some meters long. The ground was uneven, but the instant they stepped into the shadow, a coolness shooting from the crown of the skull straight to the soles of the feet drew a near moan of a sigh from everyone. Lu Feifei slumped straight down onto the ground, heedless of the dust soiling her expensive swimsuit. Su Qingxue leaned against the rock wall at the deepest part, eyes closed. Wang Chang, the moment he came in, recovered his nanny-bossy posture. Everyone pressed to the sides. Leave the spacious middle for President Su. He shoved a few girls, then turned and said snidely to Chen Jian. Chen Jian, this place is all right. You kept man finally went hard for once. Chen Jian ignored him and walked to the edge of the crevice, looking out at the deserted island baked white by the blazing sun. Wang Lan came soundlessly to his side, handed him half a bottle of water, her gaze sweeping discreetly around the crevice. Su Qingxue was resting with her eyes closed. Wang Chang was directing the ground clearing. No one was watching them. Chen Jian drank a small sip to wet his throat, turned to look at Wang Chang busy fawning over Su Qingxue, and suddenly spoke. Rest 10 minutes. Then all the men come out with me. The crevice went quiet. Wang Chang, fanning Su Qingxue with a big leaf, paused mid-motion. Go do what? It's 40-50 degrees out there. Going out to die? To gather firewood. Huh. Wang Chang was amused and turned to look around. Listen to this, everyone. Has this kept man been baked stupid by the sun? In this weather he wants us to go out and gather firewood? Engineer Chen's planning a barbecue. Scattered laughter rose around them. The extreme heat right now is abnormal. It's called prefrontal warming. Chun Jian pointed at the already discolored sky to the west. Before cold air arrives, it compresses the air mass, causing a short-term temperature surge. The higher it surges, the stronger the cold air behind it. Tonight, the temperature will drop off a cliff, and very likely there'll be heavy rain. By then, if there's not enough dry firewood in this crevice, every one of us will freeze to death. Wang Chong snorted, tossed the leaf aside, walked up to Chun Jian, and poked him between the brows. Don't think finding a crack makes you a weather expert. President Su says the rescue team's on the way. We'll be sitting on a helicopter back to Jiangcheng for hot pot by nightfall. Who the hell's gathering firewood with you? He turned and called, "Folks, am I right? Going out to gather firewood in weather like this means water's gotten into your brain." The crowd chimed in one after another. In this 45-degree heat of an afternoon, no one was willing to think about the bitter cold that might come a few hours later. They only wanted to slump in the shade, clinging to that hollow rescue fantasy. Chun Jian's expression turned grim, and he looked towards Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was silent a moment, then said mildly, "Chun Jian, your intentions are good, but right now really isn't suitable for outdoor physical labor. Once it's past 3 and the sun isn't so vicious, we'll see." That was a refusal in disguise. The crevice fell dead silent. Chun Jian looked at this crowd on the ground, exasperated at their refusal to wise up. Do you people have brains at all? Look clearly at this terrain, 4 meters deep, 10 meters long, with only one exit. A textbook semi-enclosed cavity. If we don't gather wood now, once the afternoon humidity rises and the temperature drops, it'll all go damp again and turn into wet wood. Burning wet wood in a space like this produces large amounts of carbon monoxide and thick smoke. And with no way for the smoke to escape, it all stays trapped in here. Forget freezing to death. In 2 hours, this could become a gas chamber. The logic was clear, the cause and effect exact. The engineer's mind, spun to its limit at the threshold of life and death, laid the worst outcome bare before everyone. But what answered him was a loud snort of derision. Wang Chong looked at him sidelong like he was looking at a lunatic. "Engineer Chun, drafting's made you stupid. You've got persecution delusions? If rescue doesn't come, every other word. The helicopter's here by nightfall. Who the hell wants to spend the night in this lousy rock crack?" "Fine." Chun Jian nodded, his voice turning completely cold. "You don't go, I'll go myself." He turned and walked without hesitation toward that glaring white light outside the crevice. Io putting on big airs. Wang Chong spat at his back. "Go if you want. I'd like to see how many gold bars he can pick up." Then he turned and piled on a smile for Su Qingxue. "President Su, don't mind that nut job. Let's keep resting." Su Qingxue kept her eyes closed, her brow slightly furrowed. Chun Jian's certain attitude stirred a faint irritation in her. At this point, Wang Lan stood, walked to Su Qingxue's side, and crouched down naturally. "President Su, Chun Jian's just rigid. Once he latches onto a notion, 10 oxen can't drag him back. But look at it from another angle. Since he insists on going, just let him go. It's no loss to us." Su Qingxue's gaze stirred slightly. He's willing to do hard labor in 45 degrees, the risk all on himself. Once he brings the firewood back and puts it in the crevice, doesn't this batch of supplies end up under your unified allocation anyway? If rescue's delayed half a day or a day by the weather, we'll have a backup heating plan. You pay nothing, get a batch of supplies for free, guaranteed profit, no loss. These few lines struck Su Qingxue's vital point. Finance-bred Wang Lan understood all too well how to do the math for a capitalist. Transfer the risk, consolidate the gains. No boss could refuse this kind of no-capital, infinite return proposal. More importantly, it preserved her absolute rule. Su Qingxue's tight jaw relaxed, and she glanced at Wang Lan, her gaze carrying a trace more appreciation. This woman, clever. Let him go. Her voice wasn't loud, but enough for those nearby to hear clearly. But set the rule. He's the one insisting on going out, so if any mishap occurs, heatstroke, fainting, the team isn't responsible for rescuing him. Our water and medicine are limited. They can't be wasted on someone who doesn't follow command. Understood. Thank you for your consideration, President Su. Wang Lan, demure and deferential, withdrew to her spot and sat, her gaze passing over the crowd toward the direction Chen Jian had vanished. Mid-slope, the cave. I forcibly shoved the last 100-some-gene rock to the right side of the cave mouth, and with a teeth-grating scrape it locked snugly into the reserved spot. The originally 2-meter-plus wide cave mouth was now sealed off for the most part by a half-person-high stone wall, leaving only a 30-centimeter wide inverted L gap at the very top and left side. Ventilation, smoke exhaust, while keeping wind resistance to a minimum. Thud. Sonya threw the last big bundle of dead branches in her arms onto the ground. Her whole self looked fished out of water, her whole white blouse clinging tight to her body, her cheeks flushed hot, panting hard. This is the last trip. She slid down against the rock wall. I scanned the depths of the cave. The bone-dry dead branches, shrub sticks, and large pieces of bark were already piled into a small mountain, enough for a big fire to burn 2 full days and nights. Enough. I unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. 2 sips, don't drink too much. Sonya tipped her head back for 2 gulps, staring a little dazedly at that stone wall. Lin Fan, you've sealed the cave mouth this tight. How do we get out tonight? Get out. I scoffed and walked to the cave mouth, my gaze passing through the gap in the stone wall to the sky outside. Time until extreme cold snap arrives. 1 hour, 15-minute current temperature. 115.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Peak reached. Air pressure. Dropping rapidly warning. Strong convective cloud mass has cut into the airspace over the island. I looked up. The western skyline was already gone, replaced by an enormous, oppressively black wall of cloud, thick as lead, dark red lightning faintly threading through it, yet not a sound carrying over. I walked back inside and sat. This angle was just right. I could see how desperate they'd look tonight. Chun Jian dragged the firewood and carried the fire seed left from last night into the crevice. Inside the crevice, it was about 30 degrees, compared to the 46-degree hell outside, practically heaven. Dozens of people lay sprawled every which way, and the sound of Chun Jian dragging the firewood was particularly grating. Oh, damn it. Old Li, by the entrance, was startled awake and bolted upright, kicking up a cloud of dust that he choked on, coughing violently. Everyone's eyes opened. Chun Jian threw 2 big bundles of firewood onto the ground, the dull thud sending dry dirt and rock shards flying. Are you fucking sick? Wang Chong stopped fanning and pointed at his nose, cursing. Everyone's resting. What are you making this big a racket for? Lu Feifei covered her mouth and nose and shrank back. What a stench of sweat. Can you stand farther away? You've brought all the heat in from outside. Su Qingxue frowned. Chen Jian, I won't stop you gathering wood, but you're disturbing everyone's rest. Chun Jian looked up at her, those bloodshot eyes holding not a trace of reverence. President Su, the clouds outside are already pushing over. Wang Chong immediately stepped up and pointed at the very edge of the crevice, the recessed spot most exposed to the wind. Are you deaf? President Su told you to haul this pile of junk over there. Quick! Chun Jian quietly looked at Wang Chong, then at Su Qingxue, his gaze sweeping over every person in the crevice. These once glamorous white-collar workers from the office towers, now like a herd of foolish pigs awaiting slaughter. He didn't argue, bent, gathered the firewood, walked to a corner, and stacked it neatly. Then, holding a coconut shell, he picked out a few of the thinnest sticks, snapped them, put them in, and blew 2 breaths. The sparks spread fast and ignited the dry branches. A feeble but real flame brightened in the crevice corner, in the 46-degree heat. The firelight reflected on Chun Jian's face, casting his features in an unusually cold hardness. What the fuck? You're actually lighting a fire. Do you want to roast us to death in this cave? Wang Chong raised his foot to stomp it out. Chun Jian abruptly stood, a wrist-thick wooden stick in his hand, the tip pointed straight at Wang Chong's chest, less than 10 centimeters away. Wang Chong's foot stopped dead. He looked into Chun Jian's eyes. Those eyes no longer held the usual gutless yielding, only a chill that made one's hair stand on end. You want to rebel? The atmosphere froze in an instant. Su Qingxue sat up straight, her face darkening. Chun Jian, put down the stick. Chun Jian didn't, his hand on the stick very steady, eyes fixed dead on Wang Chong. This cave I found, the wood I gathered, the fire I made. He slowly lowered the stick to prop it against the ground, raised his other hand, and pointed at everyone, from Wang Chong, Old Li, Lu Feifei, finally landing on Su Qingshue's face. You feel it's hot. You feel I'm crazy. You can get out right now. Those who don't want to get out, do it by my rules. He pulled at the corner of his cracked mouth, bearing an extremely mocking cold smile. Anyone who wants to come warm up by the fire tonight, he paused a second, his gaze scraping across Wang Chong's face like a knife, has to trade something real for it. Back in Jiangcheng, those titles of yours, all that money, are worth nothing in front of this fire. Want to warm up? Then put up the things money can't buy. Labor, supplies, obeying my command. Trying to freeload off this fire empty-handed. No way in hell. Dead silence. The crevice fell into a full 5 seconds of dead silence, then erupted in mockery and curses even fiercer than before. Wang Chong laughed until tears were squeezed out. Obey your command. Chenjian, has your brain gone bust? Once I'm off this lousy island, I'll burn you 100 million in spirit money. You want it? Zhao Na fanned herself and rolled her eyes. Sister Lan, has your husband gone money mad? Even if there really is a typhoon and downpour tonight, that's a matter for after we're back in Jiangcheng. I believe the helicopter comes by nightfall too. By then we'll be drinking hot coffee on the plane watching the storm, while you guard your rotten wood all alone. Lu Feifei pinched her nose. Right? Reeking of poverty, really thinking finding a cave and picking up a couple of broken sticks makes him the big boss. The mockery rose and fell. Chun Jian didn't argue, sat in the outermost corner of the crevice, and fed a thin stick into the fire, the flame crackling and licking at the wood. Wang Lan sat at the edge of the crowd, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. Mid-slope, the cave. I sat by the fire toying with the tactical knife, the blade glinting cold and hard in the firelight. Songya stared blankly at me. My gaze passed through the gap in that freshly built stone wall toward the sky outside. Ambient temperature, 107.6 degrees Fahrenheit, dropping rapidly. Warning. The main body of the cold front is about to cut into the airspace over the island's strong convective thunderstorm cloud mass has formed. I lifted my eyelids. The nearby sky was no longer blue, but a suffocating leaden gray, the heavy cloud layer like a black wall about to swallow the sun whole. The show's starting. I withdrew my gaze, mentally tallying how many people would be left after tonight. For 15 in the afternoon. A gust of cool wind suddenly poured into the steamer-stuffy crevice. Io finally cooled down. Old Li spread his arms to greedily welcome it. This sea breeze feels great. The hottest part's over. Zhao Na also set down the leaf she'd been fanning with, her irritation mostly dispelled. The mood instantly lightened. Some even started discussing which restaurant to hit for a big calming-the-nerves feast tonight back home. For 30, the wind hadn't stopped. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger, the coolness turning to a damp chill. The people lying on the ground began instinctively curling up. Lu Feifei touched her goosebumped arm. Ow, how'd it suddenly get this cold? She wore only a thin bikini, the wind like ice blades boring through her pores into the cracks of her bones. Normal. On an island, once the sun's blocked by clouds, the temperature comes down. Wang Chong rubbed his arms, faking calm. The words barely out, and the sky went completely dark. Not the dark of dusk, but as if a huge black cloth had been dropped directly over the whole island. The originally bright beach and reefs outside the crevice instantly became a dim, dead land. 5 o'clock sharp, the wind's sound changed. No longer the rush through trees, but a sharp whistle. The gale poured backward through the entrance, whipping up sand and stones to lash hard at faces. The temperature dropped below 20 degrees, and was still falling at a terrifying speed. Achoo! Zhao Na let out a loud sneeze, hugging her shoulders, teeth chattering. Changji, this wind's not right. Wang Chong said nothing. He wore only a short sleeve and felt the chill too, and turned to look at Su Qingshuo at the deepest part. Su Qingshuo was cold too. That swimsuit couldn't block the wind at all, and she could only hug her arms and shrink into the innermost corner. President Su. Old Li shivered, his voice broken by the wind. This sky really looks like heavy rain's coming. A rescue helicopter. In weather like this, can it even fly? That said, the crevice fell dead silent. Only the winds howl. Can a helicopter fly? Everyone present was a career elite. Who hadn't seen the news? In extreme thunderstorm weather, forget helicopters. Even civil airliners had to ground. Su Qingshue's face went pale in an instant, but she gritted her teeth, her voice still cold and hard. Shengtang's satellite positioning is military-grade. If a helicopter can't fly, there are still ships. As long as the positioning's still there, they'll definitely come. She was reassuring the employees and also hypnotizing herself. The temperature dropped to about 15 degrees, and with the gale, the feels like was already nearing 10. Just then, a wave of warmth, accompanied by the smell of burning wood, drifted into everyone's nostrils. Everyone turned at once. In the outermost corner of the crevice, Chun Jin sat there, a pile of flames rising before him, the orange-red firelight lighting half his face, baking the air within 3 meters warm. He held his hands out to the fire, turning them as he warmed them. Wang Chang's eyes went straight, and he instinctively took a step forward, his body's craving for a heat source overriding all else. Chun Jin didn't look up, only lightly poked the fire with that stick. Sparks burst. Boom! A deafening thunderclap exploded overhead, the whole mountain trembling faintly, which also stopped Wang Chang's motion. Right after, bean-sized raindrops crashed down. It wasn't raining, the sky had sprung a leak. The gale, wrapping a downpour, instantly swept the whole island, the temperature dropping straight below 10 degrees. The crevice had a roof to block the rain falling directly down, but it couldn't block the water mist the gale blew in, and even less the rapidly plunging bitter cold. The icy mist beat against bodies, clothes instantly turning wet and cold, body heat frantically stripped away. Ag, Lu Feifei, shaking all over with cold, screamed. President Su, when exactly is rescue coming? Zhao Na completely broke down. She'd never seen a scene like this in her life. Su Qingxue didn't answer. She looked out at the pitch-black curtain of rain, not knowing herself when rescue would come. Perhaps, just as Lin Fan had said, it wasn't coming. Just as the crowd's psychological defenses were about to be crushed, Lu Feifei, who'd been staring toward the sea the whole time, suddenly stood up. She rushed recklessly to the edge of the crevice, pointing at the pitch-black depths of the storm outside, her voice gone shrill and off-pitch. Look, what's that? Everyone jerked their heads up and looked along her finger. On the ink-black sea, in the depths of the howling storm, a red light had lit up. Is that a ship? Is it the rescue team? It's a ship. It really is a ship. Wang Chang sprang up and roared. The rescue team. President Su's satellite phone worked. They've come for us. Zhao Na bounced in place with excitement. Lu Feifei pressed her palms together, ceaselessly thanking heaven. People in despair had seized a lifeline, and the mood in the crevice was instantly ignited, the cold seemingly dispelled by this fervor. Su Qingxue braced against the stone wall and stood, walked to the very front, the gale tearing at her hair, rain striking her face without her noticing in the slightest. She stared at that red light, the spine she'd kept taut all day finally relaxing. She'd won. As long as she boarded the helicopter and got back to Jiangcheng, she was still the lofty president of Shengtang, and the vermin like Lin Fan and Songya who dared defy her, she'd make them pay the price. Everyone hold on. She summoned the momentum of running a mobilization rally. Rescue is right before our eyes. Take off your bright-colored clothes and wave hard. Shout loud. The crowd responded at once. Wang Chang stripped off his shirt and danced bare-chested in the wind and rain. Here. We're here. The cries for help of dozens of people merged into one. The red light on the sea flickered twice. The crowd shouted even harder. Wang Chang shouted his throat hoarse. Then, the red light went out without any warning. No transition, no sound, as if the power had been cut directly. The sea sank back into pure darkness. The cries for help stopped abruptly, and only the roar of wind and rain was left in the crevice. How it's gone. Zhao Na froze, the leaf in her hand dropping to the ground. Maybe it's blocked by the waves. Right, the waves are definitely too big. Wang Chang comforted himself, turning to look at Su Qingxue. President Su, isn't that right? Su Qingxue bit down hard on her lip, staring at the sea, saying nothing. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The red light never lit again. After hope was crushed, what came with it was despair and bitter cold magnified many-fold. The temperature dropped to single digits, the gale carrying icy water mist pouring ceaselessly into the crevice. So cold. Lu Feifei squatted on the ground hugging her knees, shivering, her lips already livid blue. Wang Chong, bare-chested, was so cold his teeth clacked together, and he hurriedly put the soaked shirt back on, which did no good at all. Everyone was shaking. Chun Jian's fire over there had become the only heat source in the crevice. Wang Chong swallowed, lifted his stiff legs, and walked toward the fire. Chongji. Chun Jian lifted his eyelids, his voice flat. What I said earlier, you forgot. Wang Chong stopped, looking at that thick wooden stick by Chun Jian's hand, then at the warm fire. Chun Jian, everyone's your co-worker, your wife included. Do you really have to be this ruthless? Chun Jian glanced at Wang Lan and spoke. I've set the rules. Put up something that can buy your life, or obey my command. Short one, and you freeze over there. Mid-slope, the cave. I sat leaning by the fire toying with the tactical knife, the golden prompt box on my retina, just dissipating. I'd seen the red light on the sea too. It was no rescue team at all. Just as I was pondering, boom, a ghastly white bolt of lightning ripped the night sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder, the whole cave floor trembling. Songya, who'd been crouched not far from the cave mouth sorting supplies, gave a full-body shudder at the huge sound, instinctively covering her ears. Her foot stepped on a round stone and lost balance, and she toppled straight back and to the side. Quick of eye and hand, I dropped the knife and shot out a long arm to steadily catch her. Her whole self crashed into my arms, the rock wall against her back letting out a dull thud. Sonya was still shaking, the thunder just now having completely shattered the strength she'd forced up. She buried her face against my chest, both hands gripping my shirt hem for dear life, her breathing rapid. I looked down at the person in my arms. She didn't know how to play act like Lu Feifei. Her dependence at this moment was purely instinct under extreme fear. She'd made me her only safe harbor. I didn't think much of it, only raised a hand to steady her shoulder. Afraid of thunder? Her voice was thin as gossamer. It's fine, lightning can't strike into this cave. I set her upright and steady, and pushed her toward the fire. Sit closer, it's warm. Boom, another muffled thunderclap. Sonya shrank her neck, but didn't topple again, only shuffled a bit closer to the fire. Just then, her whole body abruptly stiffened, her little face going pale in an instant. Lin Fan, I think there's something crawling in my clothes. Most insects on a deserted island were venomous or parasitic. In a place where medical care was zeroed out, a single bite could well be fatal. Her voice took on a sob. Don't move around. I stood, looking by the firelight. At the soaked collar, a fingernail-sized black shape was quickly burrowing inward. I didn't let her do it herself, afraid she'd panic and crush the insect against her skin, the venom seeping and being worse. Head down. Don't move. I'll flick it out for you. I aimed the edge of the knife sheath at that black shape, gave my wrist a flick, and precisely pried out that beetle, flinging it into the fire, where it turned to ash with a pop. There are a few more. They burrowed down along the fabric. I handed over that dry coat. Go over there with your back to me and change out of all the wet clothes. Insects burrow specifically into damp places. Once the clothes are dry, they've got nowhere to hide. Shake them out 3 times before you put them on. Sonya took the clothes. They were the ones I'd fished back from the reef crevice, soaked in seawater then baked dry by the fire. A few brand-name pieces she normally couldn't have afforded to touch. She held the clothing, her face still flushed hot, but understanding the stakes, turned and walked behind the rock wall at the innermost part of the cave, her back to me. I tactfully lowered my head, fed a stick into the fire, and kept my gaze on that pile of firewood, not looking at her. Shout when you're changed. Lay the wet clothes on the rock to dry. You can still wear them tomorrow, I said. If it itches again, tell me. Tomorrow I'll go out and find some mugwort, smoke the cave, and the insects won't come in. The rustle of fabric sounded behind me. I stared at the flames, not turning around. This girl was honest, willing to work, reliable. One of the few people on this island I could put at my back. There was no need for me to use a little thing like this to scare her or pressure her. Letting her live in peace and still hold her back straight and work was better than anything. On this island, one person genuinely in the same boat, as he was more precious than 10 fence-sitters like Lu Feifei. In the mid-slope crevice, hell had only just opened its doors. The temperature dropped below 5 degrees, the gale wrapping icy sea rain pouring frantically in through the inverted V breach. A fissure 10 some meters long couldn't shelter from the wind at all. Apart from the deepest part and the outermost edge, the middle zone had become a complete wind tunnel. Dozens of people huddled into a ball, like a flock of quail awaiting slaughter. This cold wasn't the dry cold of a Jiangxing winter. It was a damp viciousness carrying extremely high humidity, boring through the pores into the organs. In stark contrast was the outermost corner of the crevice. Chun Jian had stacked stones into a simple windbreak wall, the fire burning vigorously behind it, the orange-red firelight baking the surrounding 3 meters warm. The heat wave over there was now and then blown over a little by the wind, and even just a little was a fatal temptation to this crowd on the brink of freezing to death. Old Li was the first to break, slowly inching his backside toward the fire. Zhao Na crawled forward after him. With someone leading, a dozen some people instinctively moved toward the heat source, and even Su Qingxue, collapsed at the very back, was helped out with difficulty by Wang Chong. 3 meters, 2 meters. Just as Old Li's hand was about to reach the warm radiation zone. Crack! A wrist-thick wooden stick stabbed down hard, less than a centimeter before his fingers. You've crossed the line. Chun Jian looked down at this crowd on the ground. Engineer Chun, show some leeway. We're really going to freeze to death. Old Li, his face all snot and rain, his voice shaking beyond recognition. In the daytime I told you to gather wood. What did you say? Chun Jian poked at the charcoal. Said the helicopter would come. Said water'd gotten into my brain. Said you'd drink hot coffee on the plane. He spread his hands. Go on, go drink your hot coffee. Don't come freeload off the wood that the water-brained one, gathered. The rules were laid out clearly in the daytime. Put up something that can buy your life, or obey my command. Old Li was dumbstruck. An old finance hand. Where would he get hard currency that could buy a life? Chun Jian, don't go too far. Wang Chong, hidden behind the crowd, shouted in his cracked gong voice. Are you really going to watch us freeze to death? This is premeditated murder. Chun Jian stood and walked to the edge of the windbreak wall, staring at him. In the daytime, I told you to gather wood, and you said water'd gotten into my brain. Now go drink your hot coffee. Wang Chong was rebuffed into speechlessness, his face flushed liver purple. Seeing Chun Jian was impervious, the crowd immediately turned their target to Wang Lan, sitting on the other side of the fire. She'd long since warmed up by it. Sister Lan, get your husband under control. I'm begging you. Zhao Na scrambled over. Wang Lan looked up at the pitiful co-worker, sighed, and played the helplessness of a virtuous wife to the hilt. Everyone, don't put me in a hard spot. You saw it too in the daytime. He even brought up a divorce agreement. He's in a temper now, and he won't listen to a word I say. Besides, you all shut him out so badly in the daytime. It's only natural he's got a grudge. This really isn't something I can decide. The ball was kicked cleanly and crashed straight into Su Qingshue's face. Su Qingxue leaned against the stone wall, her whole body frozen numb. She caught the subtext of Wang Lan's words. This couple was running a double act, Chun Jian playing the villain to block everyone's path, Wang Lan playing the good guy to toss the pricing power to her, the president. What they wanted wasn't just benefits. They wanted her, Su Qingxue, to bow her head. A gust of gale carrying icy rain crashed in, and Su Qingxue gave a violent shudder. She couldn't keep freezing. Another half hour and she'd surely go into hypothermic shock. She pushed away Wang Chong's hand, braced against the stone wall, and stood straight. Even shaking with cold, she still strove to maintain a helmsman's dignity. Wang Lan. President Su. Wang Lan immediately bowed her head respectfully. Once we're back in Jiangxing, I'll personally fund the two of you, husband and wife, 30 million. Su Qingxue stared into her eyes, biting off each word. Plus the 20 million I promised you in the daytime, 50 million total, wired straight into your account. The crevice fell dead silent in an instant. Even the wind and rain pressed down. 50 million. Old Li's eyes were red enough to drip blood. He'd done finance for 20 years and knew all too well this was a number you couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes without eating or drinking. Zhao Na's jealousy drove her nails deep into her palms. Everyone present had their minds stunned by this number, and right after came overwhelming regret. In the daytime, when Chun Jian called them to gather wood, it was just a matter of a few steps. If they'd hauled a couple of logs along then, that 50 million would have a share for them now. Just because of laziness, because they believed Wang Chang's nonsense. This heaven-sent fortune had fallen squarely into Chun Jian's pocket before their eyes. On what grounds did he earn 50 million for picking up a few broken sticks? Jealousy gnawed at everyone's heart, but they didn't dare say a thing. Right now, even their lives were clutched in someone else's hands. President Su's generous. Chun Jian tossed the stick aside, glanced at Wang Lan, and the two exchanged a glance in a flash, in tune, precise. Since President Su is footing the bill, everyone's free to warm up by this fire. He stepped back to yield the spots. The crowd erupted in cheers and scrambled toward the fire. Old Li rushed over first, nearly singeing his eyebrows. Su Qingxue walked over too, sitting in the best spot Wang Lan had specially cleared, and the instant the heat enveloped her, she let out a long puff of white breath. 50 million was just half a month's profit to her. For one life, very worth it. Seeing this, Wang Chang hurried over too, rubbing his hands, trying to squeeze into the innermost layer of the fire. Get out. Chun Jian planted a foot on the edge of the windbreak wall, blocking him. What are you doing? President Su already paid. You said everyone's free to warm up. I said everyone. Chun Jian looked down at him. Not including you. Chun Jian, don't bite the hand that's feeding you. Wang Chang turned to Su Qingxue. President Su, look at him. He took your money and still won't let me warm up by the fire. He's not putting you in his eyes either. Su Qingxue pressed her lips tight and chose silence, plainly unwilling to take this fall for Wang Chang. Chun Jian gave a cold laugh, his eyes sweeping coldly over Wang Chang. What President Su's money bought is everyone's entry ticket. But that kept man, that spineless wretch of yours from the daytime, that account, 30 million can't settle. Chun Jian rapped the stick hard against the rubble at Wang Chang's feet. Want to come warm up? Put up something real to trade. Either obey my command, or go back to the wind tunnel and freeze. The crevice fell silent in an instant. Dozens of pairs of eyes fixed on Wang Chang, not one chiming in for him. Old Li even quietly inched his backside toward the fire, terrified Chun Jian would offhandedly kick him out too. Wang Chang's eyeballs were squeezed bloodshot, looking at that fire, then at the pitch-black downpour outside, finally casting his pleading gaze towards Su Qingxue. President Su, in the daytime I only cursed him to defend your face. Put in a word for me. Su Qingxue didn't even lift an eyelid. The cracks of her every bone were exhaling cold air. She'd already paid 30 million for this fire, and there was no need to offend Chun Jian. Do as he says. Wang Chang's head buzzed. The president he'd fawned over a whole day had, to warm herself by the fire, sold him out without the slightest hesitation. The gale-carrying icy mist beat against his bare back. Face, dignity, a supervisor's clout. Before death by hypothermia, it was all crap. He ground his teeth and accepted Chun Jian's rules, dug out the few scavenged watches and gold necklaces on him, and slapped them down by the fire, then obediently agreed to be at Chun Jian's command. Only then did Chun Jian withdraw the stick and turn aside half a step. Wang Chang scrambled into the crowd and greedily warmed himself by that bit of heat. Wang Lan sat across the fire, watching her husband establish authority, the ledger in her heart racing through its calculations. This round of deserted island survival, as long as they could make it back alive, the two of them, husband and wife, had won big. Inside the cave, achoo, Songya let out a sneeze, her shoulders shaking violently. What are you dawdling for? Really want to freeze yourself into a popsicle? I handed over another dry coat. She changed with her back to me, the firelight casting her shadow onto the uneven stone wall. And this scene happened to fall into the eyes of the crowd in the crevice below. The hellish chill in the crevice was still raging. Zhao Na, shaking with cold, happened to glance up and diagonally, and her whole body froze. Holy shit, everyone look up there. Everyone looked up in unison. Through the dense curtain of rain, the firelight in the cave above was bright as a bulb, that blazing flame a sight to make one's mouth water. Is that Lin Fan and Songya? Old Li's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. Wang Chang, squeezed at the edge of the fire, looked at that ball of warmth up there, his eyes green with jealousy. Damn it, we kowtowed and paid just to get this bit of spark, and that kid's up there roasting over a big fire. Is there any justice left in this world? Su Qingxue stared hard at that cave mouth, her gaze colder and colder. She glanced at Lu Feifei beside her, whose face was bruised purple with cold. Lu Feifei was biting down hard on her lip, her eyes full of regret. Had she known rescue wasn't coming, she should have found a way to stay in that warm cave at the start. Wouldn't the person lying by the fire now be her? The mood in the crevice was all jealousy and craving. The men looked at Lin Fan's big fire and itched to take it over. The women calculated that if they could monopolize a fire that big and get a mouthful of hot water, it seemed anything was negotiable. Once a notion like that took root, it grew ever more uncontrollable. In the cave, Sonya finished changing and turned around. I'm changed. I was just feeding wood into the fire, and I looked up. She hadn't chosen that revealing dress, but had picked a high-necked wool sweater, wrapping herself up tight. Come sit by the fire, don't stand in the wind tunnel. She walked over obediently and sat down 1/2 meter from me. Carried by the wind, a few shrill curses drifted faintly from the distant crevice. Changji, squeeze outward. This whole side of me is about to freeze stiff. Oldly, you go block the wind tunnel. The two contrasted. The cave was warm as spring, the crevice a living hell. Sonya hugged her knees, chin resting on her arms, secretly studying me beside her. Finding the cave, building the windbreak wall, making fire, hoarding supplies. Every step I took was terrifyingly precise. She wasn't stupid. If rescue really were coming, I wouldn't have gone to such pains to hoard that much dry firewood. We really can't get back. When this thought surfaced, she didn't have the collapse she'd expected, but instead a settled solidness of the dust having come to rest. Because right now she sat by the fire, in dry clothes, with the strongest man on this island sitting beside her. Lin Fan, she said softly, how long do you think we'll have to stay here? What? Still thinking about going back to Jiangxing for that little intern salary of yours? She shook her head, raised a finger, and pointed at the pitch-black curtain of rain outside the cave. The helicopter, the search ship, President Su's satellite phone. I don't believe in any of it anymore. She turned and looked into my eyes. I only believe in you. The line was light, but its weight was heavy. I stopped the knife in my hand and studied her with interest. In those eyes that had once carried a clear naivety, there was less foolishness and more of a clear-headedness that comes after accepting one's lot. Lucky for you, your brain hasn't gone completely bust. I explained to her, the magnetic field in this place is a dead end. All electronics are scrap. Satellite positioning is a joke. That bunch of fools is still waiting for Su Qingxue's rescue to work its magic. Once a few freeze to death tonight, their heads will clear. Then what do we do from now on? Her hands twisted together unconsciously. What do we do? I leaned back, my spine against the warm stone wall. This island doesn't lack food or water. There are mountains and there's water. First we get life going. Run this cave into a stronghold, hoard enough supplies, then gradually scout out just how big this island is, whether there's a way out. I looked at her. You keep your mouth shut, you're willing to work, you can bear hardship. On this island, those 3 things are worth far more than a pretty face. That crowd below, either they only know how to paint pies, or they only know how to wag their tails. Not one can be put at my back. You're different. You took a club for me, kept watch through the night, got beaten that badly guarding 3 packs of biscuits, and still didn't let go. People like that, I can afford to use, and I can trust. Sonya froze. She'd thought I'd go on to say something else. After so much had happened tonight, a man with less upright intentions would likely have lost his composure long ago. But from start to finish, I only treated her as someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder. Follow me. I broke a stick and tossed it into the fire, and I'll guarantee you survive on this island and live with more dignity than those people below. But you've got to remember too, I don't keep idle hands. Everything you eat and drink, this fire, these clothes, you pay it all back later in work. Sonya nodded hard, her eyes a little hot, but she didn't let the tears fall. She hugged her knees and inched closer to the fire, feeling for the first time that, on this man-eating deserted island, she was no longer that intern anyone could stomp on. I withdrew my gaze, a row of golden numbers beginning to refresh on my retina. Warning: the main body of the super-strong convective cloud mass is approaching. Current wind force, force 5, continuing to rise. Ambient temperature, 38.3 degrees Fahrenheit, expected to drop below 32 degrees Fahrenheit within 30 minutes. This is only the cold snap's leading front. The main cyclone cluster will cut into the island in half an hour. Just the appetizer. The real main event was still to come. There'll be something to watch outside the cave shortly, I said to Songya. Bring those few bottles of water over and heat some up. The night's still long. Save some strength. She obeyed and did so. Half an hour later, the wind shifted. If the wind before had been a howl, now it was the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The gale, carrying hail-like water droplets, swept the whole island with a force that crushed and uprooted. In the mid-slope crevice, the situation was far more brutal than in the cave. Chunjin's fire had become the only life-extending straw for dozens of people, but a half-open fissure 10 some meters long simply couldn't hold the heat, and the gale carrying icy water mist poured in through every crack. Su Qingxue sat in the core spot closest to the fire, draped in the half-dry coat Wang Lan had handed her, her face white as paper. Even having spent 30 million to buy the right to use this fire, she was still cold to the marrow. Chunjin, can't you add more wood? Wang Chang's teeth clacked with cold. This is all the wood there is. Chunjin didn't even look at him. When it's burned up, we all wait to die together. Feel cold? Go gather it yourself. Wang Chang was choked into rolling his eyes and shrank his neck. To go out was to seek death. Half an hour later, the wind shifted again. The sea wind that had been blowing from the sides suddenly turned, pouring straight into the crevice entrance, the wind force surging abruptly, letting out a sharp whistle. Clatter. The simple windbreak wall Qinjian had stacked was flipped over by the gale, several stones rolling down to crash onto the fire, smothering half the flames. The remaining flames swayed wildly in the gale, nearly flattened against the ground, on the verge of going out at any moment. The temperature plunged off a cliff. 0, even lower. The sound of rain striking the rocks changed, no longer dull, but a crisp tapping. It's hailing. Soybean-sized ice pellets, mixed into the downpour, were swept by the gale into the crevice like buckshot. Several people on the outer edge were pelted into covering their heads and scurrying. The crowd descended into chaos, that pitiful bit of warmth worth nothing at all before the sub-zero temperature. Old Zhao huddled in the corner, shaking like a sieve. He was in his 40s with a weak constitution to begin with, and now it felt as if his heart were convulsing. He looked up through the curtain of rain toward the upper diagonal. That cave mouth, mostly blocked by stones, had a steady, bright orange-red firelight glowing through the gap. No swaying, no flickering, meaning it sheltered from the wind extremely well, the temperature several orders higher than down here. Old Zhao swallowed, braced against the wet, slippery stone wall, and stood swaying. Up there. He pointed at the cave. Stay here any longer, and I'll really be done for. My heart can't take it. Sister Lu beside him gritted her teeth and stood too. I'll go with you. Wang Chang instantly went wide-eyed and let loose. Have you lost your minds? Can't you see President Su's still sitting here? Running off to throw yourselves on that little punk. Have you no shame left? Su Qingxue looked up. I've said it. Leave this team and never think of coming back. Rescue could arrive any moment. If you go up there now, forget about getting back to Jiangxing. The company will report you as lost in the disaster, and your families won't get a single cent. Old Zhao looked back at her and forced out a smile uglier than crying. President Su, with my life gone, do I want that money to buy a coffin? Sister Lu chimed in. You've got your own 30 million to buy a fire, and you're sitting in the core spot. We don't have that kind of money. With that, the two of them ignored the cursing behind them and, supporting each other, plunged headfirst into the howling storm outside. Revolting. All of you revolting. Wang Chang stamped his feet in a fury. Su Qingxue said nothing, biting down hard on her lip, staring at the backs of the two as they left, her fingers clenched white inside her sleeve. Old Zhao and Sister Lu had barely stepped out of the crevice when the wind knocked them into a stagger. A gale of force 8 or above was enough to blow an adult off their feet, and with the icy rain and hail, it struck their faces like knife cuts. The path to the cave was less than 100 meters, but it was a stretch of steep slope, paved with loose gravel and mud. Old Zhao went in front on hands and feet, Sister Lu clutching the hem of his clothes. Slow down. I can't see the path. Grit your teeth and hold on. We're almost there. Old Zhao shouted loudly to rally them both. Just get up there and they'd live. They were all working stiffs the same. Lin Fan wouldn't watch them die without lifting a hand. Just then, an extremely violent gust came howling past, forming an eerie sheer flow blocked by the mountain mass, and slammed straight into the two of them. The rain-loosened stone under Old Zhao's foot couldn't bear the weight and snapped with a crack. Old Zhao's body abruptly lost balance and tipped backward. Ag! He flailed his arms trying to grab onto something, but only grabbed a fistful of gravel, crashing into Sister Lu behind him. Before they could even scream, the two became tumbling gourds, rolling all the way down the steep slope, crashing hard onto the reefs at the bottom. Right after, a giant wave crashed in. After the tide receded, the reefs were empty. In the crevice, apart from the sound of wind and rain, there was no other movement. Dozens of people stared blankly at that empty stretch of reef, even their breathing stalled. This was the second time they'd faced death head-on since being stranded on the island. Wang Chong was the first to react. He froze a few seconds, then suddenly pointed outside and burst into grating laughter. Ha ha! See that? This is what betraying President Su gets you. A perfectly good crevice to stay in, but you had to go lick that poor loser's stinking feet. Now you're feeding the fish in the sea, aren't you? He turned and bellowed. Everyone looked clearly. This is the price of not following command. Only by sticking with President Su can you live. Those who'd also wanted to go up and try their luck all shrank their heads back. Fear had completely overwhelmed the craving for warmth. Go up and your life's gone. Stay here and at least you're still breathing. The gale howled outside, the hail clattering against the stones. Half of Chunjian's windbreak wall had been flipped over, and that fire worth tens of millions was teetering in the wind and rain. To seize the spots near the fire, the crowd shoved each other like madmen. Wang Chong, relying on his build, squeezed Little Sun from HR out to the outermost wind tunnel. Chongji, don't push, I can't take it. Little Sun shivered with cold. Cut the nonsense. I'm cold too. Wang Chong kicked him in the leg and shrank tight against Su Qingxue. Little Sun, kicked to the edge, tried to squeeze back, but Zhang Tao, whom he usually bullied, deliberately stuck out an arm and blocked him hard. Zhang Tao, what are you doing? Back home, I'll dock your performance score. Zhang Tao sneered. Talk about it if you live to get back. Su Qingxue, wrapped in the half-dry coat, her teeth clacking. The capital she'd so prided herself on, that 30 million promise, couldn't buy even half a night's warmth before this cold snap. The extreme cold shot up from the soles of her feet. She curled her body to the limit, her mind full of the terror of freezing to death. The long night seemed to have no end. Not until fish-belly white tinged the horizon did the gale that had raged all night finally lower its banners and still its drums, the downpour stopping too. No bird song, no roar of waves, only heavy, faint panting. That fire had forcibly held out until the wind stopped and the rain ceased, finally burning through its last stick of wood, leaving only a small patch of red-hot charcoal core. Chun Jian patted the ash off his hands and stepped back to sit leaning against Wang Lan. No more wood. Wang Chong watched helplessly as the last flame went out, and in his anxiety reached out to rake through the charcoal ash. The moment his hand touched it, it was scalded into a blister. Chun Jian, President Su paid 30 million. Where's the wood? The money bought last night's fire, not a lifetime guarantee. Want a roast? Go gather it yourself. Chun Jian didn't even lift an eyelid. Su Qingxue opened her eyes, white frost crusted on her lashes. She tried moving her fingers, the joints stiff and aching. She'd survived. She braced against the stone wall and stood, and the instant she turned around, the scene before her drove the acid right up out of her stomach. Several corpses, people alive and breathing last night, were now shrunk stiff on the ground. Zhou Dehai, whose hand I'd crippled, Little Sun from HR, and another unlucky soul huddled in the wind tunnel frozen blue-purple. 3 dead from sales. Little Lu from tech and her boyfriend locked tight in each other's arms, face against face, hard as 2 stones. 8 corpses, plus old Zhao and Sister Lu who'd fallen into the sea last night. In a single night, this crowd of urban elites had lost a third of its number. Those left had only half a life in them too. Wang Chong's face went white as if smeared with putty. He scrambled over to check Little Sun's breath, then dropped onto the ground in fright. Dead, dead again. The whole crevice was steeped in a death air of utter despair. Lu Feifei huddled in the wall corner, shaking ceaselessly. The beauty she so prided herself on couldn't trade for a single mouthful of hot water here. Su Qingxue forced herself up and stepped forward, cleared her throat, and tried to put on the president's airs again. Everyone, you shut your mouth. Old Li from finance shot up, eyes red, pointing at her nose. Su Qingxue, quit puying us with that routine. The day before yesterday you said the helicopter would come at midnight. Where is it? Last night you said there was a ship. Where's the ship? Old Zhao's dead. Sister Lu's dead. Am I next in line? The reverence they'd once held for the president had long since been gnawed by the terror of death down to nothing. Su Qingxue, frightened, pressed her spine against the cold rock, unable to choke out half a word. A family member stood up to open fire too. President Su's so pampered and precious, with tens of millions to buy a fire, while us worthless lives can only sit here and wait to die, using us as her cushion. When the wall falls, everyone gives it a shove. Facing life and death, class, status, money all became waste paper. I said rescue will definitely come. You know Xingtang's strength. Su Qingxue tried to overwhelm them with sheer momentum. Fuck your Xingtang. Old Li spat at her feet. I can't even live through today, and you're talking to me about strength? Still painting pies at a time like this. Seeing the crowd about to turn, Wang Chong immediately leapt out. He was deeply bound to Su Qingxue. If she fell, he'd be the first settled. Old Li, how can you talk to President Su like that? If President Su hadn't paid for the fire, you'd all have frozen to death last night. Once we're back in Jiangqing, one word from President Su can make sure you can't get by in the industry. This dog relying on its master's power speech not only failed to cow the scene, it detonated the powder keg. A fist slammed straight into his face, and Wang Chong screamed and crashed into the rubble pile, blood gushing out through his fingers. Can't get by? My life's gone now. You think I'm afraid of not getting by in Jiangqing? A male co-worker roared, pointing at the 8 corpses on the ground. If you hadn't squeezed in for dear life last night, would little son have been forced to the wind tunnel and frozen to death? Another spat in his face. Wang Chong retreated in fright. You dare hit me? President Su, look at them. Su Qingxue leaned against the stone wall, her face ghastly white, not making a sound. She couldn't even protect herself and didn't dare provoke this red-eyed crowd at all. They didn't need a president right now. They only needed a sandbag to vent on. Old Li, are you all trying to rebel? Wang Lan blocked in front of Su Qingxue. With our lives gone, who still cares about rebelling? Old Li laughed in his fury. Little Wang, last night it was you two who saved us. I don't want to lay hands on you. But if Su Qingxue doesn't give an explanation today, don't blame me if my fists have no eyes. The scene was about to spiral out of control. Wang Chong, heedless of the nosebleed gushing down, shouted himself hoarse. Everyone shut up. You don't believe in Xingtang's strength, but you should at least believe in Su Jinbang. The instant that name was dropped, the chaotic crevice went dead silent for 3 seconds. Su Jinbang, Su Qingxue's biological father, an East Asian shipping magnate ranked in the top 10 of the global Fortune 500, controlling a vast ocean-going fleet in his name. Shengtang Group was nothing but a little toy he'd given his darling daughter to cut her teeth on. Seeing the crowd halt, Wang Chong immediately straightened his back. President Su is Chairman Su's only child. If she goes missing, would old Su sit back and do nothing? The search ships, private planes, professional salvage teams in his name. Right now, they've absolutely turned this stretch of sea upside down. Just hold on, and old Su's people will descend at any moment. And then one word from President Su, and your whole family won't even have the right to beg on the streets in Jiangqing. Old Li's tightly clenched fists loosened a little, and the others swallowed and stepped back half a pace too. Su Jinbang's name did carry extremely strong deterrence. He was a true capital tycoon who could control others' life and death. Offending Su Qingxue, you might still escape Jiangqing, but offending Su Jinbang was an absolute dead end. Su Qingxue drew a deep breath, her ghastly face recovering some color, and seized the slope to lead the donkey down, straightening her spine. You know my father's way of doing things. Rescue will definitely come. It's only a matter of time. Now return to your spots and conserve your strength. The crowd fell silent, fear temporarily overwhelming anger. Just then, an abrupt round of applause sounded in the corner. Clap, clap, clap. Chun Jian stood up from beside the extinguished charcoal ash, looking neither at Su Qingxue nor at Wang Chong, but sweeping his gaze over the 8 corpses on the ground. Everyone trusts in old Su's strength. But distant water can't quench a near thirst. Sending people to search takes time. Fixing coordinates takes time. Breaking through the outer thunderstorm zone takes even more time. He kicked little son's stiff calf. Do you think, in the state we're in now, we can hold out until the day rescue comes? That question struck the vital spot. Old Li's face turned grim again. Chun Jian, what do you mean? What I mean is, give up the unrealistic fantasies and prepare for long-term survival. First, throw these 8 corpses into the sea. The temperature is rising, and rotting corpses will trigger plague. Second, this crevice keeps heat too poorly. Before nightfall, we must find a leeward, dry shelter. Third, gather supplies. Last night's storm washed wreckage onto the beach. Take as much fresh water, food, and medicine as you can. Fourth, prepare dry firewood. You saw what the lack of fire got you last night. Want to live tonight? Every person must turn in a set amount of wood. Clear and orderly, striking straight at the core of survival. Wang Lan sat in the corner of her mouth curling into a barely perceptible arc. Sure enough, the words barely out, and the crowd's eyes changed. Wang Lan's husband is right. Just sitting and waiting is waiting to die. I agree. Brother Chun, you arrange what we do next. In a matter of minutes, the power of speech had substantively shifted. Su Qingxue stood in place, her fingers digging hard into her palm. She saw through Chun Jian seizing the chance to hollow out her authority, but couldn't refute it. She simply didn't know how to find shelter on a deserted island, much less how to make a fire. Wang Chong wanted to curse again, stopped by a single look from her. Do as Chun Jian says. She tossed out the cold words, turned, and leaned against the rock wall. Chun Jian nodded and began allocating tasks. Old Li, take 3 men to handle the corpses. Wang Chong, take the female co-workers to the edge of the beach to search for supplies. Don't go too far. The rest of the male co-workers come with me to survey the terrain, find shelter, and dry firewood. Driven by the will to survive, the crowd dragged their exhausted bodies out of the crevice. On the island after the storm, a heavy salty fishy smell hung in the air. Sunlight pierced the cloud layer, and the temperature rose quickly. Su Qingxue didn't move, staying behind to rest in the crevice with Lu Feifei, Zhao Na, and a few other women whose strength was spent. Hunger erupted without reserve. From the yacht's capsizing yesterday until now, they hadn't had a drop of water, and last night, to fend off the cold, they'd burned through all their remaining energy. So hungry, Zhao Na clutched her stomach, which let out an awful cramping growl. Just then, an extremely distinctive smell drifted into the crevice on the breeze. Not the salty fishy of seawater, nor the earthy smell of vegetation, but a rich, mellow, fatty aroma carrying the scorched fragrance of high-heat roasting. Top-grade beef undergoing the Maillard reaction under high heat, mixed with the fragrance of black pepper and sea salt. Everyone in the crevice opened their eyes at once. Zhao Na's nose twitched wildly, drool overflowing the corner of her mouth uncontrollably. Meat. It's the smell of roasting meat. Everyone craned their necks in unison, looking toward that cave up the diagonal. Sunlight slanted onto the platform in front of the cave. I stood there, in a dry black windbreaker, my bearing upright, my complexion ruddy, with none of the bedraggled wretchedness of having weathered a storm. In my hand I held a wooden stick, and skewered on it was a 2-finger-thick tomahawk steak bigger than a face. Its surface roasted scorched brown and crisp, fat dripping down along the grain of the meat, and crashing onto the fire with a sizzle, stirring up an even richer aroma. Sonia stood behind me, in clean, neat clothes, holding a seasoning bottle scavenged from the yacht wreckage, obediently sprinkling crushed black pepper onto the steak. That was no ordinary roast meat. A tomahawk steak, top-tier ingredient from the yacht's VIP cold storage, cost alone nearly 1,000 yuan apiece. In a high-end Western restaurant in Jiangcheng, with a glass of red wine, it ran no less than 3,000. Now I held it in my hand as a wilderness barbecue. Zhao Na's drool dangled from the corner of her mouth and dripped down. Old Lee's Adam's apple rolled violently up and down. Wang Chang's gaze stuck dead to that steak. I handed Songya another wooden stick. 3C fish roasted golden and crisp skewered on it. She bit into the tenderest fish flesh, her brow furrowing slightly. A little salty. Those 3 words drifted down, and the eyes of several women in the crevice went red on the spot. A little salty. Here we can't even get bark to gnaw on, and you're telling me it's a little salty? Zhao Na's nails dug into her flesh with hatred, but she squeezed out a smile about to split her face and shouted up. Sister Songya, throw a fish down. We were co-workers after all. Songya glanced down. I cut off a piece of steak and handed it into her hand, not even lifting my head. Eat yours. She obediently lowered her head and didn't look down again. The aroma of roasting meat didn't disperse, the wind pouring it into the crevice from the mid-slope again and again. Zhao Na's stomach let out a wretched growl. She bent over, her forehead all cold sweat. No one spoke. Everyone stared at that cave above. The silence lasted about 2 minutes. Little Zhou, the programmer from tech, was the first to speak. I want to go up. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it crystal clear. What did you say? Wang Chang was the first to jump up. Little Zhou hugged his knees, his eye sockets sunken. I want to go throw myself on Lin Fan. Have you gone mad? Lin Fan won't even buy President Su's account. Who the hell do you think you are? Little Zhou slowly raised his head, his gaze so calm it gave Wang Chang the creeps. Changji, Lin Fan won't buy President Su's account because President Su exploited him. But I didn't. At the company, I never cursed him, never ordered him around. He has no reason to hate me. He's only got a grudge against you management, no grudge with me. These few lines were an enlightenment to the few people beside him. I never offended Lin Fan either, barely exchanged a few words with him. The one who bullied him was Wang Chang. The one who cursed him was also Wang Chang. What's it got to do with us? When that last line came out, Wang Chang's face went straight to green. Su Qingxue caught it. This crowd wasn't discussing whether to go, but finding themselves a reason that going wouldn't get them rejected. Once this logical chain held up, she'd be utterly unable to stop them. Everyone calm down for me. Rescue could arrive any moment. If you run over there now. President Su. Little Zhou cut her off, his tone without malice, even carrying a trace of apology. 8 people froze to death last night. Old Zhao and Sister Lu fell to their deaths because they were climbing in the storm. Now the wind stopped. The path can be seen clearly. You say rescue will come? I believe it. But what if it comes tomorrow? What if it's the day after? Freeze another night tonight, and I won't make it. We're just working stiffs. Give us a chance to live, all right. Su Qingxue opened her mouth and got nothing out. I'll go with Little Zhou. The administration girl stood up. Count me in. Another tech guy stood out too. Zhao Na, squatting in the corner, rolled her eyes around several times, looking at Su Qingxue, then at the cave, and finally gritted her teeth and stood. Sis is so hungry she's about to roast herself and eat it. Zhang Tao, shrunk in the crowd, stole a glance at Li Bin. Li Bin shook his head slightly. Don't go. The Su family's power is too great. Can't afford the gamble. Zhang Tao hesitated 3 seconds, then finally gritted his teeth and took a step out. I'll go too. Li Bin's face twitched, and he inched towards Su Qingxue's side. President Su, I'll stay. The people in the crevice automatically split into 2 factions. The dozen some leaving were mainly bottom-rung employees and family members. The dozen some staying also numbered around 10, mostly mid-level people more deeply bound to Su Qingxue's interests, and old hands like Li Bin, shrewd at calculation and not daring to offend the Su family. Wang Chang shook all over with rage. Fine. Go, all of you. A pack of ungrateful wolves. When old Su's people come, not one of you can dream of getting on the boat. Little Zhou didn't even look back. Changji, if we really can get back, with this many people suddenly missing from the company, do you think the police won't investigate? Even if President Su doesn't care about us, the state will send people to retrieve us. The road back isn't one that only President Su can walk. That line was like a needle jabbed into Wang Chang's windpipe. His mouth hung open and wouldn't close for a long while. The ones leaving began to shuffle out. The wind had already stopped, sunlight shining on the mountain mass, and that life-claiming slope from last night didn't look all that steep now. Su Qingxue stood at the mouth of the crevice, watching those dozen-some backs walk farther and farther away, her hands trembling, not from cold. "President Su, do you want me to?" Wang Chong sidled over and lowered his voice. "Shut up." She turned and walked back into the depths of the crevice, not wanting to say another word. The ones who'd stayed looked at each other, the atmosphere suppressed to the extreme. Just then, Chun Jian, who hadn't said a word from start to finish, suddenly stood up. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. When Zhao Na's dozen-some people left, Su Qingxue had lost face but wasn't panicked. Those people had no value beyond wasting food. But Chun Jian was different. That fire the day before yesterday, that storm last night. If Chun Jian hadn't found wood, made fire, and built the windbreak wall, she'd already be a board-stiff corpse now. Wang Chong, apart from bootlicking, couldn't even tell dry firewood apart. If Chun Jian took Wang Lan and went over to Lin Fan too, the dozen-some people left absolutely wouldn't survive the night. Su Qingxue panicked, abruptly standing straight, and from the too sudden motion her vision went black and she nearly toppled. Chun Jian. Her voice carried an obvious tremor, the former cool arrogance utterly gone. Chun Jian stopped and turned his head. Wang Lan lifted her eyelids too, her gaze flowing between Su Qingxue and her husband, the corner of her mouth still wearing that barely perceptible arc. "President Su has an instruction?" Chun Jian's tone was without a ripple. Su Qingxue forcibly pressed down the cramps in her stomach and the terror in her heart. She knew that Su Jinbang's name alone couldn't cow a clever person like Chun Jian. Clever people only looked at the chips before them. "You can't leave." She stared into Chun Jian's eyes, speaking very fast. "Xingtang has long wanted to break into the South China market, and we're short a branch company president who can hold down the scene. As long as we make it back to Jiangcheng alive, that position is yours." The crevice went silent in an instant. South China branch president. That was an absolute provincial overlord, annual salary starting at 10 million. Wang Chong had fawned over Su Qingxue all these years and hadn't even made department manager, and he went wide-eyed. "President Su." "He." "Shut up." Su Qingxue shot Wang Chong a vicious glare and looked back at Chun Jian, playing her last trump. "Wang Lan's CFO position stays unchanged. The two of you, husband and wife, will be Shengtang's core management from now on. I keep my word." She'd given the absolute limit of what she could give. This was her final compromise for survival. Chun Jian patted the ash off his hands and picked up a thick wooden stick from the stone beside him. "President Su misunderstands. I didn't say I was leaving." Su Qingxue's taut shoulders instantly slumped, and she let out a long breath. The fire at Lin Fan's place is indeed warm, and the meat is indeed fragrant. Chun Jian looked up at the cave mouth, giving off cooking smoke on the upper diagonal. "But there's no room for this many people up there. Whether little Zhou and the rest can even beg a mouthful of hot soup is an unknown." I stood up because we're out of time. He pointed at the sky outside. Although the sunlight had pierced the cloud layer, heavy black cumulonimbus still piled up in the distant northwest. The temperature is recovering, but the night sea wind is still deadly. 8 people have already died in this crevice. The smell of blood will soon draw the island's carnivores. Before nightfall, we must find a leeward cave and find enough firewood to burn through a whole night. He glanced at Su Qingxue. "I'm very interested in the South China branch president position, but the premise is we have to live to get back and sit in it." Su Qingxue had nothing to say in return and could only nod. "Li Bin, take 2 men to the beach to pick up the supplies the yacht washed down. Bring everything usable. Wang Chong, take the remaining female co-workers to find wood nearby. The daytime temperature is high. Dry the wet stuff in the sun and it'll dry. I'll take people to find a cave." Chun Jian finished allocating tasks in a few words and walked out of the crevice carrying the stick. Li Bin called people to follow without a word. Wang Chong was 10,000 parts unconvinced inside, but looking at those few corpses on the ground, he could only grit his teeth and direct the remaining women to gather wood. The crevice quickly emptied by more than half. Lu Feifei leaned in the innermost corner without moving. Wang Chong glanced at her, but didn't dare order her around. This one was a big star, and even Su Qingxue normally had to show her some face. Lu Feifei hugged her knees with both hands, staring hard at that cave on the upper diagonal, the aroma of roasting meat still drifting in the air. She was so hungry, stomach acid churned, her limbs gone weak. When little Zhou and the rest left earlier, she'd wanted to go along too, but she'd held back. She was a pure and innocent leading lady with tens of millions of fans. If she went to grovel alongside that crowd of bottom-rung employees, how would she get by in Jiangxing? Those paparazzi and rivals would blow this piece of dirty history up without limit. She couldn't go openly, but she had to survive. She was still scheming the old route of using her looks to handle Lin Fan. The night before last, she'd thought she had him handled, and tonight she'd slip up under cover of dark, dodging everyone's eyes. But this scheme, she hadn't yet realized, had long since stopped working in that cave. On the other side, little Zhou, Zhao Na, and the dozen-some others were climbing arduously up the steep slope toward my cave. The aroma of roasting meat grew stronger and stronger. It was right overhead. Almost there. It's right up top, Zhao Na shouted in excitement. The 100-meter slope, because of last night's rain, took them a full 20 minutes to climb. Zhao Na was the first to crest onto the flat ground, and the scene before her left her instantly dumbstruck. Everyone climbing up behind her. The moment their eyes touched the depths of the cave, all stood frozen in place. In the crevice below, a dozen-some people crammed onto cold, damp stone, unable to find even a single dry stick. And this cave was a complete miniature storage center. At the deepest part, dozens of cases of unopened bottled water were stacked neatly. Beside them, piles of self-heating hot pot, compressed biscuits, and various undamaged foods. On the open ground to the left was a small mountain-high pile of dry firewood, enough to burn a whole week. On the rock to the right were spread windbreakers and thick wool blankets, with a white first-aid box beside them. Songya sat by the fire turning 3C fish, fat dripping onto the charcoal with a sizzle. Little Zhou swallowed, so hungry his legs went weak, his eyes fixed dead on that tomahawk steak in my hand. Brother Fan, give us a bite to eat. We haven't eaten in a day and a night. 8 people froze to death down below. Stay any longer, and we'll all die. Zhang Tao crawled forward 2 steps on his knees. Lin Fan, back at the company, it was Wang Chong forcing me to go after you. You're a big-hearted man. Just give me a mouthful of water, and I'll kowtow to you. The crowd lowered their heads one after another, pleading. Zhao Na wasn't in a rush to speak. She braced against the ground and stood, smoothing her tousled hair. In Jiangxing, she could be the sales department's top closer, never relying on a glib tongue, but on that face and this figure. Which of those 10 million worth bosses hadn't she coaxed into obediently signing? In her eyes, I was nothing but a fresh graduate, an intern easiest for a woman to handle. She pulled her collar low and walked to the very front, squeezing out a coquettish smile. Lin Fan, it's no place for humans down there. Su Qingxue and Wang Chong don't care whether we live or die. As long as you're willing to take us in and share a little food and fire, from now on you're my boss. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Zhang Tao, little Zhou, and the other men exchanged a glance, their eyes full of despair. They understood the law of the deserted island in their hearts. Men eat more, are stronger, easily become threats. Women eat less, and can still be of use. Were they sitting in my position with inexhaustible supplies, they'd absolutely keep the pretty women and drive all the men off too. Zhang Tao had even prepared himself to be kicked off the edge. Holding the tactical knife, I unhurriedly cut off a piece of beef roasted crisp outside and tender within, put it in my mouth, and chewed very slowly. A dozen-some people stared straight at my mouth, drool secreting wildly. I swallowed the beef and finally lifted my eyelids to sweep over this crowd. Want to stay? Yes. Yes. The crowd nodded wildly. I pointed at all of them. First, put away this scheming. The coquettishness on Zhao Na's face froze. Lin Fan, what do you mean? That face-for-food logic of yours works at a dinner table in Jiangxing. On this island, it's worth nothing. I stared at her. What lets a person survive on this island is the strength to haul supplies, the eyes to find water, the hands to build shelter, not a face. The prettier you are, the more useless you are here, because you can't even open a coconut. Zhao Na opened her mouth, not expecting this routine to be completely useless on me. She'd used this trick at the company to handle countless bosses. This was the first time she'd run into one impervious. Lin Fan, have you been bewitched by Songya? She wouldn't give up, and turned to look at Songya by the fire. What does an intern know? Songya took a club for me, kept watch through the night. got beaten that badly guarding 3 packs of biscuits and still didn't let go. I cut her off. She relies on ability and being reliable, nothing else. On this island, I only look at one thing: whether you can work, whether you're reliable. It's got nothing to do with man or woman. The hand Songya held the stick with paused, her face a little red, but she straightened her back. Zhao Na's face cycled through green and white. In her whole life, she'd never been so mercilessly exposed. The other women had meant to join the contest too, but hearing me say this, that little thought of staying on their looks cooled by half. I stood, walked to the edge of the platform, and used the fire-poking stick to draw a line on the ground. Want to stay? Everyone can stay. But cross this line. And there are no co-workers here, no superiors and subordinates. Only my rules. In Zhang Tao's and Little Zhou's eyes was wild joy. Rule 1. This place doesn't keep idle hands. Want to eat, want to drink, trade labor for it. Rule 2. I allocate the daily tasks. Those who complete their task get half a bottle of water and half a pack of compressed biscuits each per day. Fail, and you're cut off from water and food. Rule 3. Any supplies anyone finds, even one broken stick, must all be turned in. Whoever dares to hoard is expelled on the spot. The 3 rules crashed down, and the crowd fell dead silent. Half a pack of biscuits, half a bottle of water, and they had to work? Rule 4. My gaze swept over the crowd. If anyone hoards supplies or disobeys orders, once verified, they're expelled outright. But if someone reports it in advance, once verified, the reporter gets that person's entire future ration. The instant that line came out, Zhang Tao instinctively glanced at Little Zhou beside him, his step shifting half an inch to the side. Lily warily eyed Zhao Na too. Reporting is rewarded. This meant that from this second on, these dozen-some people could never huddle together again. Everyone was my eyes. Everyone could become someone else's chip to trade for food. The greed and selfishness in human nature, I'd completely ignited with half a pack of biscuits and a mouthful of clean water. Songya sat behind, looking at my back, suddenly feeling I was more terrifying than the storm outside. I wasn't taking in refugees. I was establishing an order that recognized only rules, not old ties. After the brief dead silence, the backlash arrived right on schedule. Zhang Tao looked at that mountain-high heap of supplies, then at the stake in my hand, jealousy clouding his head. Lin Fan, isn't this unreasonable? We climbed up here in exhaustion to throw ourselves on you, and you make us work? We're all from one company. You've hoarded this much. What's wrong with sharing a little with us for free? Right, another guy muttered in a low voice. You can't finish it all alone anyway. Pulling this capitalist exploitation trick, isn't that too ruthless? Their words reeked of white-collar man-baby. In civilized society, they were used to, I'm weak, so I'm right, thinking that climbing up here and shouting "Brother Fan" a couple of times meant they could take for granted a share of the supplies I'd hoarded at the risk of my life. I smiled and slowly walked up to Zhang Tao. He was half a head taller than me, yet now, under my stare, instinctively wanted to retreat. Banking on what? I countered, grabbing his collar and yanking him toward the edge of the platform. Ag! His voice cracked in fright, his hands and feet flailing in the air. Below was 100-some meter steep slope, and farther down, 8 corpses frozen blue still lay sprawled every which way in the rubble pile. Look clearly. No fire below, no water. 8 froze to death last night, and more will keep dying tonight. You ask me banking on what? I flipped my wrist and slung him back onto the flat ground. Zhang Tao crashed hard onto the gravel, his knees aching from the impact, sprawled on the ground, gulping cold air. Banking on you not turning into a board-stiff corpse tomorrow. I sneered. Talking co-workers with me? The day before yesterday when Wang Chong pointed at my nose and cursed me, which of you good co-workers stood up to say half a word for me? Now you run up here to talk feelings with me? Find me harsh. Find the work tiring. There's no gate here. You can roll back down to Su Qingxue right now. The whole platform was dead silent. No one moved. No one was stupid. Zhang Tao secretly glanced at the crevice below. Last night's events were vivid before his eyes, and he chickened out. Compared to one's life, dignity was nothing. But one gust of cold wind, and Zhang Tao's mind started turning again. Working himself half to death every day for just half a pack of biscuits and half a bottle of water. That bit of stuff wasn't even enough to stuff in his teeth. He was unwilling. He'd at least been a formal employee at the company. On what grounds did he have to be a slave to an intern on this island? He climbed up off the ground, glanced at the cleared sky outside, and instantly put on a smiling face. Brother Fan, I understand all your rules. The supplies are something you risked your life to find. We can't eat and drink for free. But I've got a big appetite. Half a pack of biscuits won't hold me, and I'll have no strength to work. How about this? I won't use your supplies. I'll go into the mountains to find wild fruit, go into the sea to catch seafood myself, and split half of what I find with you as a lodging fee. I just want a sheltered spot to sleep in your cave at night. Win-win. Zhang Tao wanted to break free of my labor control, master his own food source without being controlled by anyone, and at the same time freeload off me, his safe shelter. Zhao Na's and little Zhou's eyes lit up. Right, the island's so big, the vegetation's so lush, finding wild fruit and picking up crabs shouldn't be hard, right? If you could find your own food, who'd want to read someone's face here? This was an absolutely brilliant proposal. I stopped the turning knife and, looking at Zhang Tao's clever-by-half face, smiled. Go into the mountains for wild fruit. Into the sea to catch seafood? This crowd of city people who blasted the AC in their office towers, drank iced Americanos, couldn't even tell chives from wheat sprouts. They really took this cutoff, eerie in every corner deserted island for a farmstay resort. Sure, I jammed the knife into the stone. Then I'd like to see what you can find without relying on my omniscient ability. Going into the mountains and see yourself. I didn't expose it. Which thing on this island could be eaten, which was poisonous, which stretch of sea had undertows. Only my eyes could see. They thought they'd broken free of my control. Really, they were pushing themselves into a deeper pit. Once they came back empty-handed or ate something they shouldn't, they'd understand. On this island, the one who survives isn't strength, isn't a face. It's the one who knows where the path to life lies. You want to go into the mountains? I'd just opened my mouth, about to shatter their laughably naive fantasy, when a sound cut me off. Ag! An extremely shrill, completely off-pitch scream came from the mangrove edge on the lower diagonal, instantly shattering the island's just-restored calm. The sound was laced with extreme terror and despair, nothing like what a human in a normal state could produce. Right after, an eerie wind blew from the depths of the woods, not the salty fishy of sea wind, but a nauseating, overpowering reek, like several hundred dead fish and rotting flesh heaped together and fermented for a dozen-some days. Blee! Zhao couldn't hold back a dry heave. At the mangrove edge below, the originally calm shrubs swayed violently, absolutely not from the wind. Crack, crack, thigh-thick tree trunks snapped under violent force, the dull sounds of heavy pressure rising and falling, like an out-of-control bulldozer crushing wildly through the woods. A great flock of birds flew up from the canopy in terror, not daring to even cry out. The hand Zhang Tao had just pointed at the woods saying he'd go find wild fruit was now frozen in midair, shaking like a sieve. A human figure came scrambling out of the shrubs. It was Lu Hui, who'd gone with Old Li to pick up supplies. His brand-name shirt was hooked into strips, his face and arms all gashes deep enough to show bone, his eyes bulging, his gaze scattered, the deranged look of someone scared out of their wits. Run, run now, a snake. There's a snake. He scrambled up the crevice slope on hands and feet, howling hysterically. A giant snake, at least several hundred gene. He pitched into the crevice and collapsed into a heap of mush. Old Li's gone. Old Li got eaten. A black hole dropped down from above and swallowed his whole self in one go. I stood and gripped the tactical knife, my gaze fixed dead on that stretch of woods below, still violently swaying. In the next second, the air of the whole island seemed to freeze. An inverted triangle head of terror slowly poked out from the dense canopy. That body was thicker than a water vat, black-brown reticulate markings covering palm-sized scales, glinting in the sunlight. It poked out only the front half of its body and bent and snapped a dozen-some big trees around it. The dull yellow vertical pupils carried a suffocating death air, a crimson forked tongue flicking out from the massive snout. That oppressive pressure of a primordial apex predator stalled the breathing of everyone present. Zhao Na's eyes rolled back, and she fainted dead away from fright. I stood on the high platform, a row of crimson text refreshing on my retina. high-risk mutated organism, reticulated python, magnetic radiation mutant subspecies. Body length 21.8 meters, weight 542 kilograms. Status: extremely aroused, awakened and drawn by the smell of decay and blood. The island's magnetic anomaly has caused ecological chain restructuring. Apex predators' body sizes all exceed conventional understanding. 21 meters, over 500 kilograms. This size was already nearing the prehistoric titanoboa. Swallowing a grown adult in one gulp was as simple as eating a spicy strip. The temperature, the corpses. The few who'd frozen to death the day before yesterday, plus old Zhao and Sister Lu who'd fallen to their deaths last night. As the sun came out and the temperature rose, these dozen-some corpses rotted faster, and the overpowering stench of death drifted on the sea wind into the deep mountains, awakening and luring out this monster at the top of the food chain. In the crevice below, Lu Hui clutched Wang Chang's pant leg for dear life, convulsing violently. "We'd just walked to the edge of the beach. Old Li said to go into the woods and see if there was fresh water. We weren't in 2 minutes when a black hole hung down from a tree. That was a mouth." Old Li didn't even get a scream out before his upper body was in. Su Qingxue drew a sharp, cold breath, her legs going weak as she dropped to the ground. The giant python didn't keep pursuing. A cold-blooded animal's hunt was never for killing, but for feeding. Old Li's 100-some gene body had already filled the first wave of hunger after its waking. Its attention was wholly drawn by those few about to rot corpses. Its thick tail swept across the shrubs, leaving a pressure mark nearly a meter wide and deep enough to show dirt. Then it retreated back into the depths of the dense woods. Not until that reek was completely blown away by the sea wind did the crowd on the platform come to. Little Zhou's legs went weak and he dropped to his knees. Lily and several women clutched each other, shivering, not daring to even cry out. The hand I gripped the knife with slowly loosened. On this rule-less, lousy island, preaching the morality of civilized society was seeking death. I turned, my gaze landing on Zhang Tao. "You said just now you wanted to go into the mountains for wild fruit and into the sea to catch seafood yourself." Zhang Tao's mind exploded. That monster just now had chewed Old Li to pieces in one bite, and that stretch of mangrove was now, in his eyes, 10,000 times more terrifying than hell. "No, no, no. Brother Fan, I was joking. I won't go. I'll just stay in the cave and work." He scrambled over and clung to my boots. "That won't do." I kicked him away and sneered. "We're all co-workers. How could I exploit you? You've got a big appetite. Half a pack of biscuits won't hold you." I gave it careful thought, and that proposal of yours is excellent. Win-win. I'll adopt it. Zhang Tao slumped to the ground as if struck by lightning, kowtowing desperately, his forehead smacking the gravel with thuds. "People will die? People really will die? I just had a loose mouth. I'm begging you, don't drive me out." I ignored him, turned, and walked up to the fainted Zhao Na, lifting my foot to nudge her. She snapped her eyes open. "Snake, don't eat me." Her hands flailed wildly in the air until she saw clearly it was me and stopped screaming. "You're awake, so shut up." I looked down at her from above. I laid out my conditions clearly just now. Half a pack of biscuits and half a bottle of water a day. Work to buy your life. All supplies turned in, collective punishment, reporting rewarded. Agree, and stay, don't agree, and roll back down to keep Su Qingxue company now. Choose. Agree. I agree. Zhang Tao was the first to shout. Little Zhou and Lily nodded like pestles pounding garlic. Zhao Na swallowed and said tremblingly, "Brother Fan, I'll do whatever you say." I turned and lifted 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring out of the supply heap, tossing them onto the gravel. "1 bottle per 2 people, divide it yourselves." The eyes of a dozen-some people all went green. They'd gone a day and a night without a drop of water, their lips cracked all over with bloody splits. The words barely out, and Zhang Tao lunged to grab. People beside him fought to snatch with red eyes. Zhao Na, heedless of image, rolled on the ground with another female co-worker fighting over water. A few people, over 6 bottles of water, completely tore off the disguise of civilized humans. This was human nature. As long as you choke survival's throat, even the proudest white-collar becomes the most obedient person. In under a minute, the 6 bottles of water were drunk bone dry. The crowd slumped to the ground. Though they'd only drunk half a bottle each, The long-lost sweetness brought a flicker of vitality back to their bodies. The water's gone. Now start working. I pointed at the steep slope below. All the men go down. The scattered stones, the planks, haul up everything you can move. Zhang Tao glanced at the steep slope. Hauling stones up the slope was pure heavy labor, but he didn't dare object. As long as it wasn't into the woods, what was a little hard labor? I turned to look at Zhao Na, Lily, and the other 5 women. The women go gather wood. Okay, brother Fan, we'll go gather over at the beach. Zhao Na had just let out a breath of relief. No. I cut her off, my finger pointing precisely at that mangrove edge on the lower diagonal. Go there. The wood's edge has plenty of dry branches. Once again, dead silence. Zhao Na's face went ghastly white in a flash. Lily's legs went weak and she knelt on the ground. A 20-some-meter giant snake just came out there. Going there to gather wood. Isn't that going to die? They rushed over crying and begging to change spots. I paid no mind, turning to look at Songya, who'd been sitting by the fire the whole time. Songya, come here. She walked up to me. Lin Fan, what is it? Do you trust me? She nodded hard without the slightest hesitation. I do. From the yacht's capsizing until now, everyone had been starving and freezing, struggling on death's edge. Only I had taken her to eat roast meat, drink clean water, sleep in a warm cave. Even if I told her now to jump off the cliff, she'd believe there was a cushion below. Good. I slid the knife back into its sheath. You lead them to the mangrove edge to gather wood. The few women on the ground erupted again. Shut up. I cut them off. My rules are clear. This place doesn't keep idle hands, and even less keeps haggling deadweight. The mangrove edge has plenty of dead branches snapped off by the wind. I want you to pile up the open ground on the right side of the cave mouth before nightfall. Those who don't want to go can roll back down now. The crying stopped abruptly. Zhao Na glanced at that crevice below without even a single dry stick, then at the mountain-high supplies behind me. Going back was certain death. Going to the wood's edge perhaps still had a sliver of hope. Songya gripped that thick wooden stick, her palms all cold sweat. She was actually terrified too. The visual impact of that giant python was too horrifying. But she was even more afraid of disappointing me. She drew a deep breath, pressed down the fear, and turned to look at the crowd. Everyone get up. Her voice trembled a little, but her tone was unusually firm. Lin Fan's decisions have never been wrong. Think about it. From the day before yesterday until now, every single thing he's done, which was wrong. As long as we don't go deep into the woods, just gather dry branches at the very edge and move fast, nothing will happen. Then let's go. Zhao Na rasped, her eyes red. We're dead either way. Lily and the other 3 women could only climb up in despair. They had no way out. I turned to look at the few men who hadn't moved yet. They shuddered and slunk down the slope on hands and feet. Watching the dozen-some people scatter to carry out their orders, I sat back down by the fire and picked up that unfinished steak. Of course, I wasn't really sending this crowd to die. The very moment the giant python retreated into the deep woods, a line only I could see had already refreshed on my retina. The mutated reticulated python has swallowed a 75-kilogram adult male, its stomach extremely distended, entering a deep, dormant digestion phase, already retreated to the geothermal lair at the island's center. Expected not to leave the lair an inch within 48 hours. Mangrove edge safety factor, 99%. A cold-blooded animal, after one full meal, often takes several days to half a month to digest. Especially after swallowing prey of unusual proportion, it becomes extremely sluggish, only finding an absolutely safe place to lie still. The mangrove edge now, forget a giant python, not even a slightly larger beast was there, all scared off by that monster's scent. Sending this crowd there to gather wood was a 1-in-10 survival ordeal for them, but for me just a problem I'd long since solved. Every danger, every path to life on this island was laid out plainly before my eyes. This was my true trump card, not that knife, nor this heap of supplies. On the slope below, Zhang Tao climbed up red-faced, picking up rotten planks. Damn it, really using us like black slaves. Little Zhou panted behind him, hugging a stone. Brother Tao, save your strength. Keep it for trading for half a pack of biscuits tonight. Roll down now, and you won't even get a mouthful of water. Zhang Tao glanced below. Su Qingshua's crevice was steeped in death air. The 8 corpses still sprawled every which way outside, a few seabirds circling in midair. By comparison, though he was tired as a dog, climb up and he could see that bonfire, feel the heat in the cave. He resigned himself and lowered his head to keep climbing. Wasn't this just a remake of the company before? Only the person sitting in the high seat had changed from Su Qingxue to Lin Fan, while they were still the workhorses selling their physical labor. On the other side, Songya led the 5 women, trembling with fear, to the mangrove edge. While still a dozen some meters from the woods, that reek hit them in the face. The shrubs had been pressed into a broad passage. Big trees toppled every which way all around. A few enormous black-brown scales stuck to the snapped trunks. One of old Li's leather shoes lay forlornly in the grass, covered in bloodstains. Lily's legs went weak and she knelt on the ground dry heaving. "Stop looking. Hurry and gather." Songya forced down the churning in her stomach and wrapped a dead tree beside her with the stick. "Gather right here at the edge. Whatever you do, don't go in. Once we've each got an armful, we head back." The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Apart from the rustle of sea wind through the leaves, not a stir of any living thing. The few women were like birds startled by the twang of a bough, trembling in fright at the slightest movement, able only to keep their heads down and frantically scoop dead branches into their arms. Songya stood at the very innermost spot, both hands gripping that sharpened stick for dear life, her palms soaked through with sweat. She was afraid, but my line, "Do you trust me?" kept echoing in her mind. Since I'd sent them here, I would surely guarantee their safety. 10 minutes, half an hour. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3. The woods were steeped in death air, not even a single bird call, and that giant python showed no sign of appearing at all. The fear receded bit by bit with the passing time. Zhao Na wiped off a cold sweat, threw a bundle of dry firewood on the ground, and let out a long breath. It really didn't come out. She sidled up to Songya, glanced up at the cave, and lowered her voice to probe. "Songya, what's the deal with Lin Fan?" The day before yesterday, right after we drifted here, he started frantically collecting supplies, bottled water, self-heating pots, first aid box. He even got a tomahawk steak. How did he know we couldn't get back anytime soon? The few women stopped at once and pricked up their ears. They all had this question in their hearts. A normal person in a maritime disaster, their first reaction is to find valuable things and then wait for rescue. But Lin Fan acted like he was preparing for a long, drawn-out war of survival. "I don't know," Songya answered truthfully. "How could you not know? You were the first to be with him." Songya shook her head, looking at the deep, dim mangroves, her voice rasping. "Lin Fan only told me one thing. The magnetic field here is abnormal. The yacht's positioning system failed completely before it even capsized, and the rescue team simply can't find these coordinates. He said we probably can't get back for the rest of our lives." "Can't get back for the rest of our lives?" Lily shrieked, and Songya hurriedly clapped a hand over her mouth. Lily pulled her hand down, tears bursting their banks, and dropped to the ground clutching her own hair for dear life. "I just put down the down payment on a small 2-bedroom in Jiangcheng, 600,000. That was money I saved for 4 years. The first mortgage payment is due next month. If I can't get back, the bank will take the apartment." Despair spread in an instant. The administration girl leaned against a tree trunk, her eyes losing focus. "The boyfriend I just started seeing last week is a rich second generation. We agreed to meet his parents after this team-building trip. I can't die here. I can't gather firewood on this lousy island for the rest of my life." Several other women fell into low sobbing along with them. No rescue, no civilization, no law. Only man-eating monsters and endless hunger.